Stand by the tree. Take your coat off first.
I do what he tells me to do. I start to shiver, but not entirely from the freezing air. I can hear the wolves howl in the distance. He starts to wind the rope around me. My arms are free, but he wraps the rope around my waist. I'm utterly helpless to run. What are you doing? I begin to panic. I stay still, though, because he's my dad. I want him to love me. Maybe if I do this for him, he'll see that I can help him. He tightens the rope and secures it. It burns against my skin, it's so tight. He's good with knots. I watched as he spent hours teaching Jamie and Nate how to tie knots. I watched from the stairs of our little duplex, because he didn't teach girls. Sometimes Nate would come up after bedtime, and he'd show me what he'd learned.
There.
He finishes up, tightening it further, and I can tell he's happy with his work. I'm cold, I say, before realizing I shouldn't complain.
Suck it up, girl.
He looks me over, and then pulls out his wicked large Bowie knife.
This'll bring 'em.
I try to beg him not to cut me, but it doesn't work. He simply turns my forearms over and cuts a long gash in both. I start to bleed. There's a lot of blood. How much can I lose?
I'll stitch you up when it's over,
he says, but I'm not sure if I believe him. He walks off, and I know he's hiding. He'll pick a spot where he can shoot quickly and efficiently. I get woozy from the cold and all the blood. My arms feel strange, like they should be numb, but they're tingling. My arms are covered in blood, and I wonder if he means to let the wolves get me. It would be easy to pick them off while they're feasting. My father says wolves go crazy when they eat humans. They love it. Love the kills so much, they don't think about protecting themselves. They're vicious animals. I think about my mom. Dad picked me up from school. He'd been standing in the courtyard where I waited every day for Nate. Nate was a year ahead of me at Bell High School, and he always drove me home in that piece of crap Ford Mom had saved to buy. Yesterday had been Thursday, and Nate had chess club. Dad thought it was for pussies, but Nate liked games, so I waited for him in the courtyard. Dad told me we were going hunting. I wonder if he even told Mom. I wonder if she thinks I ran away. Did Nate spend time looking for me? I sense them before I see them. I look up, and in the moonlight I can see them. My heart speeds up. There are 4 of them. They approach me cautiously. I wonder why. Why aren't they growling? I am a helpless human. I am food. They should attack immediately because they hate us. They eat our flesh. The small group comes from across the river, and I see for the first time this creature my father taught me to hate. The wolves are brown, 2 larger than the others, though they seem small compared to the way I envisioned them. They crouch down and sniff the air, but I know my dad always masks his scent. The largest of the 4 looks at the rest, and then comes in close. I know instinctively that she is female. I never expected her to be so beautiful. She's graceful as she approaches me, and she whines a little in the back of her throat, and then snorts, like she's done something foolish. She sits back, and I watch as she changes. 1 minute she's a brown wolf, and the next she's a girl, maybe a year or two older than me. "I bet you don't speak wolf," she says with a soothing smile. She keeps her words calm. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Who did this to you?" Why is she talking to me? She's supposed to attack. Wolves don't help. Wolves don't have warm brown eyes. The others are changing. 2 boys and another teenaged girl. "It's all right," she says. "It's just my obnoxious kid brother and our cousins. Is the person who did this to you gone?" They're kids. They're just kids. Like me. "I can go get my dad," the girl offers. "He'll track this jerk down and make sure he doesn't hurt you again." The boys are young. One is maybe 10, and the other can't be more than 6 or 7. He sniffles and wipes his nose on his forearm. "I think we should go, Tina," the other girl says. "We can send the pack back for her. We should never have come this far out." But it's too late. The first shot rings out, and I watch in horror as the girl who offered to help me looks down at the circle of red opening on her chest like a blooming rose. The bullets are silver, and her eyes are blank before she hits the forest floor. I see the next few moments in slow motion. The 10-year-old boy is next, and then the girl. The little boy stands there, looking down at the girl named Tina. He cries, and I think he asks her to get up. He doesn't leave her. He doesn't run. He loves his sister, and it cost him his young life. I watch as my father shoots him between the eyes. My father is an awfully good shot. The forest is quiet again, and I hear the crunch of his boots as he crushes leaves beneath them. He is a large, dark figure in the moonlight, gun still in his hand. He looks over his kills. "They were kids," I managed to say through my tears. "They wanted to help me. And now they were dead."
"Yeah,"
my father says with a wealth of satisfaction in his voice. "Daddy?" His eyes are vicious as they look at me.
"Don't you call me that, girl. You call me sir."
It was what he insisted on. I held my tongue. He was going to realize his mistake, and he was going to feel bad. He kicks the body of the 10-year-old boy over like it's a piece of meat.
"I always like to get 'em before they have a chance to breed."
Something snaps inside me. I feel like I'm a bottle of champagne and the cork is coming out. Rage bubbles up and flows from deep within. I have been lied to. The wolves aren't animals. They're different. Perhaps the wolves who killed my grandmother and my aunt were bad, but these wolves weren't evil. The girl had been like me. I realize too late that he intends to leave me here, staked out and bleeding. He will never tell my mother. He'll pretend he doesn't know what happened to me. Maybe he'll shoot me and bury my body out here. Then he won't have to deal with a muddy-eyed freak anymore. I don't know how I'd do it, but the rope tears around me. I am strong all of a sudden, and the cold is gone, replaced with a hot, satisfying anger.
What the hell?
I hear my father whisper as I shrug off the bonds. Something dark and deep takes over. I can feel it. It's as though a door has opened in my soul, and a piece of me I never knew before has been unleashed. I'm a bundle of instincts now. Two are foremost in my mind: survival and revenge. My father lifts the rifle, but I am faster. It is in my hand as he pulls the trigger, the shot flying wildly, impotently through the air. I hold the weapon in my hands, and it feels good when I twist the metal. The gun will never work again. I toss it aside as my father backs away from me. I can smell his fear. He is prey, and no longer my father. He is meat that has done wrong to me, and he will pay. He attempts to hit me, but I no longer allow such liberties. As his fist shoots out to connect with my jaw, it's so simple to block him. He moves like a man in slow motion. I simply raise my hand to catch him. His fist is large, but I manage to crush it anyway. He cries out as his fingers break beneath the pressure I apply. I have legs, too. I use them. I kick out neatly like I have done this 1,000 times before. I catch him in the gut, knowing exactly where to place my heel so all the breath is pushed from his body. He would fall back and away from me, but I hold his broken hand like a tether between us. He falls to his knees, and I crush his nose with my free hand.
Kelsey!
He cries. But he's too late. He tries to pull his knife, but I smile down. I took it from him when he wasn't looking.
Kelsey!
A sharp voice startled me awake. I fought him blindly, only knowing the nightmare still had me in its clutches. Gray pinned me, his big body covering mine and holding me down.
Kelsey, wake up,
he commanded. The fog began to lift as I realized I'm not in those woods any longer. I was with Gray. I could feel the heat of his body, the satisfying weight of him on top of me. The ceiling fan turned overhead, and I took a deep breath. Gray? His face gentled, his hands coming down to smooth back my hair.
It's all right, baby. You're here with me. It's okay.
He got off me and sat down on the edge of the bed. He turned on the small light on the nightstand.
Is that better?
I nodded, still shaking from the dream. This was why I rarely went to bed sober. When I passed out, I didn't dream about that night.
Was it about your dad?
How do you know about that? I asked, my voice as sharp as broken glass. Gray looked down at me unflinchingly.
Jamie told me. You're not the only one who has nightmares. We were on a stakeout a couple of years back, and he fell asleep. He blew our cover when he woke up screaming. He told me about the things your father forced him to do. He told me about how it was nothing compared to what he did to you. I intend to kill your father if I ever find him.
Are you looking? I wondered who my father would be more afraid of, me or Gray.
I've been looking for him for almost a year,
Gray admitted.
I had a solid lead that he was in Canada, but a man can really get lost in the Yukon. I don't have the time to track him like I should. If it would make you feel better, I'll take some leave. And I promise you, I will find him.
He was serious. If I told him to, he would put in for a sabbatical and go to Canada to try to kill a man he didn't even know, so I would sleep better at night. No one before ever cared about me so much. It wasn't that I didn't have friends or brothers who loved me, but Gray was different. I shook my head. He could kill my father, but it wouldn't stop the dreams. I couldn't bring myself to tell Gray that the monster in my dreams wasn't my father. It was me. I felt a gentle hand brush against my cheek. I wanted to tell him to stop. I didn't want to be touched, but I allowed it. Gray seemed to need to do it. It got easier to handle until I leaned into his hands, wanting it. Until the need overcame everything else. His fingers brushed against my skin, and I felt the electricity between us.
Tell me,
he whispered against my hair. I hesitated. I hadn't told anyone but Jamie and Liv. I should blow him off. Tell him something about being scared of wolves. Instead, I opened my mouth and told him everything. He ended up moving behind me while I told him about my childhood and that night in the woods. He didn't interrupt me, merely let me lay back against the comfort of his chest. He rubbed my shoulders and my arms, willing warmth and relaxation into my bones. It was easy in the soft light to believe he would protect me. It was easy to believe I could tell him anything. I wanted to not be alone anymore. I walked away from him. I finished tonelessly. I think he was alive. There was no judgment in Gray's voice as he replied.
And you never saw him again?
I shook my head.
I'm sure he was alive, Gray said. I did find a John Atwood matching your father's description. I tracked his movements from Atlanta up to the Yukon. He was still hunting. Honey, what you did to him was in self-defense.
I kept my mouth closed. I didn't tell him that my father had been down and defenseless, and I kept right on beating him until I heard wolves coming. The pack had been looking for their children, and that was when I ran. I hadn't been able to face them.
How did you get to a town?
I walked. I hadn't. I'd run faster than I could have imagined because those wolves had been looking for me, and I doubted they would have been in the mood for explanations. I'd run, and when I could, I'd trekked back to the river. I swam a few miles in the freezing water to mask my scent. I'd made it to Heber's Springs 10 miles away, walking in 20-degree temperatures, wet, and without a coat. I evaded the police and managed to steal warm clothes. When I was properly dressed, I found a truck stop and a waitress let me use the phone. My brother picked me up 8 hours later. I didn't even catch a cold. Gray ran a hand down my left arm, seeking the scars that should have been there.
Are you sure he cut you? You don't have any scars.
I guess it just seemed deep. I remember the feeling of that knife cutting deeply into my forearms. I remember the way the blood welled, and how weak I felt. I didn't mention to Gray that 6 months later, I'd slit my own arms from wrist to elbow. I'd heard that was the best way to commit suicide. I'd cut hard and deep, sure that it would end my guilt, my suffering. That was when Nate and Liv had found me. I like to say they saved me, but sometimes I wonder because the truth of the matter is, I don't have those scars either. The dream was gone, but the feelings were still riding me hard. I wanted to stop talking,
to stop the unwanted emotions from swamping me. I wanted Gray. I sat up and turned around to face him. I reached out and traced the hard line of his jaw. His face was all angles and planes. If you studied his features separately, it was too hard to be handsome. But something about Gray softened the ultra-masculine lines and made him beautiful. I leaned in and pressed my lips against his. His calloused hands found my hips and stroked up to my waist. We kissed for a moment, our tongues tangling. And though I wished I could stay there for hours, I knew that wasn't what men wanted. Men liked it fast and hard, and they wanted a woman who did too. I reached over and turned off the light. "Hey," Gray protested. "I want you." I pulled the t-shirt over my head. I felt much bolder in the dark. I was determined to have him, and to be the kind of lover he wanted. I couldn't be the kind of woman he needed, but maybe I could give him what he required in bed. The last thing he would want is to waste a bunch of time kissing. I stood up and slid out of my panties. I let my hands find the band of his briefs and tugged them until his cock came free. I felt the full length of him. He gasped as I squeezed his erection. He was big. He was much bigger than I'd ever had before, and I didn't have the addition of alcohol as a lubricant, but I was determined. I straddled him, and before I could convince myself it was a bad idea, I reached down and forced myself onto his incredibly hard dick. "Kelsey," I heard him say. And it didn't sound sexy. It sounded a little like a protest. I wasn't moving fast enough. It hurt, but I tried to work my way onto him. I had him about halfway in, when he flipped me over forcefully and he pulled out. The light came on. I felt my body flush when I realized he was furious. "What the hell was that?" Embarrassment flooded my system. So much worse than anything I'd felt before. I knew I wasn't great in bed, but I'd never had a man shove me away and ask what I was doing. It was usually obvious. I managed to sit up and reach down to grab the sheet. I pulled it calmly up to cover my body. Calm. That was the key to getting through this debacle. I didn't do what I wanted. I wanted to cry. I wanted to run and lock myself in the bathroom because I'd made a complete fool of myself. I wasn't sure what I had done to offend him because he'd been hurt as hell, but he obviously didn't want to have sex with me. I shrugged as casually as I could. "Sorry, I misread the signals. Oh well, can't be sexually compatible with everyone, I guess." His jaw dropped at the comment, and he spent way too long a moment looking at me. I wish the light could have stayed off, because I felt completely naked under his scrutiny. I had to look away, and I wished he would leave. I thought about getting up and walking out. It was almost morning as it was. I could call Liv to come get me. I stayed where I was, because I didn't want him to see me naked again. It was obvious I wasn't his type. His voice came out on a low growl. "What the hell have you done to yourself, baby?" "What does that mean?" I asked irritably. I had to find the one guy in the world who wanted to talk about his freaking feelings. Gray sat down on the bed again, and he reached out to take my hand. I wouldn't give it to him, so he settled his palm on my knee. He seemed calmer, but I thought getting the pity lecture might be worse than actually having him angry with me. "Have you ever made love, sweetheart?" I laughed. "Don't be ridiculous, Gray. I'm not a virgin. I've had sex before." "With anyone who gave a shit about you?" Now I was pissed, because he'd hit the nail on the head, and I didn't want to face that fact. I no longer cared if he saw my tits. I pushed his hand off me. "Fuck you, Gray," I said, with every intention of getting out of the house. Any softness in his face was replaced with iron-hard will. As I started to get up, his hand shot out and grabbed my ankle. Before I knew what was happening, his full weight pinned me to the bed, and he used his hands to twist something around my wrists. It happened so quickly. Before I could take a breath, I was on my back, with Gray pressing me into the mattress. My hands were bound tightly together with what looked like black lace. I stared up at the sight of my hands, too shocked at the moment to be truly pissed off. "Are those my panties?" Gray didn't move, continuing to use his 220 pounds of pure muscle to hold my 120 down. He leaned to the side, and I heard the nightstand drawer open. "They are indeed, sweetheart." His erection was even harder than it was before, and I hadn't thought that was possible. He twisted his hips to grind it against my pelvis. "Those are your pretty little panties, and these are my handcuffs. Regulation Ranger issue." He snapped one around the material between my wrists, and the other he clipped to the wrought iron in the headboard. My arms were completely useless, held over my head and locked to the bed. He felt safe enough to get up and look down at his handiwork. I was completely naked to his roaming eyes. I'd never felt quite that naked before, though I certainly had been. The sex had been quick. Get the clothes off, get the deed done. Gray hadn't gotten that memo. He left the light on and sat back, his eyes on my body. "I think I'll take charge now." He leaned over and covered my mouth with his. I had nowhere to go and no way to protest, so I got to do what I wanted to do in the first place: enjoy the feel of his mouth on mine. The man knew how to kiss. Slow at first, like he was softening me up, and he was. The longer he brushed his lips against mine, the more I relaxed. I let go of what had happened before, when his tongue dragged over my lower lip, and he started whispering to me. "You're too beautiful, Kelsey. I can't go fast. I want it to last. I want it to last forever." His hands framed my face, like I was something precious and had to be handled with delicacy. "I could kiss you forever." His tongue plunged in, twisting around mine, like muscular velvet stroking into me. He held my head in both his hands, keeping me still for his plundering. Over and over again he kissed me, until I caught his rhythm, and we were in tune. I breathed when he did. My heart seemed to time to his. Intimacy. I didn't understand the word before Grayson Sloane kissed me. He finally sat up with a satisfied smile, and one hand reached out to tweak my nipple. I hissed at the sensation. It was part pain, but after the first little flare, the sensation seemed to go straight to my pussy. "Now, let's talk about how this is going to go, my love." "Do you often tie women up, Gray?" Of all the things I'd expected him to do, this hadn't even been on the list. His smile was sensual, and his accent deepened when he was aroused. "As often as they'll let me, darling. I like it. You look so fucking gorgeous like that. Later I'll tie your legs down. But this first time, I want them around my waist, squeezing me when you come. And you will come. I'll make sure of it.
Wow. That did all sorts of things to my insides. I felt a warm rush of arousal as my pussy came alive at the thought of him inside me. I lusted for this man. Before, I simply wanted the physical release of sex, and the nearest available guy would do. But now, there was only Gray. He was so beautiful, and I wasn't. I worried no one else would ever do it for me after him. I also worried that I had no idea how to give him what he wanted. Arousal fled a little as doubt came roaring back. I hadn't made love before. He was right about that. I degraded myself because somewhere deep down I thought I deserved it. Gray was offering me something completely different, and it was terrifying. All right. You had your fun, lawman. Untie me.
Is my tough girl scared?
He reached out and let his fingertips brush across my chest, making my skin tingle all over.
Do you want out so you can run away and pretend you're not vulnerable to me? That's not happening. It's obvious to me you have no idea what you're doing, and I aim to teach you.
Go to hell, Gray. I pulled at the bindings on my wrists. If I was really honest with myself, I didn't try hard. His eyes went dark and serious.
I'll get there, baby. But I'm not going until you understand a few things.
He knelt on the bed and placed his big hand on my belly. I practically quivered at his touch.
Listen to me. And listen well. I love you, Kelsey Atwood. I love you. And I'm going to fuck you.
That doesn't sound so loving to me. Fuck wasn't a word I associated with love. He leaned over and kissed my shoulder, moving to my neck.
Only because you don't know the difference between getting laid and spending hours fucking someone you can't live without. I'm going to love you until you don't remember what your pussy felt like without my cock in it.
He trailed his hand down and gently slid his middle finger across my clitoris, parting my labia and delving inside. He sighed.
That's better. When you jumped on me, you weren't even wet. It's not supposed to hurt. Don't you look at me like that. I'm not judging you. I'm telling you that I'm different from some guy at a bar. I love you. I'll take care of you.
I took a deep breath and decided to play things differently. My instinct was to run, to push him away because I already felt too much for him. But I couldn't walk away from Gray, and not only because he was really good with bondage. If he broke my heart, at least I'll have loved someone. Just once. I nodded.
Thank you, sweetheart,
he said almost reverently. He stood and moved to the end of the bed. His hands ran up my legs, and I sighed because it felt good and warm everywhere he touched me. I let my head fall back. You can let me out, Gray. I won't fight you. He raised my foot up in his hand.
Hell no, Kelsey. I got you where I want you. Like I said, I'd tie your legs to the post too. But I have plans for them. I'll go easy on you tonight. But eventually, I intend to introduce you to some exotic play.
Just how
kinky are you, Grayson Sloane?" His lips tugged up in a dirty little grin. "I have a kink or two, but I promise, you'll like 'em." "Are you one of those dominant people who expect me to kiss your feet and call you master?" We needed to get that straight right off the bat. I wouldn't be doing any of that. I was willing to discuss other things, but the master bit was not negotiable. "If you're asking if I want to be in charge, then yes. I want to be in firm control of our sex life. I get the feeling I won't be in control of anything else. I want to tie you up, and eventually I want to spank that pretty ass of yours. I know what I'm doing. I will never ask you to kiss my feet, Kelsey," he promised as he held mine. "But I will always kiss yours." He sucked my toe into his mouth, and I gasped. I had never thought of my toe being even vaguely erotic. But I had been wrong. He flipped me over on my belly, the restraint he'd improvised, twisting smoothly and allowing the action. "What are you doing?" "I'm kissing you. Are you going to ask me a question every 2 minutes?" He licked and kissed his way up my calf. When he got to the back of my knees, he pressed his tongue there, and I nearly came off the bed. "Because if you are, then I'm thinking about getting you a gag." "That's rude," I said, even as I squirmed under his assault. One hand firmly caressed my ass. I tried to breathe, to get enough oxygen into my lungs that they would start to function again. He kissed up the length of my spine, running his tongue along my curves as though he was prepared to taste every inch of me. There was nothing for me to do but lie there and let him worship me. That's what it felt like. It felt like adoration. Like I was worthy. Yes, what was happening was sexual. But Gray was right. There was so much more to it. He flipped me over again, and when I glanced down, his face hovered on my pussy. He breathed in deeply and closed his eyes, but not before I saw a rush of satisfaction. "Spread your legs for me, Kelsey." He was up on his knees, and I could barely take my eyes off the sight of that big cock jutting out proudly from between his legs. It curved about halfway up his flat stomach. His hand came out, and it stroked up and down while he waited for me to comply. I knew what he wanted. I wasn't sure it was something I wanted to do. I hadn't liked it at all the one time a guy had tried it on me. It was awkward, and he'd bitten me a little too hard. I don't like that. I pressed my legs firmly together. "I didn't ask you what you liked," Gray said, and I could feel he was being patient with me, and that his patience was rapidly coming to an end. "I told you to spread your legs. You promised to trust me. Give me 2 minutes. If you don't like it, I'll stop. Now obey me and spread your legs, or that exotic play might come sooner than you think." His voice had reached a dark, deep place, and I was fairly certain he threatened to spank me. Though I certainly wouldn't have admitted it to him at the time. The idea kinda got me hot, too. 2 minutes. I could last 2 minutes. It would be embarrassing, but Gray wanted it, and maybe part of pleasing Gray was taking risks. With conscious will, I forced my legs apart and allowed Gray to slide his body between them. "You're so pretty." I could feel the warmth of his breath on my sensitive flesh.
He kissed me lightly, and I tried not to shake. Again, I should have listened to him. This felt 100% different than some drunk guy. He didn't dive right in, and I started to think that Gray didn't do anything fast. He took his time, enjoyed himself fully.
I'm going to shave you,
he promised, rubbing his fingers across the curls on my pussy.
You'll be gorgeous, Bear, and I'll be able to lick every inch of you. I want you to think about that for a minute. I want you to think about how good it will feel when my tongue dives deep inside. I can fuck you with my tongue. I can worship you, licking every sweet inch of this pussy.
His tongue flicked out and barely touched my clit. He stopped and then gave it a single long lick. Oh, God. I was on the verge of something good. He hovered there, letting the heat of his breath wash over me, teasing and tantalizing me until I was taut and strung like a harp waiting to be plucked.
Oh, I think I spent my whole 2 minutes talking about eating your pussy instead of actually doing it. Does that make you happy, baby?
He was such a bastard. He was going to make me say it. He wasn't going to let me take the easy way out. He gave me a choice. Keep my mouth shut, and he would stop, and then I might save face. But I wouldn't know where all this led to. Or I could give him what he wanted. Don't stop, Gray.
What do you want, sweetheart?
Gray asked with a satisfied look in his eyes.
Would you like me to do that again?
Yes. I wasn't going to hold out on him. God, if he would do that again, I might come. Really come. Like the books described, or they talked about in the movies, but people like me thought was all bullshit. If he sucked me there, I thought I would be able to fly. His head came up, a curious and mischievous look in those gorgeous eyes.
I'm surprised.
Because I thought you didn't like it. I kicked at him as much as I could with him between my legs. Jerk, you started this. The lines of his face tightened, his eyes darkening to that deep violet I'd come to know meant he was emotional.
Give me what I want.
Somehow I knew. He didn't want me to beg. He wanted the truth. Our truth. It's better because it's you. I want it because it's you.
And it only works this way. Because it's you, baby.
He settled between my legs again.
And I didn't start this. But I do promise. I will finish it. I will never leave you unsatisfied.
2 fingers began to move inside me, filling up my pussy. I was wet. Wetter than I'd imagined I could be. And Gray reveled in it. He seemed to love it, groaning as I pushed onto his tongue, practically begging him for more. He set a staccato rhythm with his fingers, and when he sucked my clit between his teeth, I cried out and shook as everything below my waist came apart. It was strong and powerful, and I sobbed, unable to stop the emotion that flowed as righteously as the pleasure. Tears flowed freely down my face when Gray covered my body with his, and he used the little key to release my hands.
I think I want your arms around me, too.
he whispered, as he tossed the cuffs and panties aside. His eyes met mine, holding them as if he knew this was an important moment and not time to play games. I felt the broad head of his cock at the juncture of my body, but he hesitated. Finally, I could touch him, and I let my hands find the silk of his hair. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing,"
he said.
"Everything's perfect. You're mine, Kelsey. I won't let anything come between us. Not ever again. Trust me. Trust me to take care of you."
At the time, I thought he was talking about sex. I thought he was talking about love and opening my heart to him. I couldn't have known how much darkness was ahead for us. I couldn't have known how quickly that promise would be broken. By him. By me. I only knew that lying there with my first real orgasm strumming through my body, I would give him anything. When that big cock thrust inside me, I realized what I'd been missing. I'd been missing my other half. He filled me. My whole world seemed to focus, to become smaller and larger in the same moment. Smaller because there was absolutely nothing outside the circle of his arms. He surrounded me utterly. He was all around and inside me. He filled my every sense, and I didn't need anything but him. Larger because I'd been alone. And now I wasn't. I wasn't just Kelsey. I was a part of Kelsey and Gray. I sighed and put my arms around his broad shoulders. He started to thrust, not trying to keep his weight off me. I loved the feeling of his weight pressing me into the mattress. His cheek rubbed against mine.
"You feel so good, baby. It feels so right."
I wrapped my legs around him as he finally managed to work himself into the base of his cock. I sighed as I felt his balls gently rub against my ass as he pulled out again and thrust home.
"I can't wait, Kelsey,"
he said almost apologetically as he pushed up to his elbows. He shoved hard into me, slamming his full length in. And I looked up in wonder at the expression on his face. His eyes were closed as he concentrated on hitting my clitoris with his pelvis. I gasped as it started to build all over again. My hands found his tight backside, and I squeezed to hold him there, not wanting him to come out of me even an inch. Gray groaned and picked up the pace, and with a little twist of his hips, sent me careening over the edge for the second time that night. As I bucked against him, wanting to prolong that amazing feeling, Gray stiffened above me, and I felt him jerk as he came. He said my name over and over as he flooded me with his orgasm. He fell forward, his head next to mine, my body pinned deliciously under his.
"I love you, Kelsey mine,"
he said. I wrapped my arms tightly around him and held on even as I started to fall asleep. As my heartbeat slowed and a pleasant languor invaded my entire body, I wasn't afraid of dreams. I wouldn't dream about that again, because I was in Gray's arms, and they would keep me safe. Chapter 11. I stared at the pictures on the wall, my fingers idly playing with the coffee mug on the desk. It was easier to view the pictures as pieces of a puzzle, rather than actual acts against human beings. In the end, to solve a murder, you have to shove your emotions aside and look at the evidence dispassionately. There was time enough for righteous anger later, when I knew who to direct it toward.
The Sunday morning light streamed in through the open window, and I knew it was a glorious fall day outside. By afternoon, it would be warm enough to not need a jacket. But I grew chilled, knowing what I had to do. I had to tell Helen Taylor that her daughter was dead. "Mistress?" a soft voice said, and I turned to see Syl standing in the doorway. His voice hissed around his fangs. "Is the coffee not to your liking? I could make some tea." I gave the red-skinned demon a slight smile. I found a night of really exhaustingly awesome sex made me awfully polite. "It's fine, thank you, Syl." I took a long drink of the coffee. It was hot and had that little bit of peppermint in it. It was delicious, even better than the coffee I'd had when Gray had brought me breakfast in bed. I have a boyfriend. The thought kept going through my head, and I found it warmed me on a day when I should have been cold. But Syl still made the better coffee. "I'm glad my mistress enjoys it," the demon said, looking inordinately pleased with himself. "How else may I serve you?" I turned to look at him. He hadn't bothered with his usual glamour. "I have a small problem." I'd woken up with a real issue, but the solution was right in front of my face. I knew Gray didn't want me to have a lot to do with the demon, so sending him out of the house for most of the day would solve two problems. "I only have the clothes I wore on Friday, and the dress Liv loaned me. Gray won't let me go home. Is there—" The demon's eyes lit up. "I would be honored to acquire new garments for you. I enjoy shopping very much, and have a decent eye. I will ensure that my mistress has the loveliest clothing. Let me get you some cash." I would have to go to an ATM, but I knew there was a convenience store a block away. Surely Gray wouldn't mind me popping down the road. It wasn't far. The demon waved off the thought with a shake of his horned head. "The master would never hear of it. I have a card with which to purchase household items. I will use it. The master has more money than he could possibly use, and he would definitely want his intended to be taken care of. After last night, I consider myself your servant as well as his, my mistress." "Why? What'd I do last night?" I'd seen Syl the night before, but we hadn't spoken. He left a bottle of wine, a pot of tea, and a tray of cookies on the bar before he'd slipped out. It was kind of nice to have someone who always supplied me with food. "You mated properly with my master," Syl said, with great satisfaction. "I know you humans have formalities, but the master knows you are his true mate, so I consider myself at your service." I tried really hard not to flush. "Okay. Good to know." I thought briefly about refusing and arguing, but I was close to figuring out what was bugging me about the pictures on the wall. I could always pay Gray back later, after I had Dev Quinn's insanely large check tucked away in my bank account. "Go then. I'm a size 6. I need something professional for this afternoon, and something dressy for tonight. I like black." The demon bowed deeply and was off in his pursuit of garments. Gray was still running somewhere in the neighborhood. He'd kissed me goodbye 30 minutes before, and I'd wondered why he felt the need to run after all the energy we'd burned off in bed. He'd awakened me 3 times to have sex. Make love. I had to mentally correct myself. Gray and I made love. It was raucous and dirty, and Gray was seriously kinky, but it was love. It was also tiring, and I could use a nap. Not so the inexhaustible Grayson Sloane. He'd put on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt and taken off at a brisk pace. He'd had energy to burn, like his body couldn't shut down. My brain was doing the same thing. There was something off about the pictures.
It had been bugging me ever since I first saw the horrible works of art the Ripper had sent to Gray. One of the photos poked at me. The one of Joanne. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I kept coming back to it again and again. I studied it carefully that morning. There were 3 photos of her, just like all the others. But one in particular kept my interest. At first, I thought it was because I felt as though I'd known the girl. I'd become emotionally invested, and it was messing with my head. But as I continued to look at it, I had a feeling deep in my gut that it was important. I knew there was something there. I stared for a long moment, the heat from the coffee blowing up through the air. What was it about this one picture that bugged me? On the surface, it was no different than the others. Joanne lay on her back, unseeing eyes staring at the camera. Her body was wrapped in silver chains, her hands over her head. I shivered at the thought that I'd probably looked that way last night when Gray had tied me up. I wasn't going to even think about that. It was completely different. I concentrated on the photo. Her torso was sliced open with a neat, surgical precision, but it seemed to me like Joanne had less blood in her picture than the rest of them. Joanne was the only shifter in the group. The unknown girl was a wolf. There was something about her that screamed wolf to me. I bet she came from a different pack than the Dallas wolves, or they would be looking for her. Did shifters bleed less than wolves? I seriously doubted it. Time ticked by. I finished my coffee, and I stared. Gray returned. He yelled hello to me, and that he was taking a shower if I thought I needed one too. I heard that, but only vaguely in the back of my mind. I waved him off, and he seemed to sense I needed space. Why Joanne? If this person was going after wolves, it seemed to me he loved the thrill of the hunt and wresting life from a strong, proud creature. Joanne was a doe. While she might be a little stronger than a human, she had nothing on a wolf. Which one of these is not like the other? Which one of these doesn't belong? I groaned in frustration because it didn't make sense. I turned to the computer on Gray's desk and decided to change tactics. I Googled Jack the Ripper. 30 minutes later, I knew more about the asshole than I ever wanted to. As I would be interviewing him tonight, I should have done it first thing. He'd killed at least 5 prostitutes in the Whitechapel section of London. He'd mysteriously stopped, and some people posited that he'd been caught and either killed or placed in a mental ward. I knew for a fact that he was happily walking the earth plane. Whitechapel. Something stuck in my head about the name. It was a low-rent district in London during Victorian times. So why did the name ring a bell? I quickly typed the words Whitechapel and Dallas into the browser, and got absolutely nothing. I sat back, and then decided to try again. He'd killed wolves from both Dallas and Fort Worth packs. I tried Fort Worth. Nothing. If the computer had a neck, my hands would have been around it. Frustration welled. I knew something was there, but I couldn't find it. Whitechapel plus DFW. Whitechapel Cemetery. The website came right up. I breathed with an expectant air of triumph. It was in Southlake, not far from my own little house in Hurst. The entire metroplex was dotted with small suburban cities, each with their own histories. Whitechapel Cemetery was old enough to have a historical marker. I jumped up and dashed for the bedroom. 20 minutes later, Gray slid me a frustrated look from the driver's side of his truck. I don't see why it had to be this second. I didn't even get to dry my hair. I was watching the GPS. It said we had another 5 minutes until we got there. Gray had been cranky ever since I forced him into the truck. I thought you wanted to solve this case.
Kelsey, I do, he said, with only the slightest bit of condescension. I forgave him because he was a big, bad Texas Ranger, and I was a 26-year-old PI who'd had her license for less than 8 months. But I don't see how going to a cemetery is going to help. I seriously doubt he's burying these girls. He probably puts the bodies somewhere and waits for them to decay.
Joanne's only been dead for a week, I pointed out. It's entirely possible she isn't gone yet. He sighed and turned where the bossy GPS voice told him to.
Possible, but not likely. I think you're trying to put off the inevitable. I told you I would handle Helen Taylor.
Now I wasn't so forgiving. She's my client. I'll handle her. If you think this is such a wild goose chase, then take me a few miles back, and I'll get my car and do it on my own. I needed to pick it up anyway, but I'd put it off since I was going to the vampire club that night. His hands tightened around the steering wheel.
That's not going to happen, Kelsey. Look, your part of the case is over, sweetheart. You were hired to find out what happened to Joanne Taylor, and you did. Case closed. There's absolutely no reason for you to do this.
My heart clenched a little. Why was he pushing me aside? Last night, and the night before, he'd been all about us solving the case together. He told me how much he needed me. He said he couldn't solve the case without me. Today I was supposed to go my merry way? I thought briefly about how casual he'd been at breakfast, like a man completely satisfied with the outcome of the night before. I thought he'd been happy because he had me right where he wanted me, madly in love with him. Maybe, I allowed for the first time. He'd just been satisfied he'd seduced me and could move on. It wouldn't be the first time a man had lied to a woman to get into her pants. It might be the most elaborate lie, but not the first. I thought you needed my help. My voice sounded even. That was good, because I kind of wanted to go straight to screaming harpy. He sighed.
You did a good job. You got me new info. Now I need to handle the case on my own. I'm trained to do this, Kelsey. I have all the resources I need to get the job done.
You can't get into the vampire club.
I'll deal with that problem when I have to.
What kind of plan was that? And I'm supposed to do what? Go back home and forget this ever happened? Go back to pulling police reports for lazy liability adjusters? He turned his deep blue eyes to me. His mouth firmed, and he was ready for a fight.
Yes, that's what you get paid to do. If you don't get back to it, you're going to lose your business, and then what will you do? You worked hard for it.
Then what would I do? This was coming from a man who told me he was marrying me and would treat me like a princess. He had more money than God, but I needed to worry about my business? And he was wrong. I hadn't worked hard. I'd spent most of the time playing solitaire or napping or chatting in the weird little cafe across the parking lot. Now that I was on a case that meant something, I realized how hollow my job had been before. I'd been drifting like I always had. Now I saw something I could be really good at. I could make a difference. Marcus had said last night that my work was important. I liked the sound of that.
Look, sweetheart, there's no reason for us to fight.
Gray's voice went all kinds of smooth. He reached out to play with my knee as he took the last turn.
I have a lot of work to do on this case, and you need to get back to your work. I talked to Jamie this morning. He's going to stay with you for a while, so you can get back to your office. I'll see you on the weekends, okay? Once this case is finished, we can sit down and really talk about the future."
He was dumping me on my brother? My entire body went cold. I hadn't seen it coming. All my instincts went haywire around this man. It shouldn't be so shocking that he was the one who ripped me apart. "Sure, Gray. That'll be fine. Why don't you turn around and drop me off at home?" I had to turn off my emotions, or I would lose it in front of him, and my dignity was all I had left. I could call Liv, and she would help me get my car. Once I was mobile, I could continue on my own. I had that Zach guy's number. I would call him ASAP, and he'd put me in touch with Marcus Vorenus, so he'd know where to pick me up tonight. I had my little black dress, and it would have to do. Maybe Liv could talk me through the whole hair thing over the phone. I thought about anything other than the fact that Gray was dumping me after one night.
"Sweetheart."
I turned to him, perfectly clear-eyed. "Yes, Gray?" I wouldn't take the sweetheart thing personally anymore. He probably called all of his conquests sweetheart. He probably forgot their names. He pulled into the cemetery parking lot. He calmly put the car in park and twisted his big body around to look at me.
"I don't like the look in your eyes."
"Well, you don't have to put up with my looks if you take me home." He tried to pull my hand into his, but I tugged it away.
"Baby, I'm trying to protect you. Your part of the case is over. You can get out."
"You're trying to get rid of me," I stated plainly. He needed to know I wasn't going to fight him on it. He didn't want me? That was cool. It wasn't. It was a gaping wound in my chest that was never going to heal. But I wouldn't cry around him. "Not a problem, Sloan. I know the drill. Take me home, and I won't sit around and wait for your call. I have to say, the whole I love you bit took it a little far. I would have fucked you without it, and probably sooner. Go easier on the next girl."
"Hey,"
he said, his voice an angry huff.
"I don't deserve that."
I wasn't willing to argue with him. He'd tell me he didn't mean it that way, and that he really would call me. He probably would the next time he needed someone willing to play dirty games with him. He was pretty hardcore, and I bet it scared some women off. When he got hard up, he'd remember my name. He'd lie because that's what men did, and he'd get pissed off when I didn't believe him. It was better to argue about something substantial. I won't be some clinging vine, and I won't be the vengeful ex. But I expect something from you, Sloan. If you see me around, I expect some professionalism from you. I'm still on this case.
"Your case with Helen Taylor is over."
I pulled my ace in the hole. Yes, the case with Helen is over, but I have a new boss. My case with Dev Quinn is just getting started. He gave me a large retainer last night and told me to solve this thing. I'm his new in-house PI. I threw open the door as his eyes were widening. I hopped out. I would call someone to come get me so I didn't have to spend another minute with him. "Why don't you be on your way, Sloan? I'll continue my wild goose chase, and you can start looking for your next lay. Don't worry about me. I'm sure Quinn can send a car to pick me up." I slammed the door behind me and willed the tears to shrivel up before they started down my cheeks. I settled the strap of my bag across my chest and walked up to the cemetery gates. They were old and made from wrought iron. At this time of day, they stood open, welcoming visitors.
"Kelsey!"
I ignored the bark from Gray and hoped he would take the hint and leave. I strode into the cemetery, letting the sights, sounds, and smells wash over me. It was peaceful and heavily wooded, The headstones mark the passage of the town's pioneers. The newest stone I could find was from the 30s. This place was more about history than real-world use. It would be a place for classes to come and learn about history, or art students to do those gravestone rubbings they sometimes did. At night, it would be for teens making out or trying to scare the crap out of each other. It was perfect for what our Ripper would want to use it for.
"Don't you think you're walking away from me like that?"
Gray said, hauling me around by the elbow. "Stop," I ordered, and there must have been something about my voice, because he did. The grass. It had been disturbed. There was a faint line, like something had recently driven over it. I knelt down and looked. There were 2 lines, and they were too small and close together to be tires. I shivered as I realized what they were. Feet, splayed out as someone dragged them along. He killed again last night.
"Yeah. I know,"
Gray admitted. I rolled my eyes. He really did want me out of the loop. So much for our grand partnership. He was out of luck. I stood up and followed the line. Here and there I got the faint impression of a footprint in the ground where the grass was thinner. It wasn't a sneaker, because the print was flat, but I would bet it was a man's foot. I walked along, and Gray followed me silently. I followed the trail up a small hill and into a secluded part of the cemetery. No one could see us from the road.
"Kelsey, I can smell something,"
Gray said, stopping me. "What is it?"
"Decomp,"
he replied.
"My senses are better than yours. At least my nose is."
"There's a fresh body here?"
"More than one,"
he replied grimly.
"The only one is really fresh."
Despite his protests, I headed up the hill. When I got to the top, I searched around. And there it was. In the far back, I could see where the ground had been disturbed. He'd tried to pat it down, but nothing could fully cover it up. "Here," I said, standing over it. "We dig here." Gray already had his cell phone in hand.
"This is Lieutenant Sloan for Nicole Ward. Hey, I got a weird one for you."
He gave this Nicole person our present address.
"Bring along whatever you have for soup. Yeah, 1 partial, and several decomposed wolves. Thanks."
He shoved his phone in his back pocket.
"The forensic specialist will be here in 15 minutes. Don't touch anything. She's an expert with supernatural cases."
"I'll try not to damage your evidence with my fumbling, Sloan," I said acerbically, as I forced myself to be content with looking around. There was another place that looked like it had been recently disturbed.
"I don't deserve that either,"
he said in a gruff voice.
"Where the hell is this coming from, Kelsey? You're acting like a scorned woman. But I haven't scorned you. Quite the opposite. I love you. I've already told you I fully intend to marry you. So what's up with the hell hath no fury act?"
"You have a funny way of showing your affection, Sloan."
"My name is Gray,"
he insisted.
"You can't go back to last names just because you've decided you're pissed with me. And you can't lie about working for Quinn because you want to set me off."
"I can do whatever I want, Sloan. You want to shove me off at my brother? Fine. But don't expect me to walk away like some obedient little woman. It ain't happening. And I'm not lying about Quinn. I have a lovely check for 25 grand that I intend to cash at my earliest convenience." I walked a couple of yards to the other pile of earth. It was well trampled down, and little shoots of grass were starting to come up.
"What the hell did you do for $25,000?
The question was ground out of Gray's mouth, and I could see his eyes getting dark. He clenched his fists at his sides. Nothing. Yet. I have to admit, I enjoyed the fact that I could have some sort of effect on him. I was mad. Shouldn't he be too? Tonight, I'm going to the vampire club with Marcus to talk to the original gangsta himself. Quinn is letting me into the club so I can interview the vamp who claims to be Jack the Ripper. Then I'm supposed to check in with my new boss tomorrow.
"You aren't going anywhere, Kelsey."
His hand shook. Strangely, it didn't make me any less reckless. I knew he wouldn't hurt me. Well, he wouldn't physically hurt me.
"If you don't want to stay at home with Jamie, then you can hole up at my place. But you are off this case. You will not be going into that club. I forbid it."
I rolled my eyes. It's not dangerous, Sloan. No one's going to bother me. Marcus explained it all, and he set up our cover. After last night, everyone thinks I'm his mistress, so they'll back off. The tree next to me sort of exploded as Gray shoved his fist through it. I managed to hold my ground, and when he looked at me with red-tinged eyes, I shook my head. I thought we weren't contaminating the scene.
"Fuck the scene,"
he snarled and got into my space.
"What did you do with that vampire?"
I walked around with him, and I talked to him. I explained. I didn't let the halfling back me up a single inch. He introduced me to some people, and they drew incorrect conclusions. He treated me like I had a brain in my head. I liked him.
"Yeah. You like him. Get to know him fast, because I swear I'm gonna kill him,"
Gray said.
"I'll rip his heart out, and then we'll see how he feels about sniffing around another man's woman."
Nice, Sloan. I shot back. Very caveman-like. I don't get the righteous indignation. You're shoving me to the side. Am I not allowed to have a life after Grayson Sloan is done with me? He enunciated his words carefully. I got the feeling he was rapidly reaching the end of his patience with me.
"I am not done with you. You are the most frustrating woman I have ever met. You're going to make me pull out every piece of hair I have, and damn it, woman, I won't look good bald. Let me make this plain to you. You're mine. I'm trying to protect what's mine. He killed again last night. And this morning I got a letter saying you're next."
My mind flooded with possibilities. That's perfect. I can be bait. We set me up and let him come after me. He stared at me for a long moment with his mouth hanging open. It wasn't the first time I had gotten that reaction from him. I wondered if a lot of things knocked the words out of him. Somehow, I doubted it. I thought it was probably a reaction he only had to me. "Are you going to kill another tree?" I asked, after he was quiet for the longest time.
"No, Kelsey,"
he said, a little breathless.
"I think I'm going to give you my gun and let you shoot me. It'll be for the best. It'll be a hell of a lot quicker than the heart attack I'll have someday."
He took a deep breath.
"That is the stupidest thing you've ever said."
I shrugged. "Only because you haven't been around me for very long." He shook his head, and before I could move away, He grabbed me and kissed me senseless.
Okay, baby. I love you. Why is this so important? Why can't you give it up? I would feel so much better if I knew you were safe.
I leaned into him. I couldn't resist this man when he touched me. I melted like butter when he said he loved me. If he really thought I was in danger, he would have come up with some stupid plan to protect me. It's important to me because I can do this, Gray. I can find this guy. I'm tired of hiding. You want me to come out of my shell? Well, this is it. You can't have it both ways. I can go to ground and hide and be the person I've always been afraid I really am. Or I can stop hiding and become who I want to be. I didn't tell him that he was a big part of why I needed to do this. I needed to feel worthy of him. I felt him nod against me.
All right, sweetheart. But I am not using you as bait.
I still need to get into the club. I pressed my luck. You can't kill Marcus.
I found out he's laid a hand on you, and I promise I will,
Gray said. It was time for me to live up to my previous words. It was time for me to be really brave. I like Marcus, but I don't love him. I love you, Gray. He drank the words down like a man dying of thirst. His mouth was on mine, tongue sweeping in with none of his former polish. He kissed me, pressing me against his body.
You won't regret it, Kelsey. I'll take care of you.
And I'll take care of you, I promised. Wow, a surprised feminine voice said. Big old manly love him and leave him Sloan has an honest-to-God girlfriend. Will wonders never cease? The faintest hint of a blush stained Gray's cheeks, and he smiled ruefully at the woman standing on the hill with a large case in her hand.
Hello, Nicole. Allow me to introduce my fiancée, Kelsey Atwood.
He hadn't actually asked me, but I didn't mention that to the perky-looking blonde with round glasses. Her eyebrows practically reached the sky. Seriously? Chambers is going to win a bunch of money. The office pool had you never getting married. Wait, Atwood? As in super hot stud Jamie Atwood? He's my brother, but wow. You have an entirely different notion of hot than I do, I admitted. The blonde grinned as she set down her enormously cumbersome pack. She looked almost too small to be able to carry it, but she did with an ease that spoke of long use. We can't all get someone as gloriously perfect as Sloan there. Besides, I like Jamie. He's the right size for me. Not too big, and not too small. Sloan would crush me. Sloan did kind of crush me, but I liked the feeling. So, where's the site? Nicole asked, looking eager to start working. Gray pointed down, and Nicole grimaced. This is about that serial case you've been working on, isn't it? Wolves, right?
This is where he's dumping the bodies,
Gray confirmed. Nicole surveyed the site and got to work. Gray started to explain what she was doing and how she was doing it. Forensics for supernatural cases tended to be a lot harder than a regular case. For the most part, the evidence collected was meant to be a case for the council rather than a court of law. While the general public believed that supernaturals were myths, the government had known about them for a long time. I knew the Army made use of them. Most law enforcement had carefully selected people who would liaise with the supernatural world. Gray had the hard job of having to deal with the full council, Gray would produce his evidence against the accused to the full council, or a single member who would then take it to the council, and an order would be written. Sometimes it was for incarceration, but often it was an order of execution. If Gray took matters into his own hands, he was forced to stand before the council and have his kill be declared righteous. "How many times have you had to go before the council?" I asked, never taking my eyes off Nicole's incredibly thorough examination of the site. She had an entire chemistry set on a small folding table.
3 times, Gray replied. Luckily, I had excellent evidence, and Quinn isn't on the council. That brother of his is, but he doesn't seem to give a crap about righteous kills. He's a kill-em-all kind of guy.
So, when you take your evidence to the council, do you have to go through the whole ceremonial thing every time? How long do you have to wait for the full council to sit? Gray smiled, and it was that lopsided grin that told me he was embarrassed by whatever he was about to say.
I have a councilman I regularly meet with. He always takes my calls, and has been easy to deal with. Up until now.
Marcus? I guessed.
Yeah. He's an incredibly smart man, and very interested in justice. He's consulted with me on a case or two. I wouldn't call him a friend, but I certainly got along better with him than anyone else on the council. He's quite tolerant, if you know what I mean.
Except when he thinks you're working with Quinn against him. Then Marcus could be quite emotional. I chose to not bring up the subject. So you're willing to kill the only man on the council you actually get along with? Won't that make your job hard?
He touches my wife, and I don't give a damn about my job, darling.
Gray promised.
I have 5 bodies here, Lieutenant.
Nicole was staring at her laptop screen. It was all incredibly high-tech. The laptop was connected to some strange medical-looking equipment.
All 5 of these are female and werewolves. 4 are in an advanced state of decomposition, and the 5th was placed here sometime in the last 24 hours. I'll bag that one and take it back to my lab. But from what I can tell, she died from blood loss. Someone really sliced her up. I think she might be missing a kidney. Ew.
And the other site?
Gray asked.
Strange.
Nicole surveyed the second, smaller grave over her glasses.
Only 1 female. And she wasn't a wolf. It's definitely a shifter of some kind, but I'm not sure what. I've collected a sample, and I'll be able to run it better at the office. My field machines aren't as accurate.
Something gold glinted in the grass a few feet from me. What's that? Nicole made sure the latex gloves she was wearing were snug before she reached down and picked up a small gold necklace that was lying in the grass. She held it up, and in the light I could see it was engraved with a J.
Joanne Taylor,
Gray said, with a sad shake of his head. His cell phone rang, and he looked down.
Speak of the devil. I have to take this, Kelsey. I'll be right back.
I think you'll find she was a doe, I told Nicole. Nicole bagged the necklace in an evidence bag.
I'll start there, then. The latest victim shows evidence of being tied up. Her wrists are burned pretty badly, so it was probably silver.
Gray grabbed my hand.
We have to go, Kelsey. Nicole, can you handle the rest?
Of course,
the efficient tech said.
I'll have my report on your desk Monday morning.
Good,
Gray said, and started to haul me out of the cemetery. Where are we going?
That was Vorenus.
Gray guided me along, his long legs eating up the distance. I ran to keep up.
He's on his way to Helen Taylor's. She got a package this morning.
Oh no, I breathed, picking up the pace.
Tell me she didn't get those pictures. She did, sweetheart, Gray affirmed. The entire Doe community is in an uproar. We have some damage control to do.
We hopped into the truck, and as we pulled away, something about the necklace played around in the back of my mind. When we turned down the narrow road to Joanne Taylor's home, I knew we were in trouble. The street was lined with cars. We had to park a block away and walk. Gray held my hand, but I disentangled us as we approached the house. "I'd like to look somewhat professional, please," I said, at the annoyed look he gave me. We were walking up the sidewalk toward the Taylor's small 2-bedroom home when a limo stopped and Marcus Vorenus stepped out. He said something to the driver, and then the limo slid down the road. His dark eyes turned to us, but if he had an emotion in his body, it didn't show. He was polite and a little cool.
"I've been waiting for you, Lieutenant. I thought it proper that we enter together. We must show that the Council and law enforcement are working together. Good afternoon, Miss Atwood."
I knew Vorenus was an academic, and that meant he could walk in the daylight. That particular class of vampire wasn't the strongest. They didn't begin to compare to warriors, but academics had their own abilities. They were the smarty pants of the vampire world. Their powers were almost entirely mental: persuasion, instinct, intelligence. I'd heard they tended to get obsessed with subjects and became super experts. Even though I know all the facts, I supposed I still thought it would be odd to see any vampire walking in the daylight. But Vorenus practically shimmered in light. As Daniel had been at home in the velvety darkness of night, Marcus belonged in the sun. It clung to him, lighting his skin and nearly giving the man a halo. "Hello, Councilman." It was awkward, because it came out a little breathy, a little flirty. I hadn't meant it to, but the minute I was close to him, I felt more at ease than I'd been before. Gray was all business.
"When did Helen call the Council?" "I received her call about an hour ago," the vampire explained with his calm authority. "She told me what had happened, and I promised I would come. I also promised to inform the king this evening. I was lucky she called me at all. She'd been told that vampires killed her daughter." "Well, that's only to be expected," Gray said, not a trace of compassion in his voice. "Some of the killings took place during the day," Marcus pointed out. "So he had an accomplice. Or he has special talents." Gray wasn't willing to let up. Marcus sighed, as though weary of all the games. "Are you playing devil's advocate, Lieutenant? Or are you accusing me of something?" Gray stared at the vampire with cold blue eyes. "All of the girls went into that club. None of them came out alive. The way I figure, a vampire has to be involved." Why would a vampire waste the blood? I hated the tension between the two of them. "Who knows why a vampire does anything, darling?" Gray emphasized the endearment. "They enjoy games." "Ah, but Lieutenant, vampires are not the only ones who enjoy games. Are they?" Marcus posed the question with the hint of a questioning smile. The vampire looked dapper in a perfectly tailored pinstriped suit and a snowy dress shirt. His red silk tie was a splash of elegant color. "The rumors are that you very much enjoy games. This killer likes bondage.
and I believe has a problem with vampires. Perhaps I don't have to look far to find a suspect of my own."
I put myself in between the two men, who seemed like they were ready to throw down. If the two of you are finished acting like two bulls about to lock horns, you might remember that Marcus was in London with the king when one of the murders took place, and Gray was with me last night. There are security cameras in the parking garage. They can verify his whereabouts until we left. I can verify them the rest of the night. The only person he managed to tie up last night was me.
Kelsey.
Gray radiated disapproval. I guess demons weren't big on sharing.
"Well, apparently everyone knows your kinks, babe," I said with a shrug.
Stop beating the crap out of each other. I'm going in. If you two want to take pot shots, stay out here.
Marcus nodded my way.
"Of course. I apologize." "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'll behave,"
Gray promised. We started to walk up toward the house, the men following my lead. I knocked briefly on the door and was admitted into the house. The air was quiet and thick with grief. The windows were all open, letting in the sunlight and the afternoon warmth. But I felt a chill as I saw Joseph Castle sitting next to Helen Taylor, his meaty hand patting her lightly on the back. The whole herd seemed to have come out. I could tell the deer from the other shifters in the room. They all had wide, dark, gentle eyes. They stood close to each other, as though they could physically share their grief, and in doing so lessen it. I wondered what it felt like to have a whole group of people to depend on, who huddled together in times of trouble, held each other when tragedy struck. It seemed like a beautiful thing to me. And a wolf was among them. Yeah. Somehow, I didn't think he'd come here to protect them. Marcus stepped up, holding out a hand.
"Helen, the council offers you condolences in your time of grief."
Helen took his hand, her head held high. "Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate you coming out."
"You're late, councilman,"
Castle said, a sneer in his voice.
"Do all the vampires have their stories straight?" "Mr. Castle, the vampires are sleeping,"
Marcus replied, his tone revealing nothing of the contempt he must feel for the Alpha. "I come to offer condolences and to introduce Mrs. Taylor to Lieutenant Grayson Sloan of the Texas Rangers. He's handling the case for the human authorities and recently discovered your daughter was involved." Gray tipped his head forward.
"Ma'am, I apologize for presenting myself in such a casual fashion. I was actually working on your daughter's case when I got the call."
Helen's eyes seemed dazed. She looked around like she wasn't really hearing anything, until she focused on me. "Kelsey Atwood?" "Hello, Mrs. Taylor." I was quieter than usual. I felt the heavy weight of guilt. She'd likely been dead before I even got the case. But I couldn't silence that voice that told me I should have found her. I should have been there. I should have known. It's funny how illogical an instinct can be. "Is it true? Did you find her?" I took a deep breath. I did. "I'm so sorry. There's no mistake. I found her body not an hour ago." She stood up and held herself with such dignity I wanted to weep for her. Castle tried to stand next to her. She regally shrugged him off. "I would like to speak with Miss Atwood. Alone." She didn't wait. merely walked off, expecting me to follow. I trailed after her silently, gesturing to Gray and Marcus not to follow me. She walked through the kitchen and into the backyard. It was small and neatly kept, with old shade trees and rose bushes along the chain-link fence. She turned to me, her eyes so much older than the first time we met. "You found my daughter. I thank you for that." Her voice was hoarse. I wondered if she'd screamed when she'd seen the evidence of her daughter's fate. How long would that image stay with her, obliterating all the good memories? She'd been forced to exchange visions of her daughter smiling and alive for horrors untold. "I don't know that you should thank me. I didn't save her. Likely, no one could save her. We're much like the animals we turn into. Always prey. It isn't in our natures to fight, to protect ourselves. We try to run, but everyone else is faster. I don't blame you, dear. I would prefer to know than to be left waiting forever in vain for her to come home." How close had my mother come to that fate? It struck me that the world really was filled with predators and prey. Most people didn't have to face that fact or learn which side they belonged to. Helen Taylor had known from birth. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" She nodded slowly. "You can be honest with me. You're the only one I trust." "Yes, ma'am." I knew what she was going to ask me, and I knew I would tell her the truth, no matter what councilmen and fairy princes, and even Gray wanted. This was a contract between me and Helen Taylor, and I would not break it. "Was my daughter involved with vampires?" "Yes." She took the news with stoic pride. "Do you believe they killed her?" I let out a breath of relief. If she'd left it there, I would have stopped. I was glad to be able to tell her my thoughts. I was sure Castle had been filling her head with his. My instinct tells me no. One of the victims was killed during the day, and the only 2 daywalkers in Dallas have ironclad alibis. She brushed that off with a wave of her hand. "Only academics can daywalk. It's not in their natures to kill in such a manner. A warrior, yes, but not an academic. Castle expects me to believe the king had something to do with this. The king is a good boy." Though I hadn't met the king, simply by his nature he was the baddest ass among badasses. But I liked that docile Helen called him a good boy, like he was just another kid on the block begging for cookies. I can't rule out that some vampire might have an assistant, but it doesn't add up for me. I'm going to the club tonight, and the council promises me an all-access pass. She sighed, and her body sagged down into a worn chair. The vinyl used to have a pattern, but the Texas sun had faded it. Grief had faded Helen Taylor's natural sunniness. "It's good for you to keep looking. Castle doesn't want to look past his own theories. Having a vampire slaughtering were-creatures plays into his political ambitions." I sank into the seat next to her. It didn't surprise me that the Alpha was making trouble.
He'd seemed to be looking for it last night. What's he saying?
That the vampires have made us their slaves. It's the same thing he's been saying since the king forced him to shut down his gambling businesses. It cost him a lot of money, Helen said wearily. I think the werewolf alpha is trying to start a rebellion. And he's using my daughter. I don't care about any of it. I want to know who killed my daughter. I know I didn't pay you much.
It was enough. I didn't mention Quinn's money. I wouldn't have stopped even if he hadn't stepped up. I would still be here. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, Mrs. Taylor. I promise. Her hand came out to slowly pat mine. It was a motherly gesture, soothing and second nature to her.
You're a good girl, Kelsey. Find out who killed my daughter. I trust you. You won't allow politics to sway you.
Ma'am, I don't know enough about politics to let it sway me, I admitted.
Why don't you go back inside?
She let her face find the sun.
I like the peace out here. I think I'll sit for a while.
I started to get up and had made it to the door when her soft voice made me turn once more.
Kelsey?
Yes, ma'am?
When you find him, what do you intend to do?
I intend to kill him, ma'am. I said, because it was the truth.
Like I said, you're a good girl. No one fights for us. It would be nice, for once, to have someone on our side.
Now it wasn't guilt, but responsibility that ate at me. If this really was a vampire, the mysterious Alexander, then the council would likely want it hushed up. I couldn't allow that to happen. The screen door closed behind me, and I could see easily why Helen Taylor wanted to stay outside. The minute I walked into the house, I was struck by the oppressiveness of the grief. I thought it odd that when Helen needed solitude to think and let it all sink in, that she was bombarded with people. I walked through the small kitchen crowded with relatives and friends. The table was laden with food. I noted the requisite Jell-O mold hadn't been touched yet. But then it didn't seem like many people were eating. Even my appetite seemed to have fled. I could hear Marcus quietly arguing with Castle in the laundry room. He was trying to keep it down, but Castle had no such qualms. Gray was off to the side, sifting through some papers. It was probably the letter and the photos Helen had received. He would take them into evidence, but she would never forget. Then I sensed someone watching me. I stopped, not turning. Most people would avert their eyes at that point, but I still felt them on me. I didn't want to fight, but I also couldn't walk away. When I turned, I realized a fight might have been better.
Do you think it hurt?
My heart sure as hell hurt, looking down at Nancy Taylor, aged 15, who had seen far more death in her young life than any kid should. She was painfully thin, in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt emblazoned with the name of some rock band I'd never heard of. I was sure when she'd gotten dressed this morning, she hadn't been thinking she'd attend a wake. I don't know, I answered, knowing I was probably lying. In this, I couldn't give her the truth. It helped no one and offered so much pain. I hope not,
You're the PI my mom hired, right?
Yeah.
I need to talk to you about something.
I cast a short look back at Gray and Marcus. Okay. I followed Nancy down the hall and into her room. It was an explosion of teenaged girl. There were posters of rock stars and actors, and cut-out photos of the hot guys from magazines, alongside pictures of girls and their shining, smiling faces. There were several photos of Nancy and her sister. She was neat for a teen, meaning I could kind of see the floor. I wasn't exactly OCD, so I couldn't complain.
My mom says you're a hunter.
Nancy started, her brown eyes wary. I don't hunt like that. Oddly, I didn't feel the same rush of shame today. I simply explained to her. I was able to meet her eyes as though the night before had purged the shame I'd always felt. I was able to breathe.
So, you don't hunt people like me? You hunt bad guys?
That pretty neatly summed up my new chosen profession. I hunted bad guys. The only way to make up for what my father did was to stop other people from doing it. I try to.
That's cool,
the teenager said.
My dad was killed by a hunter, but not one like you.
Again, no rush of guilt, only a deep sympathy for what had happened. I know. Your mom told me. I'm sorry about that.
Mom thinks Joe was doing bad things.
Wow. How had I gotten into this conversation? It was a veritable field full of landmines. Your sister was trying to get by, like the rest of us. She wasn't bad. The girl shook her blonde hair. The ponytail was like an exclamation point.
That's not what I mean. I mean, Joe wasn't doing it for the reason you think she was.
I sat down on the frilly pink comforter and gave her my absolute undivided attention. I thought she needed the money.
It's true that she lost her scholarship, and Mom didn't know.
Nancy explained.
Joe didn't want to worry her, especially since she applied to the council for a loan. With her grades, she would have easily qualified. It's a program the Queen set up a few years ago. Anyone under council protection can apply for a loan to go to school or get training to get a job. You have to pay it back, but not for a while. And Joe said the interest rate was good, whatever that means.
Every reason I could think of for Joe to be in that club flew straight out the window. Then, why would she work at the vampire club? Nancy played with her hair, twisting it around and around her right index finger.
Joe was really good friends with this girl named Brittany Miles,
Nancy said, and I kept my face perfectly blank. I recognized her as the first victim, but no one else knew she'd been found.
She was a werewolf, but Joe got along with everyone at school. Joe got worried about her when she didn't make it to their weekly movie date. Everyone thinks she's bad news and probably ran away with some guy. But Joe didn't think so.
The room went cold around me, as I knew what Nancy Taylor was going to say next.
and everything fell into place. I had underestimated Jo Taylor. I had looked at her and seen a sweet little doe. I'd seen prey. But sometimes even the sweetest of prey can turn hunter when something they care about is in harm's way. Jo went to the club undercover, Nancy said. She went there to find out what happened to Brittany. She'd played the hunter, and she'd been killed. I wondered for a moment if the same thing wasn't going to happen to me.
Chapter 12. Marcus followed us back to Gray's house after we left Helen Taylor's. There was no more talk of me going back to Hearst, no more pushing me aside. Gray was quiet the whole ride home, as though he knew he'd lost the fight. I couldn't stop thinking about the Taylors. No matter what happened, I had to push on, even if it meant going against the council and the king. No one else wanted justice. No one really wanted the truth, not even Gray. He wanted me safe more than he wanted the truth. But the need burned inside me. The guilt I'd felt before had somehow morphed, becoming a need. I needed to find this killer. Needed to bring him into the light. Marcus and Gray headed to his office, but I couldn't sit there and listen to them go over the case again. I still hadn't figured out what bugged me about the photos, and it gnawed at my gut. I was restless. I headed to the kitchen, where Syl had again been busy. If there's one thing I loved about Gray's, it was the open-all-day buffet. I didn't have to rummage around to find a snack. I didn't have to settle for day-old bread or hustle to a vending machine. Syl always provided. There was a tray of fruit and cheese on the bar, along with wine, water, and juice. I poured myself some juice and downed a ton of crackers and cheese. I sat in the kitchen for the longest time, eating and drinking. It was peaceful after the stresses of the day, but I knew I had the night to come. After a while, I heard Marcus leave, promising to return for me in 2 hours. I sighed, because I didn't want to leave my happy little nest of quiet and food and minty juice. I got up, though. I forced my limbs to move because I had a job to do. Syl had left me 2 very nice outfits laid out on the bed. The shopping bags said Neiman Marcus, so I probably didn't want to look at the tags to figure out how much I owed Gray. I could totally leave the tags on the elegant business suit. I didn't need it at this point. I was going to have to wear the wine-colored sheath dress with an almost Asian-looking neckline. I was surprised at the conservative nature of the dress. The neckline was quite high, and the skirt would hit me a little past the knee. All in all, I had expected a bit more trashy chic from a demon. But then I supposed Syl wouldn't want me to look like a hooker. I was his master's intended, after all. He seemed to take that seriously. I turned on the shower and pulled off my clothes. Gray's shower was one of those walk-in masterpieces of plumbing technology. It didn't have anything so pedestrian as a shower curtain, like my tiny shower tub combo. Nope, this was a little room in itself. I stepped inside and sighed as the hot water hit my skin. I needed to feel clean again. Heat suffused my skin, finally seeming to penetrate. But I couldn't relax. I worried that I might not until I solved this case.
Hey.
Gray was standing in the doorway to the shower. He'd gotten rid of his shirt, and his jeans hung low on his hips. My eyes caught on the tattoo on his chest. Torso, really. It covered his left pec and wound around his body. My demon with the dragon tattoo. What made you pick the dragon?
Somehow it fit him. I couldn't imagine him getting drunk one night and stumbling into a tattoo parlor and picking something random. It wasn't random at all. The dragon seemed to be a piece of him. His eyes were on my breasts, heat pouring off him. But he was still as he replied.
I didn't. I had no choice in the matter. I turned 13, and when I went to sleep that night, I was taken by my father to the hell plane. It was the first time I met him. The first time I had to go there. When I went home, I had this tat. Well, I had the beginnings of it.
He really went to the hell plane? His father was really a hell lord. I knew it on an intellectual level, but seeing that tat reminded me that even hell had its beauty. His jaw had tightened, his body stiffening the minute he told me the truth. I'd shed my shame the night before in telling him my story, but Gray still had his. If it was anything like mine, he hadn't really earned it. I walked up to him, feeling awfully proprietary. We'd had a crappy morning, and my first instinct was to pull away, or it should have been. I always pulled away, but I didn't want to be anything but close to Gray. I ran my fingers along the dragon. There was something visceral about the tat, and I gasped a little when I could have sworn the thing moved. Gray caught my hand and held it there.
Don't. He likes it. He likes it as much as I do.
He? Now that my hand was still, I could feel something. The dragon was warmer than Gray's skin, and there was a restlessness to it, as though the skin was vibrating under my touch. Was it alive? Gray's eyes had that slight tinge of red to them that let me know his demonic half was being stimulated.
It feels good, baby. But I know it shouldn't. You have to move your hand. I like it too much.
Why is it wrong? It might feel good to him, but I kind of like the sensation too. Odd at first, but then it almost seemed to hum against my palm in a pleasant way.
It's part of my demonic life. Kelsey, when I was 13, it was small. It grew with me. And it wasn't like I sat in some chair and had it added to. It's my family mark. My father touched me, and then I had this thing on me. I never changed before that day. Never had the strength. Or power.
Likely hadn't been immortal. His father had somehow turned on his demonic genes. It might account for his human nature. If his father hadn't shown an interest, he might never have been more than a slightly stronger than normal human. His father cared for him. Normally, that would be a good thing, but a Hell Lord's love was probably fairly obsessive. So it's alive? I didn't move my hand.
I don't know. I try not to think about it. But since I met you, I feel it more and more.
His eyes closed.
It feels so fucking good to have you touch me.
Not just him. He meant he liked it when I touched it. Let go of my hand. His eyes came open, and I saw the pain there. He lifted his hand.
Of course.
He didn't understand anything at all. I ran my fingers along the tat, tracing the lines of the dragon. as it hummed against my skin. There was something ferocious about it, but I wasn't scared. It was a part of Gray, and that meant it somehow belonged to me. I petted it.
The damn thing practically purred for me.
When I looked up, Gray's eyes were flashing red, and I saw the beginnings of his fangs.
I don't want you to go tonight. Do you know what I do want?
Oh, I know what he wanted. He wanted me safe, but there was more to it. Deep down, he wanted me to stay home and wait for him, to be the sweet woman who gave up all the danger because she trusted her man to save the world. The caveman inside wanted me tending his elegant cave, serving him dinner, waiting for him in bed. I wasn't that girl. I would never be that girl. But if I could fight my instincts, maybe he could do the same. And maybe there were two sides to the man. Maybe I was talking to the wrong side. I'd seen the human side of Gray. He kept the other side hidden so well, it was easy to forget it existed. But could he ever be happy never feeding that part of his soul? Could he be at peace with the woman who didn't accept all of him? I dropped to my knees in front of him.
What are you doing?
Gray's voice had gone guttural. When I glanced up, his eyes flashed red, and his hands were trembling. I'm taking care of you. All of you. I kissed his tat, feeling it spark off my lips in a way I can only describe as electric. Gray groaned, and he seemed to struggle to stay on his feet. His skin heated under my fingers as I licked the outline of that magnificent dragon. My dragon. Gray's hand sank into my hair, and he pulled me off with a jerk. That brief pain seemed to sensitize my skin, making my nipples hard, my pink parts soft.
It's never fucking done that.
He was panting, his hands on the fly of his jeans. That was when I noticed the way his nails, usually perfectly manicured, had become neat talons.
It grows with me, but I never fucking felt it move on my body. I never felt it want. It wants you.
You want me. It's a part of you. So it gets to have me too. The temperature seemed to have spiked in the room. Hot water splashed across my skin. But it was the sight of Gray peeling his jeans off and tossing them aside, his cock already hard and wanting. His cock. That dragon that seemed restless on his skin. They both wanted me, and they both belonged to me. My own personal demon lover was savage, riding the edge of our morning fight and what was still coming this evening.
I want to kill Vorenus. I want to rip his throat out. I want to kill every vampire who thinks he's fucking what belongs to me. Mine, Kelsey. You're mine. Come here.
I let go of all those old instincts. New ones flared inside me. They were both alien and comforting at the same time. My old instincts were born of pain and suffering. These came from a place deep inside me. My primal self. They were untouched by years of neglect. They were simply me, and touching that dragon, feeling it bend to me, had sparked them back to life. My lover he needed this, needed me submissive to his sexual whims so he could handle what I had to do. He would shove down his hate, his jealousy, his possessiveness, if I would give him these hours of respite. I could do that. I wanted to more than anything. I was his supplicant for the moment.
I suppose there are some women who would never bow in front of a man. But I've discovered that often a true partnership is never equal all the time. It's a trade, a fluid bending from partner to partner when the need arises. One on their knees, worshipping the other, and then the positions flip as easily as day turning to night. I never want to be so strong that I can't love enough to bend. Not even after what happened. But this night, oh, this night, I was happy on my knees in front of my lover.
Link your hands behind your back,
Gray ordered as he moved toward me.
Hold them there until I give you permission to move. If you need it, I'll tie them together.
I can handle it, I said breathlessly. This was a good place to be. I wasn't thinking about inconsequential things like how pretty I was compared to him, or how it all could fall apart. I was only thinking about the warm water on my back, and how gorgeous he was standing there, looking down at me with his deeply blue eyes, his big hands stroking his dick. He had to be careful, because those claws were out. I should have been worried about those claws, about the red sheen to his eyes, but somehow I knew he wouldn't hurt me. The claws, the fangs, the fury I knew sat beneath Gray's calm exterior. They were there to protect me, never to hurt me.
Suck me, Kelsey.
His big body crowded mine, strong legs spread, as he brought that clawed hand to my hair. The edges sizzled along my scalp as he got a good hold. One hand stayed on his cock, guiding it into my mouth. He pressed his dick to my lips, and I got my first real taste of him. I licked at the head of his cock, getting a feel for every groove and curve of him. It was a mix of soft skin and hard muscle.
Take it.
That dark voice of his seemed to have a straight line to my pussy. I kept my hands behind my back, and it forced me to focus on my mouth. I couldn't touch him any other way, so I put all of my love and affection into kissing and licking and sucking him. I dragged my tongue around his cockhead before sucking him inside. He was so big, but I was determined to take him. He was mine, and I would take him all. I looked up, and he was staring down at me, opening himself more than he ever had. He let me see the red of his eyes, licked his tongue over his fangs. Alien. And so beautiful to me. He stared down at the place where his cock invaded, took territory, claimed me. I sucked him deeper, needing all of him. Our connection was electric, a visceral thing I could feel that went beyond the physical. I could drown in him, and I would be happy to go. His hips flexed, and he hit the back of my throat, and it was all I could do not to gag. I concentrated on breathing through my nose, and after a moment, I could focus on the cock in my mouth. I let my tongue whirl around it as I sucked hard when he tried to retreat. He hissed and moaned as he shoved back in. He advanced and retreated, every inch a delicious struggle. I ran my tongue around the head, loving the way the ridge felt in my mouth. When he hit the back of my throat, I swallowed, and Gray nearly cried with the pleasure.
Enough.
He tugged on my hair, pulling his cock from between my lips. His face was savage as he dropped down. His mouth covered mine, threatening to devour me. My tongue played along those fangs of his. So much destructive power, and yet they only brought pleasure to me. His claws tickled across my skin before he palmed my breasts. Every inch of my flesh felt alive and simmering. I was a good girl and kept my hands locked behind my back, offering my body and soul to him. He roamed the plains and valleys of my flesh with his fingers and his tongue. He sucked a nipple into his mouth, and I nearly came then and there.
"Spread your knees further,"
he ordered urgently. He groaned as he forced his claws to recede. He touched me, his fingers soft on my skin.
"I'll keep them sheathed from here on, baby. I want to touch you."
I did as he asked, and he shoved 2 fingers high into me. It was easy, since I was dripping wet. He used his thumb to rub my clit, and I moaned my approval.
"Good. You're ready,"
he said, and I protested when he pulled his hand out.
"Now hands and knees."
I let my hands go and knelt on the wet tile. My knees were spread, and I was about as submissive as a female can be. I was presenting to him, offering for him to take whatever he wanted from me. Gray immediately moved in behind me, roughly making a place for himself at my back. Before I knew what was happening, he had thrust his cock into the hilt. He wrapped his hands around my hips for leverage and started to pound into me.
"You don't forget this when you're with that vampire tonight,"
he groaned as he pushed in with his dick and pulled me back with his hands. I was caught, penetrated, and helpless. And God help me, I loved every second of it. I felt alive as I gave over to Gray, his cock claiming me in the most primal fashion. Over and over, he slammed into me.
"You don't forget who you belong to. You say my name."
"Gray," I managed to cry out as I shoved back against him. He felt so good. I don't know how I survived without this feeling. I was completely addicted to him. He was better than any drunk or high I'd ever experienced. None of that made me feel like I was precious, beloved. When Gray was inside me, I was all the things I feared I wasn't. Lovely and graceful and worthy. I didn't question the feeling. I welcomed it, as I welcomed him. I wanted my body to be his home, his safe place as he was becoming mine.
"You're mine,"
he growled as he found that magic spot deep inside my body.
"You belong to me."
I came apart in that wild rush of pleasure I would always and forever associate with Grayson Sloane. It was a flash fire inside my body, a bomb that detonated deep within and sparked through, bringing life and heat where I needed it the most. The orgasm made my toes curl, my eyes roll back. I belong to you. I was Gray's, and he was mine. I kind of floated down. It was all I could do to stay upright. But then Gray tensed, and I felt him pulse inside me as he came with a low shout. His hand squeezed my hips almost painfully as he ground out his pleasure, filling me up. When he let go, he fell against my back, and both of us lay there on the floor, our bodies satisfied, and my heart so full of him.
"I love you so fucking much."
He growled the words against the nape of my neck. I found a deep pleasure in lying with him. Our bodies in sync, breathing and beating in time, as the warmth of the shower rained down on us. There was peace in this place.
Shit. Oh, baby.
He scrambled off me.
What? I was starting to come out of my lovely languor, and I didn't want that. I turned over and sent him a frown. All of the demon was gone. His eyes were back to deep violet, and his hands were simply big and strong. I was a little startled at the fact that the dragon's eye had closed. It had been open before, looking ferocious and hungry, and now there was a sated sleepiness to the sexy bastard. I'd satisfied that part of Gray. Gray looked younger than before. It was subtle, but I would have sworn the lines around his eyes were lighter, as though some of his worries had fled. His lips curled up, and a soft expression lit his face as he stood up, water dripping off his body.
You are the sexiest, grumpiest kitten ever.
My hair was plastered to my skin, and I was probably a mess, but I felt like I was glowing. I think that's a compliment. He got to his feet and gently hauled me up with him.
I nicked you, baby. I would say sorry, but that was the best sex I've ever had. So I'll get you a bandage and treat you like a queen for the rest of my life. My queen.
He lowered his head and kissed me.
Long and slow this time. I could feel where he'd nicked me. It was a little sting on my right hip. It would bleed briefly and then fade away. Bleed. It would bleed. Because I was alive, and that was what living things did. We bled. When we're wounded, when we're flayed open and laid out, we bleed. I pushed at Gray, and he was the grumpy one then.
What?
I know how Joanne is different. I figured it out. So all the other girls had burn marks on their wrists, and some even across their arms, I explained to Marcus as he drove the Bentley through the streets of Dallas. Night had fallen, and we were on our way to the vampire club. My body still hummed with excitement. It was partially the after effects of sex with my super hot demon lover, but there was also the thrill of the hunt. I could feel it. I was getting closer, and those pictures had given me another clue. I knew how Joanne was different, and it was far more than her species.
They struggled,
Marcus pointed out. His melodic accent seemed even more intimate in the close confines of the car.
It's only to be expected.
But Joanne Taylor's arms aren't burned at all, I finished triumphantly. The vampire slid me a curious stare. He seemed very interested in my thoughts on the case, and I got the feeling he was endlessly fascinated with what I was going to say next. He seemed to genuinely enjoy arguing points of logic with me.
Joanne was a doe. Perhaps she simply didn't struggle at all.
Not buying it, Vorenus. I enjoyed arguing with him, too. Since that moment I figured out what I'd been missing. I'd been filled with the most delicious energy. It practically burst out of me, and Marcus had been so amused by my pacing and talking to myself and the wild hand gestures I make when talking things through that he hadn't noticed that we were running late until Gray had pointed it out with a sour look on his face. Despite Gray's wariness, Marcus and I had been arguing back and forth in a thoroughly pleasant manner ever since. First, even a simple little doe will fight for her life. Second, Joanne Taylor had a backbone. No question about it. Girlfriend had a pair, if you know what I mean. Marcus laughed as his hands expertly steered the big beast of a car.
I have no idea what you mean, but I like the way you say it. Hey, That's enough of that.
Gray growled from the back seat. I turned around and rolled my eyes at my grumpy boyfriend. He was completely against me having anything whatsoever to do with Marcus. I needed him to understand that, besides friendship, I had zero designs on the vampire. Hell, I could barely handle the man I had. I wasn't looking to take on another.
So, why do you think Joanne is different?
Marcus asked blandly. There are many reasons she doesn't fit the pattern, Councilman. For one, she's the only non-wolf.
Wolves are much more common than any other were animal,
Marcus pointed out. Secondly, she's the only one of the victims who was buried separately.
All the wolves were buried in a single grave,
Gray affirmed. Joe was buried separately. He took care with her. She was the only one who was buried with her jewelry. All the other girls were completely stripped down with nothing left to help identify them. Now for my grand finale. And I believe she was dead before he cut her open.
Why do you believe this, Kelsey?
Marcus didn't argue with me. He merely wanted to know how I had drawn my conclusions. Because of the lack of blood, I explained. If you look at her pictures, compared to the rest of them, she doesn't bleed. There's bruising around her neck, and that tells me she was probably strangled to death before she was taken to the warehouse. The bruises are already visible. It also explains why the silver didn't burn her the way it did the rest.
Because dead girls don't fight back,
Marcus concluded grimly. Gray shook his head in the back seat.
All this time, I was paying more attention to the other pictures, for the simple fact that they were more violent. Kelsey comes in and proves that the least violent of all the kills is probably the one that will tell us who the killer is.
I took enormous pleasure at the pride in his voice. He knew her. He liked her. He didn't want to kill her. But he had to. If I was right, my list of suspects was somewhat short. I wanted to start with Professor Peter Hamilton.
Did you have relations with that girl, Councilman?
Gray asked, his question in that Western, all-lawman twang he got when he wanted the truth. It was overkill. It was so weird that I was the soft touch between the two of us. That so rarely happened to me. Gray, let up on him. The vampire waved his hand to silence me.
It's all right, Kelsey. It's a legitimate question. The answer is no. I did not have sexual relations with Miss Taylor. I did, however, feed from her. I did so several nights in a row, and now I understand why she sought me out.
She looked for you? I wanted to know everything about what she'd done while she was investigating.
Yes,
Marcus replied.
I thought she seemed out of place. By nature, the girls who choose to work the clubs are harder, tougher than Joanne Taylor was. Perversely, her very softness was alluring to every vampire who walked through the door.
See, I don't get that, I said, as the bright lights of the city flowed by. That other vampire, Michael, thought I was soft, and you agreed with him. You guys must have an entirely different version of soft than me. Marcus had the temerity to chuckle.
You might be prickly on the outside, Kelsey, but on the inside, you long. We can feel it, especially myself, given my talents. You long for someone to take care of you, the way your father never did. You long for someone to love you, just the way you are. And you're not even sure of who that is yet. But you want a man who will be willing to stand by you while you discover it.
I wasn't sure I liked being such an open book to anyone, much less a bunch of vampires. How can you see that much when you barely know me?
2,000 years of interactions with other human beings can refine your ability to see past defenses,
Marcus said.
It's also one of my talents. Academics aren't the strongest, so we adapted. We can sense what humans need. It makes it easier to feed. You are very resilient, Garamia, but there's such softness on the inside.
Gray frowned from the back seat.
Hey, I don't know what you called her, but don't. It sounds awfully intimate. She is soft, though, and sweet when she wants to be. She can flay you alive when she thinks you've done her wrong.
I flushed, because I really could. It was time to get back to the subject at hand. So, Joanne sought you out?
The vampire nodded his agreement. She seemed out of place with the others. She wore the clothes that were provided for her, but she took no pleasure in them. She was always trying to cover more of herself. I thought it odd that she covered a designer dress with a sweater. I asked her why she was there, and she told me she needed the money. For 3 nights she allowed me to feed from her. I felt her distaste, so I fed from her wrist. It's less intimate. On the 4th night, I simply offered to pay for her school. I wouldn't miss the money, and she needed it. It was painful to watch her, but she turned me down and sought out another vampire. I decided it was her game. I was wrong. What a dangerous game she'd played.
Did she ever ask you about Brittany Miles?
We were approaching the club, and Marcus slowed down the Bentley. She asked if I met her. I said I had. She's one of the girls I did bed. She was a hard girl, very aggressive. I told Joanne that she had moved on after me. She seemed to be working her way through the vampires. Before me, she had Michael and several of the visiting vampires. After me, she allowed Alexander to make an appointment with her. And he's seriously Jack the Ripper?
Gray snorted a little, a show of his suspicion.
Don't all you vampires claim some historical relevance?
Marcus pulled to the side of the road, putting the car in park. He met Gray's eyes in the rear-view mirror.
Do not doubt it for a moment, Lieutenant. He is everything that history claims him to be, and so much more. He is incredibly clever. He's been careful for the last 10 years. He knows that if he steps out of line even once, the king will have him executed. If he's working again, then he'll do anything to keep it quiet. I believe this is where you leave us, Lieutenant.
Gray sighed and made sure he had the keys to my Jeep in his hand. He leaned up and pulled me in for a quick, possessive kiss.
You be careful.
His hand cupped the back of my neck.
I love you.
I love you too, I said, the words coming more and more easily to me. He turned to the vampire, his expression turning forbidding in a second.
And you? Will be horribly murdered if I so much as lay a hand on your lovely woman.
Marcus concluded the coming threat with a jaunty wave of his hand.
I will take good care of Kelsey. See that you do.
Gray hopped out of the car with his bag of equipment. He was going to watch the club from the parking garage I previously staked out. He was also going to get my car and pay for any tickets I'd gotten, since he was the reason I'd had to leave it behind. I watched him quickly fade into the background as Marcus pulled away from the curb. He drove the last block and stopped in front of a huge row of Victorian townhomes I now knew were all connected. Anticipation thrummed inside me, a beast who wanted out of its cage. The valet hustled to open my door.
"Good evening, Miss Atwood,"
he said solicitously.
"Welcome to the club. Miss Sears is looking forward to making your acquaintance."
I waited for him to take the keys from Marcus, who nodded briefly and joined me, his hand immediately finding the small of my back.
"Did I mention how beautiful you look tonight?"
"I believe you failed to do so," I replied, not recognizing the teasing vixen coming out tonight. I was enjoying Marcus's good-natured flirting. Gray had unleashed a monster. The vampire smiled brightly.
"Then let me tell you that you are stunning tonight, Kelsey. You look every inch the lady."
I wondered if that wouldn't actually be a problem. "Are you sure I'll fit in? I saw what Joanne was supposed to wear. I think I'm dangerously overdressed."
"You're perfect. As I said, you're a lady. You look like my mistress tonight. I'm a possessive man, a creature of my time. Anyone who knows me knows I would object to a woman of mine wearing what some of the club girls wear."
I would probably spend the entire night worried something was going to fall out, so it's best I stay covered, I admitted, as we walked up the steps. The entrance to the club opened, and a tall, statuesque blonde stood in the doorway. She didn't have my modesty problems. She was dressed to kill, in a bright red, skin-tight gown with a plunging neckline. Her face should have been on a magazine cover, and her chic platinum hair was cut short. I studied Stacy Sears and understood why Marcus thought I was soft. Anyone would look soft compared to her. She was beautiful and undeniably hard.
"Good evening, Councilman,"
she said, with a deferential nod. Marcus returned her nod, but I got the feeling he didn't particularly like this woman.
"This is my new mistress. Her name is Kelsey Atwood. I expect her to be treated with respect." "Well, considering the calls I've got about her, how could I not?"
The blonde put a hand on her hip. She was slender, and her hands were elegant and obviously well taken care of. I wanted to hide mine. I didn't go to a manicurist. I bit my nails often when I was thinking through a problem. As though he knew what I was thinking, Marcus tangled his fingers in mine and gave me a reassuring squeeze. Stacy continued her speech as she ushered us inside.
"I got a call from Zach Owens threatening all manners of horrors should I allow anything bad to befall you. I've never seen him so concerned about anyone, except his wife. Are you his long-lost sister or something?"
Nope. I took in the surroundings. I gawked pretty openly. The entire place was plush and very old world. The carpet beneath my feet was oriental, and the entire place looked like it was lit with faux gas lamps. It was easy to think I was walking into Victorian England. Alexander Sharp must feel at home here.
"Then I got a call from Dev, telling me to answer whatever questions you have,"
Stacy said.
"And trust me, Dev Quinn doesn't call unless it's really important. So tell me, what does Marcus's mistress want with me?"
"I'm a private investigator," I explained.
I think you're missing some girls." Her eyes got wide. "You mean those girls aren't slacking off? They're in serious trouble?" Yeah, there was no soft way to say it. "They're dead." The blonde sagged a little. "Shit. I'm sorry. I was being rude. Please, come into my private dining room. Marcus, Henri asked me to tell you he's looking for you." Marcus sighed. "I know what it is about, and I need to speak with him. Cara mia, do you mind?" Not at all. I actually thought the blonde would talk more without Marcus around. "Stacy, you will take care of her." It wasn't really a question, more like an imperial command. "I'm not a monster, Councilman," the blonde said. "I don't leave humans to their own devices here." Marcus's eyes narrowed. "I know one woman who would disagree with you. Understand, this is my woman. I will not deal with you the same way the king did. You will find I have less compassion, and I will not listen to my woman's advice when it comes to such a thing." With that said, he turned and walked down the corridor. That sounded like a threat. I wondered what had set off the normally even-tempered vampire. That's because it was. Stacy returned, looking me over. "You're human, right? You're not one of those glowy companions, are you?" I shook my head. I make it a habit to never glow. The blonde smiled, her first real emotion of the evening. "Good. I can't stand those bitches. Come on in, and tell me what the hell is going on with my girls. Let me buy you a drink." Yes, it was good Marcus was gone. She'd relaxed the moment he left. Now we could get down to business. A woman after my own heart. 10 minutes later, I was enjoying a margarita on the rocks as I filled in Stacy Sears. She seemed genuinely upset, and I was beginning to understand that her emotions were reserved for a select few, her girls being in that small circle. She sighed as she thought about it. "I doubt it was a vampire." "I do too." "They wouldn't waste the blood, and they would never bring anyone else into it. They're secretive. Even the ones who hate the king respect the law concerning keeping their presence hidden. I know that everyone's going to point a finger at Alexander, but why would he start up again after more than 100 years?
You think he's a model citizen?
If Alexander Sharp had an accomplice, it could be a woman. I doubted it, but I wouldn't refuse to consider it. He would likely have a lot of exposure to this woman. Stacy laughed, a husky, almost masculine sound.
"Hell no. I have no doubt that he still kills from time to time, though no one can prove it. And believe me, they've tried. The king would love to execute him, but he doesn't have cause to order a righteous kill proclamation. That's my whole point. Alexander has learned to keep quiet. Why bring in others?"
I toyed with the crystal as I thought about what she'd said. It made sense, but I had to cover all my bases. If Alexander Sharp wasn't involved, then someone was trying to make damn sure it appeared he was. "Do you keep records of who sees whom?" Stacy nodded and slammed back the rest of her drink. A well-dressed man came forward to refill it.
"Of course. I can give dates, times, and room numbers. I'll have my books copied from the last several weeks and sent to your office. I keep records of what goes on in the club. But what happens after hours, or off grounds, is a mystery."
You think the girls were seeing the vampires in places other than the club?
I would be shocked if they didn't. Look, I never meant to become the madam of the supernatural world. It just kinda happened. When the king took over, he freed the slaves. It was a naive thing to do, and that's coming from a former slave.
You? I was surprised, because looking at the proud woman, the last thing I thought was slave.
Yes. I grew up in a vampire household in New York. She explained simply. The vampire who wanted to see Marcus, his name is Henri Jacobs. He was my mother's master. As masters went, I couldn't complain. He was actually quite kind. He sent me to college for a business degree and got me the job running this place. The horror stories I've heard make me think I had it good. Anyway, the problem with freeing slaves meant there was a huge hole in who would feed the vampires.
So I understand Dev Quinn came up with this plan.
Cool blue eyes rolled. As if. I came up with this plan, and I went to Dev, and believe me, that took some guts. I told him I could institute it and have the entire system up and running in 6 months. It took me 3. It's a good system, damn it. The girls get cash, and the vamps get fed. I'm not going out and forcing these girls to work. I put out the word that I was looking, and I was willing to pay top dollar. And they came in droves.
I could imagine. So, you set them up with clothes?
And taught them how to do their makeup and hair, and made damn sure that they were strong enough to defend themselves if they needed to.
I could hear the frustration in her voice. It was the sound of someone older and wiser, watching kids make the same mistake she had, and not being able to do anything about it.
I also taught them to never take a vamp outside Ether or the club, where there are paid bodyguards to help them out if they need it. I taught them to not fall for their damn Johns.
I was betting she had, and that a wealth of experience caused her to be so adamant about the girls protecting their hearts. Somewhere along the line, some vamp had broken hers. Were the relationships supposed to be short-term? She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, and she gracefully rested her chin in her palm.
I trained the girls to never sleep with the same vamp more than a couple of times, and then put some distance between them. You know what it's like. I can't imagine how powerful it is with someone as old as Marcus. You know how they can pull you in. When a vamp really wants to, he can make you feel like there's nothing in the world except him. In that moment, the two of you are all that matters. You would do anything for him. And you get the feeling that he would do anything for you. It can feel like love. It can feel like the most potent high imaginable. And you have to treat it like a drug. Fall in love with the drug, not the dealer.
You think some of the girls fell for the same guy? I didn't know how it felt, but it couldn't be better than when I was with Gray. What we had really was love. I told myself that. I didn't need a lecture, because I had the real thing. She sighed.
It was probably inevitable. I was naive if I thought they would really listen to me. You know how young people are. They always know better. But I still don't see why a vamp would kill these girls. For the most part, vampires are protective of the women who feed them. They might not love you, but they tend to be grateful. There's always the bad apple, but even Alexander minds his manners. For the most part. I try to properly match him. I try to find girls who won't mind how rough he is.
A girl like Brittany Miles?
Stacy flushed. Yeah, a girl like her. I said I wasn't a monster. If it hadn't been for you, there might have been a lot of violence. The vampires weren't going to go hungry. I'm not judging you. Her eyes narrowed as she took me in and made a decision about me. You aren't, are you? Most women do, you know. The man who had been carefully refilling our drinks re-entered the small, intimate, private dining room. He approached Stacy and whispered something in her ear. And where is the councilman? She asked. I believe he is still with Mr. Jacobs. The young man explained solicitously. I overheard them asking for a call to be set up in the conference room. I believe they are going to speak with the king about a business matter. Ruby red fingernails drummed along the solid oak table. That's a problem. Well, please inform Mr. Sharp that I need him to wait until such time as the councilman can join us. The young man looked ill at the thought of having to relay the message to the vampire. It seemed that Marcus's meeting was going to give me an enormous amount of freedom. I likely should have been wary, but a confidence I'd never known had been flowing through my veins for hours. I was ready to take on anything. I take it Alexander Sharp is waiting to speak with me, and Marcus is sadly preoccupied with business? That would be the way of it, Stacy agreed. And Alexander won't like waiting. If we take too long, he'll feed and disappear, and you'll have to come back tomorrow night. As it happens, I have plans for tomorrow night. I didn't have firm plans, but they involved being with Gray. If I had to work tomorrow night, I wanted it to be on something he could be by my side at. I also seriously doubted he would be patient enough to let me get all dressed up and spend a second night with Marcus. So I guess I have to tackle Mr. Sharp on my own. Seriously? Stacy stared at me like I'd grown 2 heads. Is he going to attack me right here? Are you putting me alone in a room with him? She shook her head. No, he's waiting in the lounge. There are at least 20 people in there. But it really is best if you have Marcus with you. You're going to be a hit with the vampire crowd? Oh, yeah. You're lovely. And there's something about you that will attract them like flies to honey, she said simply. I've been around them long enough to know. I can already see what Marcus sees in you. You know, it's been forever since he took a woman as his mistress. He's absolutely the pickiest vampire I've ever met. Most vamps will do anything to keep a female with them. But Marcus prefers to be alone if he's not truly engaged. And what does Marcus like? Though I was committed to Gray, I was still curious about my Italian escort. She thought about it for a moment before answering. He likes complicated women. He wants them lovely, of course, but mere beauty isn't enough for him. I wouldn't say he has a physical type, just lovely and complex. If you throw in a side of danger, Marcus will come panting. I stood up. Well, I am certainly complex. I'm also not particularly good at following orders. Please take me to Mr. Sharp. I want to get this interview out of the way. Are you sure? Marcus is likely to be mad. I can handle him. I knew something she didn't. Marcus didn't care about me the way she thought he did. He would probably be thrilled we could leave, and he could get along with his evening. Now that it was clear I was happy with Gray, I was certain the vampire would lose any interest he had in me, if it had been there in the first place.
perfect red lips tugged up in a smile, and Stacy Sears elegantly rose from her chair.
Then I suppose I can handle the fallout as well. I like you, Kelsey. You aren't at all what I thought you would be. Can I give you a small piece of advice about the councilman?
I shrugged.
Sure. What I said to the girls goes for mistresses too. He won't ever marry you. A vampire always wants a companion. They'll play around with humans, take good care of you, and make you think they love you. But in the end, when a companion comes along, they'll leave you.
I felt for her. There was no way that bitterness hadn't come from experience. I could put her mind at ease about one thing. Then it's a damn good thing I don't love him.
Stacy reached out and took my hand. Make sure you keep it that way. Keep hold of my hand. The club is trapped. There are all sorts of strange magic in this place. If you're not with a vampire, you need someone who lives here to guide you through, or you'll find yourself trapped. Once some dumbass vamp brought a human in and left her alone, and it took us 2 days to find her.
She led me down an elegant hallway. I could hear the sound of music playing. It was getting louder, and I decided the lounge area must be hopping. A vampire smiled as he strode out of the lounge ahead of us. He stopped in his tracks.
Stacy, is this a new girl?
He asked, as he looked me over assessingly.
Because if she is, then I'll take her. She's so different. She's Marcus's new mistress.
Stacy finished for him.
Damn,
he cursed.
Don't guess you have a sister.
Stacy ignored him as she pulled me along.
Get used to that. When it happens, tell them who you are, and they should back off. Use Marcus's name like a blunt instrument. Trust me, no one here wants to cross him.
The lounge was lit with low lights, giving the place a private, intimate feel. My eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness, and I could see couples swaying on the dance floor to the strong, seductive beat of music. I recognized one of the girls, a wolf, from the school Liv taught at. She had been in the graduating class the first year Liv had joined the high school group. Though I'd promised not to judge anyone, I wanted to walk over, snatch her out of the vampire's arms, and escort her straight home. I understood the need, and it didn't bother me on an intellectual level, but seeing someone I knew...
There he is.
Stacy stopped and pointed to the man sitting in an elegant armchair, watching the dancers with a blank expression on his face. He seemed to be waiting, sitting utterly motionless, as though he could trick someone into thinking he was harmless. But I saw through him. He was a predator, and a savage one at that. He was the first man I'd seen walk into the club the night I staked it out. I remembered that night well. It was the first time I'd laid eyes on Marcus, and I thought he reminded me of a hawk. This man was something different. He was a spider, moving slowly, all his limbs a testament to delicate, graceful death. He would weave a gossamer web, and then catch his prey and gleefully devour it. He would take his time, enjoying each bite. I swallowed as I watched Alexander Sharp, because I had no trouble seeing him as a serial killer.
Mr. Sharp.
Stacy greeted the vampire. He didn't get out of his chair, merely inclined his head, and his dark eyes took us in.
Miss Sears. I take it this is Miss Atwood.
His accent was perfectly British, upper crust, without a hint of Cockney to tarnish it.
I am. I have a few questions for you concerning a series of murders.
His lips quirked up.
Doesn't everyone, dear?
He held his hand out. It was long and graceful, like the hand of a surgeon.
Please, join me. I've been properly threatened into answering your questions.
I sank into the seat opposite him. The chairs were close. Our knees almost touched, and I wished it wouldn't be so terribly rude to shove the chair back because I didn't want to accidentally have any contact with this man. I merely slid my knees to the side in a ladylike fashion.
If you're all right here, I'll go see what's holding up the councilman,
Stacy said.
Remember what I said about the club. Stay here until I or Marcus returns for you.
Stacy turned and strode out of the room. I was alone with the vampire.
So, dear Marcus Vorenus has finally set aside his unrequited love for the luscious Zoe,
the Brit drawled. His eyes slid across me as he appraised everything about me. I could feel it like a rabbit must sense a cougar.
Or has he? You'll forgive me, but you don't look like the mistress of one of the most powerful vampires in the world.
Really? I asked, trying for jauntily unconcerned. I suppose I should be more beautiful. His lips curled up, and I feared I'd fallen into a trap.
I was referring to the fact that I happen to know the good councilman prefers to eat early in the evening rather than late. And your neck is smooth. It's quite lovely. And perfectly untouched. He likes it from the neck. I believe he thinks it's more romantic. You see, I make it a point to know the habits of those around me.
And there went our cover. My relationship with the councilman is no concern of yours.
So, it is a ruse,
he deduced with great satisfaction.
Your law enforcement?
Vampire politics seemed to be a veritable minefield. So I chose to leave Dev Quinn out of my explanation. Quinn seemed to have made a place for himself in this world, but he had also pissed a bunch of people off. It was easier to go with a simple explanation. No. I'm a private investigator. I was hired to find Joanne Taylor by her mother. He sighed, and there was pleasure in it. His hands caressed the plush velvet of the armchair, as though he was touching a lover.
Yes, the lovely doe. Her eyes were wide and brown. It isn't often that graceful creatures allow us such delightful access to their charms.
I was a little nauseous at the thought of Joanne at this man's mercy. The werewolves don't do it for you? He wasn't put off by the question at all. If anything, he leaned forward, as though sharing an intimate secret with a friend.
The wolves are fine, but somewhat rough. It's difficult to shock a wolf, if you know what I mean. I like to see the surprise in their eyes.
Yep.
He made my skin crawl. You mean fear. You like to scare your lovers. One shoulder came up negligently.
You consider it fear? I think of it as an arousing game. I never hurt the girls. Too much.
You met with Joanne. I didn't want to get into Alexander Sharp's predilections. Her appointment book stated she had a date with you shortly before she disappeared.
Well, I wasn't about to let something so sweet and docile get past me. Unfortunately, she was more interested in the whereabouts of some other girl than she was in partaking of what I had to offer.
She asked you about Brittany Miles.
Only until I used enough persuasion to get what I wanted.
The vampire was casual, as though rape was on the same level as a white lie. You took her by force. I was pleased that the question managed to come out somewhat civil. I wanted to shout, a low thrum of anger starting in my belly. My skin began to heat. The vampire's laugh was brittle and boomed through the room.
Silly girl. You can't force a prostitute. They know their place. And if they don't, they certainly do after I'm done with them.
These women are under the protection of the council. I promised myself I would have a long talk with Dev Quinn when I updated him. He was completely unconcerned with my threat.
Then they should complain to the council. I'm sure Quinn put in some form of a system for situations like this. That fairy is careful. I'm afraid you won't find a single working girl who'll stand up and protest. They like what I give them. Trust me. No one knows how to make a whore scream the way I do.
He leaned forward, and I forced myself to hold my ground.
Go on, Miss Atwood. Ask the question you really want to ask. Normally, I refuse to answer, but I'll tell you the truth. You intrigue me.
I should have avoided the trap, but I was far too curious. Were you really Jack the Ripper?
Oh, yes.
He breathed.
I was. I am. Does something like that ever really die? I terrorized London, but they never understood. I was an artist. I killed. Well, one forgets one's first fumbling attempts, but it was many more than the 5 they give me credit for. I was a doctor, you see, so I knew the disease those whores spread. I had to watch many a decent man suffer and die because he couldn't resist their siren call. I was doing the city a favor. My fatal flaw was a savage need for credit. I should have worked quietly, but it all turned out for the best.
You were caught and killed, weren't you? He stared straight at me.
Yes, I was. And by a clever girl, much like yourself. You remind me of her. Something about the eyes. She put the pieces together and came for me one night. A little thing she was, but ferocious. She was stronger than she looked. I always wondered how the council missed her. They're good at finding hunters like her.
I thought hunters hunted supernaturals for the council. My grandfather had been one, but he didn't have any power beyond his natural strength and long practice.
Are you serious?
He sat back.
Are you joking with me?
Joking was the absolute last thing I was thinking about. What do you mean? Why would I joke? I'm here on serious business, Sharp. A smile of pure pleasure broke over his face. It was a frightening thing to see.
I can see that. I can see that you're quite serious. Such webs they weave. Who am I to tear them down? Anyway, like I said, this girl had no training and no idea what power she possessed. I didn't know what she was at the time either, which was why I underestimated her. It was my misfortune that she was an activist. You know the type. Wide-eyed, idealist, trying to save the world. Those instincts of hers took over when she found me, and I was gutted before I could quite close my hands around her throat.
Something about the way he said instincts caused me to get goosebumps. It made me think of the way I had fought the wolves in the alley. I was also thinking about the way he talked about webs being woven. I had to wonder who was the spider and who was the fly. You think she was a soup who didn't know it? He hesitated for a moment before continuing on.
Some humans are born with true killer instincts. I'm not talking about soldiers, or even murderers. I'm talking about something else entirely. They remind one of wolves in the way they track their prey. The Council has always tried to find and train these humans. But this girl had gotten away.
So she killed you? And Jack the Ripper was relegated to the history books.
Except I did not die. Not really. Unfortunately, for her.
His eyes lit at the thought of what had happened next. You killed her.
Oh, yes,
the vampire said with relish.
After my training with the Council was done, I was allowed to settle in the United States. But not before I returned home one last time. I was the hunter then, and her screams still make me sigh. She had your eyes.
Sharp crossed his legs, and his body relaxed into the chair, like he related a pleasant story, instead of confessed to multiple murders.
Tell me, dear, have you found Joanne yet?
I did. In White's Chapel Cemetery. I watched him carefully.
How very obvious. Please tell me you don't suspect I would do something so transparent.
He looked horrified, as though he'd been accused of doing something socially awkward. No. But I wonder if you don't know who did, I said, concentrating on every nuance of his expression. Have you met a man named Peter Hamilton? He seemed to pulse with some strange form of joy, as though we were playing a game, and he'd discovered he'd finally found a worthy opponent.
Very good, Miss Atwood. Yes, I have indeed made the mad professor's acquaintance. He accosted me one night outside this very club, though he'd left me a present the night before. It was the only reason I agreed to meet the man. I found his gift intriguing. I could only presume what his gift had been.
What did he want from you?
Immortality, of course. Turns out the good professor has a brain tumor. He only has 6 months to live. It's made him quite mad. He believes I can cure him.
He believes you can turn him?
Yes. I didn't have the heart to explain the truth to the bugger. Besides, we all like to have our admirers, don't we? I think I could very much admire you, Miss Atwood. I find you endlessly fascinating. The room got cold around me as the vampire smiled at me. I knew that no matter how this case turned out, Alexander Sharp wasn't finished with me. I was on his radar, and I couldn't even use Marcus's power to keep him away. He knew Marcus and I had nothing between us. He would enjoy toying with me. Something behind me caught his attention. Oh, it looks like he's left me another one of his trinkets.
One of the doormen walked forward, carrying a small wrapped box. Alexander Sharp held out his hands, and then motioned the servant to exit.
Would you like to do the honors, my dear?
I didn't want to. I had a suspicion, but I found myself untying the neatly placed crimson bow and lifting the lid off the box. Even in the dim light of the club, I could plainly see the heart wrapped in tissue paper. I shoved the box away and stood up with one thought in my head. He'd just delivered the package. He might be waiting to see if Sharp would show up to acknowledge him. He might be standing outside, waiting eagerly to see if his god accepted the offering.
Oh, I feel sorry for him,
the vampire muttered, but I was already racing to get out of the lounge. Chapter 13. I rushed past vampires in the lounge who tried to catch my attention, but I stopped when I made it into the hall. I physically couldn't keep going. It was as though the walls themselves were threatening to close around me. They seemed almost alive and pulsating with menace. Whispers. I heard them coming from all sides, from the walls and the floors and the fixtures. Everywhere I turned, something was beckoning, trying to lure me into the rooms. Traps. Stacy had mentioned something about traps. It looked like I was getting the full measure of one.
Calm down and breathe through it.
Alexander Sharp's precise British accent cut through the panic I felt. He stood behind me, staring at me, curiosity in his cold blue eyes. He was long and lean, and dressed in a conservative suit and tie. What had she said? I needed a vampire to escort me, or else the club would try to hold me. I felt it pulling at me. At first the whispers had been threatening, but they changed tactics. Now they soothed and tempted. They told me all the wonderful things that could happen if I opened the doors to certain rooms and stepped inside. When coaxing didn't work, it went back to fear. I would die if I didn't make it behind locked doors. It sent images of all the things that would come after me if I didn't leave this hallway immediately. Could you please get Marcus?
I wasn't about to hold his hand. I let my hand find the wall to steady myself, because the magic was making me nauseous, and the slightest bit dizzy. Touching Alexander would be worse.
And stop this interesting test. Never. I think you're different, Miss Atwood. I would like to know how different you are. I begin to believe there's a reason a high-powered councilman is wasting his time on a woman he isn't fucking. He thinks you're a hunter.
What is that supposed to mean? I practically snarled the question, because I was getting damn sick of being left out of the joke. I took that deep breath Sharp had advised me to take, and tried to banish the nausea I felt.
It means you can get the bloody hell out of here on your own if you try.
He leaned casually against the very wall that threatened to close in on me.
Think about it. Your prey could be getting away. He's probably standing outside, waiting to see if I will favor him with immortality's kiss. Bugger's been reading too many novels, if you ask me. He's waiting. But he won't wait forever. How do you like the fact that he's standing out there, and you're stuck in here?
I didn't like it at all. It didn't sit well with me. If he was out there, then I wanted my hands on him. I wanted to run him to the ground, and to feel him quake with fear when he realized I was after him. It started like it had with the wolves. The instinct started as a tiny ember in the pit of my stomach. It was a whisper at first, telling me I could break free of this magic. Alexander Sharp's bored voice sliced through my thoughts.
Then again, perhaps you're a silly little human. What's the fun in that?
I growled at the killer, and it was right there in the back of my mind that I could gut him like the first hunter had, but this time it would be more permanent. I could end him and avenge my brethren. I wasn't sure where that thought had come from, but it was compelling all the same. There must have been something in my eyes, because the vampire took a step back when I turned on him. His dark eyes widened, as though he was pleasantly surprised. Still, he kept his distance.
Yes. There you are. There's time enough for our game later. Right now, your prey is that way.
He pointed down the hall, and suddenly I remembered how to get out of here. The voices were still calling to me. I didn't break through the wards or anything. I simply found it easier to ignore, since I was completely focused on one thing: bringing Peter Hamilton to justice. He'd killed and tortured and ripped apart 6 women in an attempt to save his own pitiful life. He couldn't be allowed to get away with that. It was my job to see that he never did it again. I slapped my left hand on the wall. If I kept in contact with that wall, I could make it to the front door. I wouldn't get lost if I didn't lift my hand. It was like a maze. I slipped off the 3-inch heels. I didn't need anything to hinder me. I ran down the hall, sensing the vampire behind me. He watched everything I did with an avid interest. I couldn't let that faze me. I almost ran into another vampire turning from the main hall down the one that led to the lounge. His eyes widened, and he backed away from me.
See, love, he knows instinctively what you are,
I heard Sharp saying as he jogged to keep up with me. The carpet beneath my feet gave way to hard wood, and I could see the front door.
I felt a wave of triumph suffuse my body. I could see the end, and I couldn't even hear those voices whispering. I'd beaten them. They couldn't hold me. I felt my power in that moment. It hummed through my veins. The doorman caught a glimpse of me, and then got the hell out of my way. My panic had morphed into pure predatory need. I stalked into the night cautiously. If I ran, I might tip off my prey that something was wrong. The cool air hit my skin, and I noticed that the moon was full. It hung huge in the sky, a perfect harvest moon. It illuminated the yard as I carefully looked around. Sharp came to stand beside me, and that was all I needed. He appeared across the street. He emerged from behind a line of bushes that ran the length of the parking garage. I'd watched the place from a few nights ago. Professor Peter Hamilton stepped almost shyly from his hiding place, and his eyes were on the vampire. He walked across the street and entered the yard in front of us. He didn't even realize I was there. He was focused on the vampire. Hamilton's eyes were wide, his hands open as if in supplication.
Did you like my gifts, Dark One?
Yep. He was insane. It was there in his eyes, and his manner.
Well, they do tend to liven up one's day.
Sharp drawled behind me. Hamilton was almost hesitant, but he moved forward anyway.
What can I bring you to please you?
The vampire laughed, the sound crackling like dead leaves.
I'll tell you what, Hamilton. I'll give you what you want, if you can give me one more present.
Anything, the college professor promised. His hands shook. He still wore his sports coat and slacks, as though he'd walked straight from a lecture to deliver a girl's heart. Sharp's smile was slightly demonic.
Deliver her heart to me, and I'll give you what you want.
And of course, the bastard was pointing at me. And of course, Peter Hamilton had a gun. I leapt off the porch as the first bullet cracked into the door, narrowly missing my head. I landed in the soft grass below and rolled as he fired again. I wish I'd listened more to Gray when he taught me how to load and unload his gun earlier in the evening. He'd lectured me on how many bullets a gun held, but I hadn't really been listening. Hamilton had a pistol, but I couldn't be sure how many shots he had left. Rolling into a crouch, I saw him stalking across the lawn. He didn't seem to think I would be any trouble at all after the way he'd handled those wolves. How had he handled them? The question floated over my brain as I dove behind a bush. He wasn't strong, and he wasn't particularly fast, and his hands twitched dreadfully. Then he fired again, and the time for thinking was over. This one managed to graze my left arm. I hissed at the sting. Bullets freaking hurt. Asshole, I breathed, as I started to bleed all over my god-awful expensive dress that Neiman's would never take back. I've had the damn tag poking me all night long, and you go and ruin it? Do you have any idea what this stupid dress cost?
I'll cut her heart out for you, Dark Lord,
Hamilton promised, recklessly running toward me.
Oh, I doubt that,
came the silky reply. Getting to my feet, I faced off against the man with the gun. Something happened to me in that moment. It was a lot like what occurred in Arkansas when I was 16, but it was more powerful.
Instinct rose inside me, a hot rush of power flowing through my veins. Somewhere in the background, I heard someone calling my name, but it was a far-off sound. The world narrowed to me and Peter Hamilton. My peripheral vision was still quite good. I could sense it waiting there in case I needed it, but I focused on him. A certain hyper-awareness took over, and for a second, I could almost feel time slow. I saw the fine tremble in his hand as he lifted the pistol. It didn't stop at his wrist. No, it quaked up his arm and into the muscles of his shoulders. Sound assaulted me. His heart beat a rapid-fire beat, so close together I thought the man might expire then and there. And I smelled it. Death. It hung on him. He tried to cover it with colognes and soaps, but I could smell him rotting away on the inside. Time sped back up, catching me almost unaware. His finger pulled back on the trigger. Instead of rolling away when he fired next, I dived low toward him. I hit the ground in a controlled slide and popped back up quickly before he could track me and get off another shot. Thought fled, and instinct took over. Like in the alley a few days before, I fought, the knowledge of how and where to hit flowing over me like a familiar wave. My foot kicked out, nearly catching him in the stomach. There was a huffing sound, as all the air in his lungs was squeezed out, and he staggered. This time when he tried to fire, the gun simply clicked. Every predatory instinct I carried told me the fight was done. He couldn't beat me with his bullets. Now it was my time, and all that was left was the kill. Hamilton knew it too. Somewhere in his filled with crazy brain, a survival instinct seemed to be taking over. He gulped air and managed to stay on his feet.
Dark Lord, please, help me.
He backed away from me. I was playing with him. Fear rolled off the professor, the smell almost eclipsing death. I liked the way his body jerked, as though his brain was so clouded with terror it had forgotten how to properly move. He should be afraid of me. I was going to kill him long before the tumor could. Sharp's laughter rang out.
Oh, I would never mess with that one. Well, not in any sort of a fair fight, that is. Kelsey!
Gray's voice threatened to break my concentration. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I registered that he was running from the parking garage. His eyes were almost certainly on my blood-soaked arm. I didn't need him to protect me. The thought filled me with distaste. Maybe I should show him my power. Prove my dominance. I heard someone shouting in a foreign language. Italian, it sounded like. Huh. Marcus was here, too. Everyone had come to save poor little me. Sharp responded, and it seemed he knew Italian, too. I didn't care. It was time to show them I did not require their services. I reached out and grabbed Peter Hamilton by the throat. I moved so fast he couldn't respond with anything but a tight gurgle. His neck felt nice in my hand. Warm flesh, but it covered blood and bone. And I could take it all from him. Though I couldn't get his entire throat in one hand, I got enough of it to feel his Adam's apple begin to crush beneath the pressure I sweetly applied. He was so vulnerable in that moment. In that moment, he was the prey. And I, the predator god who could set him free,
if I possessed an ounce of mercy. I did not. Let him go, Kelsey. Gray was next to me, his hand on my arm, trying to separate me from my rightful prey. I shoved at him with my free hand, and he went flying away from me. I heard his surprised curse as he landed yards from his starting position. Kelsey, please, honey. This isn't you. He practically begged as he got up again. Oh, but it is, Sharp replied. You shut up, Gray commanded. I wouldn't get close to her, I heard Marcus say. With one hand, I picked Peter Hamilton up and tossed him to the ground. He was the tiniest bit taller than I was. Horizontal was a better position to watch him as he died. And I so wanted to watch the man. He was every man who had done me wrong. Every bullshit con artist wannabe player who tried to smooth talk me or my brethren. Every asshole who thought they'd had the right to our bodies. And he was definitely every man who ever beat a woman or a child. I found myself astride his chest. He was panicked, his eyes begging me to spare him. I didn't feel like it. No. He deserved not an ounce of mercy from me. He deserved my vengeance. As I wrapped my other hand around his throat and started to squeeze, I felt more power flowing through me than ever before. Please, Lieutenant, Marcus's voice said. Allow me. I have some experience in this. Then Marcus's voice was inside my head. Calm. Cool. Like a wave of peace. His voice lapped at that rage in my brain. He told me to release my prey. To give over to him. He promised he could bring me peace. Help me. Foolish vampire. I kicked him out, as I had the other two who tried that trick. Hamilton's throat was a toy in my hands, and I shook him, enjoying the way his eyes had started to bulge. Not so fast, cara mia, the voice in my head said calmly. Get out, I snarled. I attempted to push the vampire out again, but he wasn't budging. He was so much stronger than anything I'd encountered. He burrowed his way into my brain, and then seemed to grow larger. I wondered why he didn't take over. I will leave when you are back to being yourself. It wasn't simply a voice, though. There was a well of serenity behind the voice, willing me to join with it. He understood me. He could teach me. He tried to pull me back from the ledge I was on. Funny. I hadn't even realized how far gone I was until Marcus showed me. Please, cara mia, let him go, and allow the lieutenant to dispense proper justice. It was like Marcus was petting my brain, soothing that part of me that wanted to kill. It felt good to have him there. So good. My hold tightened, because a war was being fought in my head, and I wasn't ready to give up. I am justice. In that moment, I felt I was. I was born to hunt those like Hamilton, who took advantage and hurt those weaker or less fortunate than them. No. This isn't justice. This is vengeance. Tell me you aren't enjoying this, and I will retreat. You cannot.
You are receiving pleasure from hurting the human, and that is not who you wish to be." A great wave of calm rushed over me, and I was able to think again.
Peter Hamilton was turning blue, his face a mask of agony. I was doing that to him, and I was doing it because I liked it. Shocked, I let go and stumbled to stand up.
I felt arms go around me, and Marcus pulled me away from Hamilton. Gray was walking toward me, his arms reaching out to take me away from the vampire, but Marcus protested. "I will take care of her, Lieutenant." He nodded toward the professor. "You have a job to do. The wound is not serious."
I'm glad she came to her senses. Baby, are you all right?
Gray had his handcuffs in hand. He hadn't heard mine and Marcus's dialogue. I'd spoken aloud, but quietly. He didn't know Marcus had been in my mind, easing me down from whatever the fuck had happened to me. I'd almost killed a man with my bare hands. The need still thrummed through me. Nothing scared me more than the fact I wanted to finish him off. That need warred with the need to curl up in a man's arms and let him hold me. I was so shocked that the man I wanted in that moment wasn't Gray. I wanted Marcus's arms around me. "I'm fine," I managed.
I thought, never mind. I'll be back.
He went about the business of arresting the professor. I shook as I came out of the strange fog I'd been in. Marcus shrugged out of his suit coat and wrapped it around me as we sat down on the lawn. The peace he'd imparted to me with his mental powers seemed to be in his hands as well. Every second he touched me, I felt myself calming. His presence was a balm to a wound I hadn't known I'd even possessed.
"It's all right,"
he whispered as he rocked me gently.
"You didn't do anything you shouldn't."
But I wanted to. I was terrified of what had happened. It had been like I was a separate person, and I was scared of what she had wanted to do. She was still there, still somewhere in my chest. That other part of me responded to Marcus. I gave in and let my head find his chest, briefly wondering how much better I would feel if we were skin to skin. No clothes between us. What's wrong with me? His head dropped to lie against mine, as though he enjoyed the contact as much as I did.
"Do not worry about it tonight. I have questions that I will find the answers to. And I promise, I will make sure you are safe."
"I'll hold you to that,"
Gray said, looking down on us. He looked as scared as I felt. For the first time since I'd met him, he seemed unsure. I wondered if he was having second thoughts about me. I couldn't blame him. I'd knocked him around like he was a rag doll.
"I have to take him in, and I have to write up the report. Would you mind taking her home?"
"It would be my honor to escort Kelsey home,"
the vampire said. I shook my head. "No. It's a long way to Hearst. I'll take a car. I'll be fine." Gray hauled me up, heedless of the fact that I'd been shot. Marcus protested the rough treatment, but Gray wasn't listening.
"Listen here, Kelsey mine. You will haul your sweet ass home. And by that I mean the home I bought for us. Because you were in my mind when I found it. You will get to our home, and you will get in our bed, and you will be waiting for me. Is that understood?
Guess that answered my question. Now that he was here, and I'd broken the connection with Marcus, I remembered who I loved. My Gray. I leaned into him and felt the first stirring of tears. I'd almost killed a man, and there was something inside me I didn't understand. But I was going to have to face it. Gray's arms closed around me, and I let go because I was safe there.
It's going to be all right, baby,
he whispered soothingly, while his big hands rubbed my back as I sobbed.
I'm going to take care of you. I won't let anything happen. I swear. Trust me.
I held on to him until he had to go, and even then I let go reluctantly. Gray leaned over and kissed me sweetly.
Get that arm checked out.
I'd completely forgotten about the bullet that had grazed my upper arm. Gray hauled the professor into my Jeep, and I slipped off Marcus's coat as Gray drove away.
I don't think you will have any problems with that little wound, Miss Atwood.
A menacing voice said behind me. Marcus gave Alexander Sharp a forbidding look and ran his hand up my arm.
Are you sure you were hit?
I guess not. I lied, because the only evidence left of an injury was a small red abrasion. I'd bled profusely before. The bullet had heated my arm, scorching across it with violent fury. But I had next to no wound.
I told you it wouldn't be a problem.
Sharp watched me with dark, interested eyes.
You should trust me, dear. I am a doctor, after all. Come along, cara mia,
Marcus said, taking my hand.
I need to get you home, but it would be best if you clean the blood off first.
He began to lead me back into the club. I noticed most of the patrons had come out to watch the scene. My cover with Marcus was well blown. He stopped as we passed Sharp. His voice was low, but his threat was clear.
Whether or not she is in my bed, do not doubt she is under my protection. I think the king will have a say in that, councilman.
Sharp grinned, a ghoulish thing in the low light.
You stay away from her, or you will deal with me,
Marcus concluded.
Of course,
the vampire replied, with a deferential nod. But as Marcus solicitously escorted me inside, I could feel Alexander Sharp's eyes on me. He wouldn't give up his game, not when he'd finally found a worthy opponent. He would come after me. Sooner or later, he would come after me. Syl pressed a glass of wine in my hand.
Here you go, mistress,
the little demon said, with great concern in his round black eyes.
Are you warm enough? Do you need me to draw a bath for you?
I shook my head and downed the wine without thinking. He quickly moved to refill the glass. I'm fine. Thank you, Syl.
Well, I am certain my mistress is anything but fine.
Syl's tongue clucked as he fussed over me. He reached out and drew the blanket up to my chin.
The master will have to learn to take better care of you. Imagine allowing vampires into the house, much less letting one be alone with my mistress.
You could have been bitten." I enjoyed the demon's fluttering rituals of care and worry. After Marcus got me into the car, he'd been careful not to touch me again, though it had seemed as if his hands kept drifting my way. He'd utterly clammed up and wouldn't explain anything to me. I asked about why the king would have a say about me. He'd simply told me not to worry about it. He'd promised to take care of everything, but I wasn't sure I believed him. His shoulders had been stiff, anger evident in his posture. I wasn't completely certain that anger hadn't been directed at me. Somehow, I'd been able to feel it. Marcus Vorenus had been one pissed-off vamp, but he gave me nothing more than a tight smile and a promise to fix things. I didn't realize things were broken. Wasn't everything better now that I'd solved the case? The bad guy was going to jail, and I hadn't separated his head from his body. I had to call that a win. Still, something was buzzing in the back of my head. Something about the evening didn't add up. I shoved it aside, happy to be home. This was my home now. "Would you like me to prepare a meal for you, mistress? After all the master has put you through, you should keep your energy up," Syl advised. "What is the world coming to when my mistress must deal with vampires and serial killers and all on an empty stomach? I can't imagine that vampire club had a good restaurant in it." He shook his head. I was beginning to understand Syl would have very old-fashioned notions of how marriage should work. In Syl's mind, Gray should provide for the household, and I should sit around and let Syl take care of everything else. "That sounds good, Syl," I said absently, as I stared into the fire. I'd never lived anywhere that had a fireplace before. I'd never lived in anything even vaguely resembling the opulence of Gray's home. Syl walked off into the kitchen, muttering about the plight of good servants, his cloven hooves clicking against the hardwood floors. I settled back further in the comfy chair and sipped the white wine Syl had brought me. It tasted sweet and had that faint hint of peppermint that seemed to be in everything the demon served. I didn't mind. I was getting used to it, and I wondered if I could talk Gray into being a little more tolerant of the butler. He seemed so willing to help that it felt wrong to stop him. I tried to concentrate on good things. I tried to think about Gray and what it would be like to marry him. I would have to change my name, and that meant changing my business cards and redoing the lettering on my door at the office. It seemed like a lot of work, but I seriously doubted that Gray would be all right with me keeping Atwood. He seemed a possessive sort of man. What would we do now that the case seemed to be over? The way he talked earlier made me think he would want me to move in with him. Was I ready for that? If I wasn't, then I had better get ready for it, because I wasn't ready to give up Gray, and I didn't think he was going to allow me a whole lot of time to decide. He seemed to be interested in consolidating his victory now that he'd found me. Syl served me an excellent meal, and 3 more glasses of wine, because he was worried about my nerves. Syl didn't believe in the newfangled medicines, and found a good Sauvignon Blanc cured most things that ailed a person. When my stomach was full, and my brain was pleasantly buzzed, he insisted I take myself off to bed. I climbed into a hot shower, and when I emerged, Syl had left a t-shirt of Gray's on the sink, and a towel he'd obviously warmed in the dryer. By the time I sank between the sheets, I fell asleep almost immediately. For the first time in a long time, I had the dream. This was the dream from my childhood, the one I never, ever talked about around my father. I am running, but on 4 legs instead of 2.
The moon is full and silvery on the sky. It hangs there, dominating the landscape and my life. I move to it and hear its call. The forest is my home, and I am the queen of it. It is simple to live here. I sleep. I hunt. I feed. I do each thing when I want and where I want. The world is suited to my needs. I stare at myself for a long time in the crystal water of the stream. I am brown and beautiful. My father runs beside me, showing me how to hunt and thrive. He is brown like me, and he protects me in a way my human father never did. Large. He is the largest wolf I've ever seen. But he's so gentle. I know that the other wolves run in packs, but it has always been just me and my father. We like it this way. Yes, this is my dream. The one that sustained me when I was young. And then it changes, for the first time I can remember. I stop when I feel eyes on me. And when I turn, he is there in the dewy morning light. He isn't like me, but I know in an instant that he's mine. His deep blue eyes are kind as they look down on me, and he holds out his hand and asks me to change so we can be together. He is more than a friend or a lover or a husband. He is Gray. He is my mate. I love him with everything I have inside me. I change and walk toward him on 2 human feet, never forgetting the wolf inside me. She is a part of me, sometimes the better part. Gray is 2-natured as well, though not the same. He will accept my wolf, and I will accept his second self. I walk to him, and his arms go around me. His lips meet mine, and I am complete. The world and everything in it is perfect. Until I hear a low growl. My father stands waiting. He peers at us, and I know that he will not allow this. He will never allow this. The enormous brown wolf that represented everything I wanted in a father shifts, and suddenly he's a child. A black-haired, brown-eyed child that I'd seen before.
No,
Lee Quinn says.
it's no good.
I woke up with a start. Fear hadn't been a part of the dream, but I had to force myself to breathe. It had been so real. I could practically still feel the ground under my feet, the air on my skin. Why would I dream of Lee Quinn? In the dream, he'd spoken with a deeper voice, the voice of an adult. It had rumbled out of his child's body.
Hello, baby,
Gray said lazily in my ear, as he pushed up the bottom of the shirt I was wearing.
I'm making a new rule. No clothes in our bed. It's inconvenient.
With my pulse pounding, I turned toward him. He could banish the dream and the jittery feeling it gave me. I would stay away from wine from now on. It gave me weird dreams. Is it? I lifted up for him to pull the bothersome shirt off my body. His hands trailed up and tugged gently on my nipples. I sighed, and he chuckled against my neck. Trailing kisses, even as his hands cupped my breast.
Yes, it is. It is horribly inconvenient.
He didn't bother to keep his weight off me. He pinned me down and took up all the space.
I might keep you naked all the time, Kelsey mine. If we're alone, I want you naked. When we eat dinner, I want you naked. When we sit and watch TV, I want you cuddling against me, naked.
His fully clothed body rested against mine. I could feel the hard ridge of his erection against my thigh. He pumped softly, in a preview of what he wanted to do to my pussy. That's an awful lot of nudity for poor Syl to endure. Gray's face hardened. His hand smoothed back my hair.
He won't be in our lives much longer. We'll have to get along without a butler. I want to be alone with you, Kelsey. I want it to be you and me. They're going to leave us alone.
I felt the intensity of his will and found I couldn't argue with him.
Did everything go all right at the station?
A quick glance at the clock let me know Gray had been gone for hours. He leaned down and kissed the bridge of my nose, and then feathered kisses all over my face as he talked.
He needed some attention, but everything's handled.
Attention?
You had to take him to the hospital?
I'd put a man in the hospital. I'd held his neck in my hands and squeezed.
Hey.
Gray stared down at me.
Don't go there. He tried to kill you. You defended yourself. He's under guard, and he won't ever hurt you again. How's your arm?
It was a scratch. I'm fine. I wondered if he would even notice I no longer had any kind of wound.
I'm glad.
He sighed and let his head sink to my shoulder, nuzzling my neck.
I was so terrified when I realized I wouldn't get to you in time. He could have killed you. I wanted to strangle the bastard, too.
But you didn't.
I did. Hush about that. There's no reason for you to feel guilty. You did a good job, baby. I'm proud of you. I'm happy that my woman can handle herself. Now look at me and get that guilt out of your eyes. There's no place for it here.
Not in our bed. I let it go because I wanted him, and I didn't want to think anymore. Thinking got me in trouble. Being with Gray made me happy. Yes, Gray. The bathroom door was partially open, sending slivers of golden light into the room. I learned Gray didn't like to make love in the dark. He liked to see what he was doing.
I like the sound of that, sweetheart.
His fingers toyed with my upright nipples. He rolled them back and forth between his thumbs and forefingers.
You'll go to the courthouse with me tomorrow and sign for our marriage license.
It wasn't a question. I was getting used to his bossy ways. I'd learned I could hold my own with him when I needed to, so it was fine to give him his way. Yes, Gray.
We'll get anything you need from your house and move you in tomorrow night.
He explained.
You can do whatever you want. Redecorate, repaint, I don't care. But you live here. This is your home. Our home. We're going to be here for a long time.
Yes, Gray. I stretched my arms out. I was ready to move on to the feeling really good portion of the evening. I needed him. I needed him more than I wanted to admit. Now, are you going to tie me up, or what? Gray went still.
Are you sure you want that, baby? I don't have to. I love you. I'll make love to you any way you want.
I want you. I want every perverted, kinky inch of you, I replied with a seductive smile. Tie me up. Hands and feet. Make me completely vulnerable to you. Anything you want is yours. I love you. I'd never loved anyone the way I loved Gray. I would have given him my life, much less my body.
He smiled as his hands went immediately to the nightstand. He came back with a couple of lengths of rope.
You amaze me.
How? I have to admit, I was ready to hear something good about myself. Something that didn't include how well I managed to bust a dude's windpipe.
You should have worried.
He ran the thin rope over my torso, teasing my skin with it. It was silky against my flesh, and he was already making me squirm.
Damn, baby. We were looking for a killer who was into bondage and had a beef with the council. I should have been a suspect. You shouldn't have trusted me.
He caught my hand in his and started to tie me to the bed. I gripped the cool metal of the headboard.
I love you. You would never lie to me.
At the time, I didn't think about how out of character that statement was. I'd never once given it a second thought. What Gray did wasn't violent. It was consensual and loving and real for me. Gray went silent, and I thought he was processing what I'd said. He lowered his head for a moment, and when he looked back at me, all the love he had was in his eyes.
I love you so much. You're everything I want, everything I need. I would do anything for you, Kelsey mine. Remember that. Always.
He was quiet as he finished tying my hands, and then moved down. He slid his hand down my body, as though I was a canvas, and his touch the paint. He kissed my feet before tying them loosely. He explained about something called a spreader bar, and how he would buy one, and how he couldn't wait to get started on a playroom that would be only for our exploration. I was completely open and vulnerable to him, and I felt no fear or apprehension. He was my mate. Husband, lover. These were simple, small words to explain what I felt for him. He was right. It was simple to give myself to him. It was natural. Gray tossed off his shirt and ran his hand along his tattoo, as though placating the thing. You can still feel it? My eyes were drawn there. He nodded.
It hums around you. It didn't, until you touched it. I've had it since I was 13, and it's grown with me. But I never felt it like a presence on my body. I think you woke it up, but I don't feel anything more than the physical. It felt like it was trying to come off my damn body when you were in danger tonight. It knew before I did. It burned hot when you were in danger. I had to get to you.
I'm fine. You can tell my dragon that. I longed to touch him, but I contented myself with the fact that I would get my turn. Tonight was about Gray. He'd been forced to watch as I fought. It went counter to who he was. He wanted to protect me. He was a possessive man, but he'd put it aside and supported me when I'd walked into that club as another man's mistress. He accepted me for whatever the hell I was. He was willing to make me his wife, even though he knew there were many unanswered questions. We would face them all together. So I sighed and gave myself over to him. He stood over me, a sexy smile on his face.
Your dragon?
Definitely mine. Everything about you is mine. I was possessive too. His hand rubbed against the dragon.
Even the demon parts?
I nodded. I wanted all of him. Even those. He shucked off his pants. He was a gorgeous beast, every inch of his body covered in muscle. All mine. I was greedy, and I wanted every piece of him, including the kinky parts, the demonic parts, the sweet parts, the frustrating ones. All of Gray. He leaned over and reverently kissed my navel.
One day,
he whispered,
I'm going to plant our baby. Right there.
One day. In the future, I vowed, because I wasn't ready for that, and I wanted some time with him before we even thought about having babies. There was so much we needed to figure out before we could consider it.
But for tonight, I'm going to take out all of my frustration on your sweet body.
Gray promised. He tweaked a nipple, and I just about came off the bed. Well, I would have, if I hadn't been tied down. There was something about being completely at his mercy that made my heart race in a good way. Those ropes wouldn't hold me if I really wanted to get out, but they were a reminder that I didn't have to think about anything but him. I didn't have to do anything but let him please me.
Do you have any idea how scared I was?
He asked, his voice thick with emotion. I did. I know how I would have felt.
I'm sorry, baby.
His hands had sprouted neat claws. With infinite care and precision, he dragged them over my skin. Everywhere they touched, I felt a spark.
I couldn't take it. I couldn't handle it if something happened to you. You have no idea how important you are to me. How alone I was before I found you.
Oh, I did. But this was his moment, and I let him have it. Gray reached over to the nightstand and brought back a brown paper bag. He smiled down at me, a sexy, sensual expression.
I went shopping on my way home.
It was 2 a.m. What kind of store was open on your way home? He shoved his hand into the bag and came out with a small, oval-shaped object. It was a pretty pink color and had what looked like wings on either side. He laid it right over my clitoris and grinned as he turned it on. Oh, I sighed as the vibrator went to work. I tried to squirm, but Gray had been very efficient.
Feel good, baby. I thought you would like it.
He drawled as he looked down on me.
It has a remote, you know, and straps to hold it on while you walk around. I'll put this on you when we go to a party or out to dinner. And you'll come for me. I'm going to train you properly. I'm going to top you, sweetheart. You're going to be my sweet little bottom.
His eyes were dark with arousal as he looked over my body, and I was surprised as his fangs had come out.
I noticed in some ways his fangs seemed to be on the same wavelength as his cock. When his cock got hard, really hard, it was almost impossible for him to keep the curved fangs in check. I hoped he understood just how hot those fangs were. They reminded me that no matter how nicely he dressed, there was a beast inside my man. My beast. He moved to the side, his hands cupping my breasts as he leaned in.
"Kiss me,"
he ordered as he leaned over, and I didn't hesitate. I'd realized that there was nothing at all truly violent about what Gray wanted from me sexually. He wasn't playing out rape fantasies. If I refused, he would untie me and turn over and go to sleep. What Gray got off on was my enthusiastic compliance. I opened my mouth under his and let my tongue play around those magnificent fangs of his. They were like Gray himself. Dangerous if wielded improperly. But this man would never hurt me. I let my head fall back as he nuzzled my neck. He was my knight in shining armor, and I wasn't a girl who believed in them. I did now. I believed everything he was offering me. The butterfly hit the perfect spot, and I started to moan. Gray's head came up.
"No. Not yet. Tonight, you come with me. You come all over my cock, or you don't come at all."
He brushed the vibrator to the side and kneeled between my legs.
"I have a lot of work to do with you, Kelsey mine,"
he promised as he fitted that big cock against my pussy.
"I think you'll enjoy the training, though."
One long, rough thrust, and he was in. He was so big that the fit was almost uncomfortably tight. He was on his knees, his hands cradling the cheeks of my ass as he ground himself into me. His eyes were on the sight of his flesh disappearing into mine.
"You're so beautiful, baby,"
he said reverently.
"I love you."
After a minute or two of long, slow thrusts, he changed his position and placed the vibrator back on top of my clit. The exquisite tremors made me shake. "Gray," I pleaded, because he didn't want me to come, but I didn't see a way around it. He chuckled as he moved on top of me, his weight pressing the vibrator down, grinding it in time with his pounding thrusts.
"You come now, Kelsey. You come all around my cock. Make me feel it."
I obliged, thrusting back against him as much as the restraints would allow. The whole center of my body convulsed, every muscle seized almost painfully, and then burst into pleasure. I screamed as I came, and Gray's hands became almost savage as he held my hips in place and his desire took over. He'd seen to me, and now he would let himself go. He pounded into me, using me as roughly as he wanted, because he knew I didn't care. I lay shaking beneath him as I watched him throw back his head and growl as he came. He bit into his bottom lip as he held his hips tight against mine, getting every last drop out, pouring it all into me. He finally fell over, exhausted. He let his head lay against my chest, and his hands moved restlessly over my body.
"I reserved the room today,"
he said, and I felt his smile on my skin. I knew which room he was talking about. He was talking about the bridal suite at the downtown hotel where he'd first seen me. "You were sure of yourself?" I murmured. My body felt deliciously replete. Gray's head came up, and he looked seriously at me. His hand went possessively to my stomach.
"I'm sure of us."
I smiled. I am too, Gray. He seemed satisfied with my answer and went about untying me, kissing each limb sweetly as he undid the knot. When he was finished with the task, he rolled over onto his back and pulled me into his arms. He cuddled me close, my head resting on his chest. I was drifting off to sleep, secure in the circle of his body, when he whispered to me,
I'm going to marry you, and no one will ever take you away from me. I won't let it happen. Once we're married, I won't let you run away from me.
I shook my head, because that was a strange statement to make. I hadn't tried to run from him when I discovered his parentage. I couldn't think of anything that would make me run from him. I didn't have a very vivid imagination. Chapter 14. Peter Hamilton simply wasn't strong enough. The next day, I stood inside the courthouse trying to pretend to listen while Gray introduced me to some attorney he knew. The minute we entered the courthouse, Gray had been besieged with acquaintances. It had taken us 20 minutes to finally make it to the department that handled marriage licenses. We'd signed everything we needed to sign, and now had to wait 3 days to get married right back here at the courthouse. I was supposed to arrange some sort of small reception afterward with my mom, brothers, and Liv. I'd received these instructions in between small discussions with coworkers who were shocked to discover Lieutenant Sloan was taking a bride. I was supposed to play the dutiful fiancé and start moving into my new home, call the restaurant Gray wanted to have the reception at, and most of all, contact Devonshire Quinn and give him back his check. That didn't seem particularly fair to me. I'd caught the killer. I deserved the money. But Gray had been extremely insistent that I have nothing further to do with the ferry.
We're getting married in 3 days,
Gray was saying to John something or other. But I was thinking about strength. I felt Peter Hamilton's strength last night. It seemed to be an intrinsic part of whatever was happening to me. When that other part of me took over, I could judge my opponent's strengths. One thing had been certain. Peter Hamilton's body was breaking down. He'd found it difficult to properly aim the gun due to his advanced brain tumor. If he had trouble holding a gun, how had he managed to handle 5 werewolves and a shapeshifter? That wasn't the only question running through my head. How did he know to send the letters to you? I asked Gray as he walked me to my car. He held my hand in his and squeezed it lightly.
Kelsey, it's not a secret that I'm a Texas Ranger.
He was dressed in proper ranger gear today. He had on a suit and tie, with expensive cowboy boots on his feet and a Stetson on his head. He looked delicious and masculine, and I had no idea how he brimmed with energy after the night we'd had, when I could really use a nap. It was all his fault. He was the one who woke me up at the god-awful hour of 6 a.m. because he needed sex before he went to work. I don't know. Nothing about the night before added up in my head, including the fact that I was just getting around to thinking about it. I'm suspicious by nature, but it hadn't really hit me until that moment.
All he had to do was look on the website to find out what area I worked for.
Gray continued.
It's also no secret I've worked serial murders before.
So have several of your colleagues. And I seriously doubt that it mentions your supernatural affiliations on the website. That was my issue. Unless Alexander Sharp had actually been working with the professor, he had 0 ties to our world. Come to think of it, how had he figured out Alexander's secret? There were too many questions, and not enough logical answers. Gray took both of my hands in his as we reached the Jeep.
Kelsey, let it go. Hamilton's in jail. I'm going before the council this evening to wrap it all up, and then we can put all of this behind us. I'm going to work some normal cases for a while, and we're going to concentrate on our honeymoon. I took 2 weeks off. We'll spend our wedding night here in Dallas. And then we're going to Hawaii, where we won't even discuss serial killers. So stop worrying about it.
But why would Hamilton want to cause the council trouble? He doesn't even really understand how vampires work. How would he know about the council? Gray's hands tightened around mine.
I don't know, Kelsey. Does it matter? We were wrong about him wanting to cause trouble between wolves and vamps. It was merely an unfortunate side effect. As for how he knew about vamps at all, I have to figure one of his students in his class told him. Joanne probably wasn't the only soup he taught.
My heart sped up. I knew there was a reason I wanted those class roles. You're right. If Joanne wasn't the only one who told him, then maybe I could question the other students in his class. Quinn would probably know which ones were soups, or I could ask Marcus to take a look.
No.
Gray frowned as he regarded me.
You're out of this. If you absolutely have to work, then go open your office. But this case is over. We caught him with the 6th girl's heart, Kelsey. He's guilty. Let it go.
Some part of my stubbornness must have shown through, because he softened his stance.
Sweetheart, is it so surprising I want my future wife to concentrate on our wedding instead of a closed case?
He asked, his voice cajoling me. He lowered his lips to mine and touched them sweetly.
Please, Kelsey mine. I want to be happy for a little while.
Put like that, I couldn't refuse him. I sighed and kissed him back. I'll call the restaurant.
Thank you.
He rewarded me with a brilliant smile.
Go on then, future Mrs. Sloane.
And I meant to. I really did. I meant to call the restaurant. But I got another call first.
So I had to hear from Marcus that you caught the killer last night?
Dev Quinn's smooth voice accused me over my cell phone as I drove west on I-30 toward Hearst. I needed to pack some things. I could figure out what to do with my furniture later, but my clothes needed to come with me now. He's in custody, I replied, with as much professionalism as I could muster. I toyed with the travel mug of coffee Syl had handed me as I left the house earlier today. It was already empty. I needed a bigger mug. I believe Lieutenant Sloane will be meeting with the councilman tonight to go over everything.
But I didn't hire Lieutenant Sloane, Kelsey.
Quinn's reply made me feel guilty.
I hired you. Marcus was surprised that a college professor managed this on his own.
Loyalty told me to keep my mouth shut. Honesty had me turning the car around. If I didn't at least look at those rolls, I would hate myself. I owed Helen Taylor to follow through, to make sure that the end was really the end. The Rangers are sure they have the right man, I replied, even as I was estimating how long it would take me to get to SMU. There was a pause, and even over the phone I found Dev Quinn intimidating.
What do you think, Kelsey?
I have some questions.
Then find the answers, Quinn ordered. Come to my office at 5. I expect an update.
I was about to tell him I wouldn't be cashing his check, but I was met with a click as he hung up, obviously certain I would obey his command. Quinn and Gray had more in common than they would guess. Maybe it was why they didn't get along. According to the clock on the dashboard, I had plenty of time before it got dark. It was more than enough time to go look at the rolls and meet with Quinn. I would update him and then politely give him back his check.
If Gray got upset I hadn't done everything he asked, then I would have to find a way to make it up to him. My brain worked overtime the entire drive to SMU. I was willing to forgive myself for not seeing clearly last night. I'd been riding the adrenaline high of meeting Jack the Ripper and then fighting for my life. The beast that seemed to be inside me didn't think analytically. She seemed to run completely off instinct. If Marcus hadn't been able to talk me down, I would have gleefully killed Peter Hamilton. And then I would have gone after Alexander Sharp. It had been there in the back of my mind that I should kill the vampire before he tried to kill me. I would have dropped Hamilton's corpse and turned to start in on Sharp. The need, the urge to kill had been a strong force. I hadn't even let Gray reach me. Marcus had helped me turn from it. I could still feel the peaceful push of his magic calling me back to myself. Marcus had known what to do. That vampire knew a hell of a lot more about what was going on than he let on. And I intended to get answers out of him, too. The campus was already starting to look empty as I pulled into the faculty parking garage. I pulled up to the second level and found a spot in the back where hopefully no one would notice I didn't have the right pass. If I got a ticket, I would have to deal with it. Before I got out of the car, I shoved the gun Gray had given me in my bag. I had been forced to shove it under the driver's seat of my car earlier because they don't let anyone but law enforcement carry in a courthouse. I doubted there was a metal detector at the admin building. And even if there was, I had a permit. I only cared about getting to the administration building and looking over those class rolls. Hamilton had promised to send them to me, but he must have forgotten in the midst of all his murders. I hurried along the pathway, not paying any attention to what was around me. When I emerged into the late afternoon sunlight, I saw that the last classes of the afternoon were starting to let out. I slipped into the door of the admin building and prayed that they stayed open until 5. That would give me an hour to convince someone to let me look at the rolls. In the end, it was a cinch. The news of Peter Hamilton's arrest on murder charges was all anyone could talk about. He was only being charged with the murder of Joanne Taylor, and the official story was that he had killed her accidentally in a fit of rage brought on by his brain tumor. Did Gray have an assistant who came up with that bullshit? Or was it the work of the council? Whoever it was, they'd done me a massive favor. When I explained who I was, and that I was merely tying up some loose ends for the victim's mother, the girl working the registrar's desk pulled up the rolls and started to print them out for me. Could I have everything from the last 3 years? I asked as she typed. She bombarded me with questions, and I answered because it seemed to keep her working. And were you there when they arrested him? I went into the whole story, albeit a highly edited version. If the council could make up crap, then so could I. I kept talking, right up to the point that I got the printouts in my hand. I thanked the girl kindly, and then dashed off. I waited until I was out on the steps to take a look at what I had in my hands. The sun was low in the sky, and I kind of hoped I wouldn't find anything. If I didn't, then I could happily go along with whatever Gray wanted. I could tell Quinn that we were being paranoid, give him back his check, and get ready for my honeymoon. If I didn't find anything out from this line of questioning, that was exactly what I would do, I promised myself, as I looked down at the lists of students. But that wasn't how it worked out. Right there on page 3, I found the one name I sincerely hoped I wouldn't find, because I was in serious trouble. I stood up, shoved the papers into my bag, and took off from my car, because I was going to see Quinn early. The king had a much bigger problem than he could have imagined. My cell phone in hand, I walked briskly toward the parking garage. I called Gray first, but it went straight to voicemail. It wasn't surprising since I knew he was scheduled to be in meetings all afternoon. I left a message and decided that maybe it was time to give some new friends a call. Gray might not be thrilled with the council, but they served an important purpose, and if someone was trying to take down the king, then I had to try to stop it. I clicked the button to call that Zach guy I met the other night. He told me to call him if I had any trouble, and he seemed pretty competent. He could also get a message to Quinn if I needed him to. He answered on the first ring. "This is Owens," a deep voice said expectantly. "Zach?"
"Kelsey?"
His voice went from professional to concerned in no time flat. He also had excellent ears, since he knew my voice, and we'd only met the once.
"I'm so glad you called. How are you?"
"I'm fine. I need to talk to Quinn." I walked into the parking garage. It was far emptier than before. Faculty left at the first opportunity around here. A little like the students. "Tell him I know who the killer is, and he's got some cleaning up to do."
"Kelsey? You're breaking up."
The phone crackled, and if he said something else, it got lost. It must be the damn parking garage. A deep chill swept over me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I knew someone was watching. "Zach?"
"I can barely hear you,"
he practically shouted. I spoke as clearly as I could. I wanted someone, anyone, to know where I was, because that feeling wasn't going away. "I'm in the faculty parking garage at SMU." Out of nowhere, a hand batted the phone out of my hand. It clattered to the ground. I spun from the force of that hand hitting me and looked straight into the cold eyes of Darren Castle.
"You had to keep looking, didn't you?"
I backed up. He'd been the name on the list. The one name I hadn't wanted to find, because it meant I was knee-deep in the mud. "You killed her. And she was your friend."
"She was a pretty girl,"
Darren said, but I heard the hesitation in his voice.
"Unlike every other wolf alive. I like some variety. I enjoyed chasing her. I would have enjoyed catching her if she hadn't forced us to kill her."
I needed to keep him talking. My phone was face up, and the lights were on, indicating the call was still live. There might be some shot at Zach hearing the conversation. My heart was starting to pound. Gray was going to be so upset if I got myself killed 3 days before our wedding. "No." I'd seen the way he treated her even after she was dead. "You loved her. You didn't want to kill her. You hated yourself for doing it. It's why you buried her separately. Why you took care with her." He stood there, blocking the way out of the garage. Even in his flannel shirt and jeans, he radiated power. His build was stocky and muscular, and there was no doubt he was an alpha. He didn't lead any pack today, but he would someday. He would lead them by right of tooth and claw. He would lead them because he would be able to kill anyone who questioned his right.
"I accept her death,"
Darren said, with a righteous tone to his voice.
"And I didn't kill her. My father did. I haven't killed anyone, though I did watch a couple of times. He killed Joe because she saw Hamilton with that vampire. She was going to give up the entire game. Dad had to strangle her, or she was going straight to the king with the news that Sharp wasn't the killer. Everyone would have known, and then it would have all been for nothing.
I breathed, patiently waiting. He seemed willing to talk. If he wasn't lying, he hadn't actually killed anyone before, and likely wanted to put it off. Just because he'd helped his father didn't mean he was ready to move up in ranks himself. Killing isn't easy. Not the first time. Not even when you're a predator. What did you expect to get out of this? Now I had him on a subject he really liked. His face came alive with passion.
Freedom. Ever since Mackenzie sold us to the vampires for a seat on the council, we've been slowly becoming their slaves. We are wolves. We should rule ourselves. We shouldn't have to watch as our women become whores.
Have some of the she-wolves chosen to stay with the vampires for more than a night? I thought about that couple I'd seen going into the club. They'd been together for a while, I would guess. That must upset someone like Joseph Castle to no end. It made me wonder what other rules the king had tossed out. Traditionally, the alpha of a pack was practically a god. He made all the important decisions for his group. Does the king not allow the alpha to select mates anymore? Darren practically spit his answer at me.
We're allowed to make suggestions, but if a female chooses not to mate with our selections, then we have to back down. He can also shut down our business ventures whenever he pleases.
I bet he could. According to Gray, the king shut down a drug ring the wolves had been running. So the king won't let you rape women or run drugs.
You have it hard, man.
I should have watched my mouth, but I was starting to agree with the king more and more. His eyes began to take on the predator inside him. His features elongated as he struggled to control his urge to change.
It will be all over once the ranger finds your body. He'll have to believe it was Sharp, since the idiot professor is in custody. I've already written the note. When he raids Sharp's apartment, he'll find traces of you everywhere. Dad's taking care of that. I have to bring you in, and we can finally be done. When Sloane tries to bring in Sharp, and the king saves him, the rest of the wolves will finally see him for what he really is.
I saw a few problems with the scenario and wondered if the castle men weren't every bit as crazy as Peter Hamilton. What if the king allows the arrest?
He won't.
Darren's hatred was thick in the air.
Vampires protect each other. They expect us to do what they tell us, but they only care about their own rules. Otherwise, why would they let some scum like Sharp live after everything he's done?
I didn't point out that they'd done the same thing as Sharp. I chose another tactic because I wasn't so hot on becoming victim number 7. You're underestimating Lieutenant Sloane. He won't arrest Sharp.
Of course he will. He doesn't play favorites. He'll arrest anyone he thinks has done something wrong. Look how he fucked with Quinn last year. That was sweet. My dad laughed the whole time Sloane was hauling that pervert out. Too bad he couldn't make it stick.
I assure you, if he thinks Alexander Sharp killed me, he will not arrest him. Sharp will die, and there won't be anything left to identify. He loves me. He won't leave it to the justice system.
He's a ranger.
He's a man first. We're getting married, I explained logically.
Would you calmly arrest the man who killed your mate?
If he kills Sharp, then the king might have a problem with it, but everyone else will think justice is done. That seemed to flummox the younger man. He frowned as he thought about it. I felt my back touch the concrete barrier of the small elevator that led to the second and third floors. Darren was thinking, and generally growing more panicked as he considered the angles. I considered the angles too. Even if Darren decided I was right, he couldn't call a mulligan and get a new hand. He had to play the one he'd dealt himself, and that included getting rid of the obnoxious PI who screwed everything up. Very cautiously, I slipped my hand back and hit the button for the elevator. As I heard it start to ding, I reached into my bag and pulled the .45 Gray had given me. Without hesitation, I shot him squarely in the shoulder and watched as he was blown back by the impact. His entire left side flew around like he was attached to a chain someone had yanked. I threw my body into the open elevator and immediately hit the number 2 button and then punched closed doors as many times as I could in the few seconds it took to work. Even as the doors were closing, I watched Darren's body jerk up from where he'd fallen. He turned to the elevator, and he growled low in the back of his throat. It started as a growl, but before the doors were fully together, it was a howl that shook the garage. It was the single longest elevator ride in the history of time. I'm pretty sure of that. The whole time I stood there, holding the gun and waiting for the doors to open, I fought the instinct that threatened to take over. It was stronger, possibly because I'd let it loose the night before. There was something inside me, like a caged wolf, clawing to get out. Adrenaline rushed through my system, seeming to feed it. I couldn't lose control. I'd been insane the night before, nearly unstoppable. Marcus wasn't here, and I wasn't sure I could get control back without him. The first time someone had knocked me out with horse tranquilizers, and the next time, Marcus had been there. What if I went crazy? We were in a public place. No. It couldn't happen. I needed to get to the Jeep and drive like the wind to Gray's office in Garland. I had the address. I would go there and dump everything in his lap. He would handle it, and I wouldn't have to find out how far gone I was. I forced that twitchy beast down. I shoved it away with every ounce of will I had. When the doors opened, I ran. I ran as fast as I could toward the dark blue Jeep that represented freedom and safety. I might have made it if a big brown and white wolf hadn't been between the car and me. Wolves are way faster than elevators. The force of stopping on a dime nearly set me on the ground. I managed to stop my fall, but the gun clattered to the floor. The wolf snarled, and I wondered briefly if his clothes had ripped and torn around him, or if he'd taken the time to unclothe before becoming the big, toothy predator in front of me. It's funny the things that go through your brain when you know you're going to die. Darren Castle was going to get his first blood, and it would be mine. He wouldn't knock me out and take me to a convenient location. He was going to kill me right here, and right now. What was more important? Survival or keeping my conscience clean? It was no question at all. One way I died, and the other, I had a chance at staying alive and being with Gray. That was all that mattered to me in that moment. I wanted to see Gray again. As the brown wolf leapt through the air, I let down every defense and let the beast take over. This time, it wasn't a tiny ember that blossomed. It was a full-blown bonfire that raged through my body uncontrollably. Fear fled, and in its place was a righteous certainty that I wanted to live. The wolf flew through the air, his jaws opened wide. I felt the heat from his mouth as I kicked up and shoved myself under the pouncing wolf, catching him in the chest, and following through to shove him behind me. Even before he hit the ground, I was up and looking. Through almost alien eyes, I took in everything in that sparse, concrete-laden lot. During the times when I fully surrender to the beast, it's as though I'm rewarded with superpowers. My every sense heightens, and any fear I felt flees. I can still feel emotions, but they're muted in comparison to the joy of the hunt, the anticipation of the kill. There were only a few cars around at this time of day. Above me, there was a wealth of pipes crisscrossing the ceiling and disappearing into the adjacent building. The wolf turned, growling in frustration as he got back up and began to run toward me again. I leapt straight up, catching the pipe in both hands and swinging my legs back. The motion brought power with it, and I timed it perfectly. I caught the werewolf in the jaw and was satisfied with the crack and the whimper as my opponent went down. I dropped down, knowing I had mere seconds before Darren recovered. My foot had caught him right across the jaw, but I hadn't felt the bone break. I was still fighting my instincts on some level, and there was a part of me that was screaming to give it up and let them take over completely. Stop pulling your fucking punches and let a real woman do the job, a voice inside me growled. Fighting to maintain some semblance of control, I searched around for a weapon. I ran from car to car, looking for anything I could use, but freaking college professors aren't big on carrying weapons. There was a lot of tweed and great literature, but nothing in the way of guns. Darren landed on the late-model piece of crap I was searching, and the hood dented under his weight. He snapped at my head, and I leaned back before catching him in the snout with as much strength as I could put in my fist. I didn't look back as I moved on to the next car, and finally hit pay dirt. Somebody actually played a sport, and lucky for me, it was baseball. Unlucky for me, Mr. Shortstop remembered to lock his car door. I was desperate enough to rear back and shove my fist through the back door window. It cracked against my fist, the pain blossoming, but I was able to ignore it. Blood started to run. It reminded me I needed to fight. My fist closed around the bat as the wolf leapt onto my back. He bit down ferociously on my shoulder, close to my neck. The sharp, terrible sensation pushed me straight over the edge. I roared, the beast in me firmly in control. I threw my body back in an attempt to dislodge the wolf. We hit the Volvo behind us, and Darren foolishly let go as his spine hit the car. I took the opportunity to run and regroup. Behind me, I heard the elevator doors open.
"Oh my gosh, lady. Do you need help?"
A middle-aged man asked, taking in the sight of a young woman being assaulted by what I was sure he would describe as a big dog. Darren growled at the man, but he walked bravely forward.
"Shoo!"
he yelled in a strong voice. I turned, and he got a good look at me. That was when he ran. I didn't have time to ponder that, as Darren was running full throttle toward me. I took the proper stance, knees apart, and a little bent. In my state, I grinned at the thought of letting one fly. My elbow was up in a perfect imitation of Jamie on the L.D. Bell High School baseball team. When Darren pounced, I swung and hit. This time, I caught him full in the head, and his whole body twisted with the force. He didn't whimper. He didn't moan. He just went down. I was nowhere near satisfied with that. Rage filled me. He thought he could kill me? I brought the bat down again and again. His big body twitched a time or two, but after a while he didn't move anymore. Blood splattered, but I didn't mind. It was only right that I cover myself in it. He was my enemy,
and I'd won our game. My heart raced, and I felt disappointed the game was over so quickly. I hit the body over and over, trying to get out all my rage. He tried to kill me, to take my life, but I'd shown him what it meant to cross me. Shit. I heard a voice say behind me. Don't get close to her. Another voice warned. It was too late. Someone was reaching out to me. Kelsey. Dev Quinn said, as his hand touched my shoulder. I reared back, all instinct and rage. He'd come into my killing field and dared to interrupt me? Swinging the bat back, I hit him full force across the chest. His emerald green eyes registered complete shock as his body flew away from me. He hit the concrete with a thud, and a low moan came from his mouth. This one wasn't dead yet. He needed another couple of hits before I could claim him. I held the bat over my head and was about to bring it down on the fairy's head when an arm shot out, and I looked into seriously blue eyes. Dan held my arm in his hand. The threat, obvious. He would break it if I didn't stand down. You don't touch him. He snarled around his really freaking big fangs. He is mine. But in my mind, he wasn't. In my rage-addled brain, that fairy was mine because he'd walked into my territory and tried to keep me from my rightful prey. Now the vampire was doing the same damn thing. He stared at me like he could scare me into backing down. Idiot. I pulled my arm out of his grasp, even as I kicked him straight on in the crotch. Vampires, I discovered, like their privates uninjured as much as the human male. Dan went down with an outraged shout, and I took advantage. I swung the bat straight down at his sandy blonde head. My bat hit the concrete and split in two as the vampire nimbly rolled away in the nick of time. It was okay. A broken bat becomes a handy steak. Daniel. Quinn had managed to get to his knees. He pointed my way. I rushed the vampire, the lovely pointed end in my right hand, his heart in my sights. Dan's handsome face registered shock as he took a defensive stance. His fist reared back, and it was just a question of who handled the impact best. Or it would have been, if the world hadn't stopped on a single command. Sleep. A peaceful, familiar voice said deep in my brain. My hand lowered, and I saw Marcus running toward me as I began to fall. I was in his arms as everything went black. Chapter 15. It's been an awfully long time since I saw anyone put Daniel on his ass, I heard a voice say as I started to come out of the darkness. It was worth the broken ribs for that sight alone. I'm glad I took the bat in the chest instead of what happened to you. If that had happened to me, we would never have any more kids. It's not a fucking joke, Dev, a low voice growled. She nearly killed you. I opened my eyes a smidge and saw them standing there. Oh, it wasn't that bad. Quinn had changed his shirt. He was back to masculine perfection in an olive-colored dress shirt and black slacks. I've had much worse, though it has been a while since I broke a bone. I'll moan and complain about the pain for days, and see how much sympathy sex I can get out of our wife. A familiar voice chimed in, disapproval dripping. It could have been avoided if Daniel had taken me with him, as I advised. I can handle her. I am the only one who can handle her when she gets like that. You're lucky Zach drives as quickly as he does, or you could have had a much bigger problem on your hands.
I lay perfectly still. I wanted to listen in as Marcus argued with Dan and Quinn.
You think I couldn't have handled her, Marcus?
Dan asked defensively.
Damn it. I held back because I don't like hitting girls. I took Dev because I thought he could help. He has a relationship with her.
He spent 10 minutes with her, Marcus complained.
I have a relationship with her. Devonshire tossed money her way and expected her to comply because of it. He knows nothing about her. Neither of you has ever met a hunter before, and you're proving it, even as we speak. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Quinn asked.
I felt a hand on my shoulder.
It means that she is awake and listening to everything we say. It's no use, Karamia. Open your eyes.
Dark eyes looked down into mine. He smiled, but I saw the deep concern in them.
What am I?
I asked desperately, needing to know what the hell was wrong with me. It wasn't normal to have something primal inside, waiting for a chance to get out. The vampire smoothed back my hair and lifted me up. I felt weak against him.
Rest. I had to use an enormous amount of persuasion on you. The weakness will pass.
I couldn't rest when I wasn't sure of where I was. The room was painted a neutral color, and I'd been placed on a comfortable bed, but the bars on the door didn't lie. I'm in jail?
It's a holding cell.
Dan looked at me with a mixture of guilt and wariness.
It's only a precaution. You were out of control. It's a good thing you're awake. The council is ready to meet. You need to answer for the killing of Darren Castle. It was obviously self-defense.
Zach slid his keycard through the lock, and the door swung open.
I told you that when I asked you to go save her. He attacked her. I heard the whole thing.
Dan sighed.
I know that, Zach. But you know as well as I do that the kill has to be declared righteous.
Marcus squeezed my hand.
Do not worry. It will be all right.
I shook the fog out of my head and turned to Marcus. He was the only one in the room I had any trust in at all. His father killed those girls. Darren admitted it to me. He was the one who told Hamilton about vampires and led him to Sharp. He was planting evidence against Alexander Sharp. They were trying to make everyone believe Sharp and Hamilton were partners, but Joseph Castle killed them all. Dan shook his head.
Son of a bitch. If he'd succeeded, the wolves would revolt,
Quinn said. Dan pulled out a cell phone and quietly called someone, explaining that Castle needed to be found and brought in. Someone had changed my clothes. I was wearing a too-big V-neck sweater and a pair of men's Levi's. My feet were covered only in a pair of white socks. Who changed my clothes?
Our wife and her friend.
Dan shoved his phone back in his pocket.
You were covered in blood. I thought it best you didn't go meet the council like that. I was going to change you myself.
Dan grinned and rolled his blue eyes.
But Marcus there insisted on propriety. So we brought in Zoe and Neil. Devonshire and I left the room. No covetous male eyes saw you. I assure you.
I looked up at Marcus and saw he didn't care that the other two men thought he was ridiculous and old-fashioned. Thank you, I said quietly. His hands on me felt so good, though not necessarily in a sexual way. It was sensual for certain. While I sat with his arms around me, I felt peaceful and calm, as though he could take the serene core of himself and impart a peace to me. I knew Gray wouldn't like it, but I needed it. I put my hand in his because I needed the support for whatever I was about to learn. Now, will someone please tell me what's happening to me? Zach's open face broke into a huge smile. He knelt down beside me.
I would be thrilled to tell you.
Boss.
A heavily accented voice said from the barred door. It sounded northeastern.
Her brothers are here, and so is the witch. They want to see her before she goes in.
Dan inclined his head.
Thank you, Trent. Show them in. I have some questions for them anyway.
I'm sorry, I said quietly, looking at the two of them. I had tried to kill them. It wasn't so surprising I was in jail. Quinn smiled broadly. He really was devastating when he smiled.
Not at all. It was very exciting. The only problem was, we didn't bring Zoe along. It makes me long for the old days.
He sighed and exchanged an intimate look with his partner. There was a whole lot of history between them.
We'd fight and almost die. And then Dan would come in to save the day. And we'd all go to bed and celebrate the fact that we survived.
Dan shrugged.
It's still a little like that. I celebrate every day the twins don't accidentally kill themselves or others. Kelsey.
Jamie rushed into the room. Nate and Liv were behind him, but they moved more cautiously. Jamie pulled me out of Marcus's arms, and I immediately felt the loss of his warmth.
I was so worried when they told me you were here.
She's fine, Jamie, Nathan said solemnly. Dan wouldn't hurt her. He's only trying to help.
Liv stood beside him, looking the slightest bit guilty. And I knew. I just knew. You two set me up. Nathan swallowed before answering.
It wasn't like that, Kels.
Jamie let go and glared at Nate.
What do you mean? Nate, are you trying to tell me you know what's been going on?
Liv stepped up and reached out for my hand. Her lovely eyes radiated concern. Kelsey, you know something's wrong. It has been for a very long time. The king came to me and asked if I would help you, and I couldn't turn him down.
What does the freaking king want with me?
I practically shouted.
Calm down, Kelsey, Nathan said.
You calm down, I shot back at him with a growl.
You better start explaining, Nathan,
Jamie said, in his best big brother voice.
I want to know what's going on, and why you felt more loyalty to these people than your own damn family.
Loyalty? Nate asked, his voice rising.
You want to talk about loyalty and family, Jamie? How about protecting our sister rather than passing her off to some fucking demon? How about that? You practically shoved her into bed with a hell lord. This is your fault, Jamie. And Liv's. Liv is the one who brought her back into this world. I wasn't on board with this plan until Liv shoved her back in. What was I supposed to do? She can't handle it.
She can once she gets the training she needs, Liv shot back. I sent Helen to her because Helen needed help, and Kelsey needs to use her skills. You're the one who wants her to live a half-life because you can't handle what she really is. You know she needs this, Nate.
All of you, stop.
Marcus stood and reached for my hand again. The minute he touched me, I sighed and felt the burgeoning rage slip away. Can't you see how fragile she is? She has absolutely no control yet. Daniel, is this mockery of a trial absolutely necessary? It would be better if you allowed Zachary and myself to handle her.
Sorry,
Daniel said, getting up.
It is necessary. And considering how we're all going to have to handle her, we should do this in chambers. Everyone, please follow Dev. The council is ready, if Marcus will take his place.
Marcus sighed. I don't think it is a good idea for me to leave her. Daniel shook his head and held out his hand to me.
I've been watching. I think I can keep her calm until the last of the episode goes away. I know she should rest, but we need to settle things.
Marcus reluctantly placed my hand in Dan's. As I touched him, I felt his will. He pushed his persuasion at me. It wasn't as strong as Marcus's, but I felt its soothing nature. Where Marcus's was warm, Daniel's was cool, like a breeze on a hot day. The others filed out, and I let Dan lead me even as certain pieces fell into place. You were the one who tested me in the alley, I said softly, thinking about the voice in my head. It had been his.
Yes.
Daniel led me down the hall and up a set of stairs.
I had to be sure. I sent one of my vampires, an illusionist, to test you. Dev and I watched from a building across the street. You were never in any real danger. Though Chad sure as hell was. He was very surprised. It's been a long time since anyone saw through his illusions.
And other pieces fell into place. It was daylight. Only 2 vampires currently living in Dallas could daywalk. My heart ached with the absolute betrayal of it all. Why else would Marcus, who was far older than Daniel, follow his instructions? And did you find out what you needed, Your Highness? The king of all vampire gave me a slight smile. It was tight, and there was no real humor behind it.
I did. Don't blame Nate. I asked him not to tell you. I asked Olivia not to mention she knew me either. I thought it would be easier if I got your friends involved. You came to my attention 6 months ago, when I took over the last council.
You mean when you staged your coup, I stated, needing to needle him. His mouth tightened, but he let it go.
When I became king 10 years ago, I had all the old records brought over from France. It's taken me time to go through them. I learned a lot from those files. One of the things I discovered was a line of genealogy dating back to Roman times. It was carefully kept by the council. It concerned a certain type of werewolf.
I don't see what any of this has to do with me.
You are one prickly female,
Dan said, his smile seeming genuine.
It has everything to do with you. Do you know what a lone wolf is?
I'd heard the term. It's like a super wolf. It's not an alpha, though. They tend to work and live outside packs. They tend to be drifters.
Yes, they do. They also tend to be cantankerous and a bit lazy,
Dan said, with great affection.
The gene is recessive and very, very rare.
There are only 2 loners in the whole world now. The council has kept track of them. They were watched closely.
Because they're dangerous?
No. Because the council is always watching to see if the loner takes a human lover. It is rare, but some do.
Why does the council care who some loner sleeps with?
Because if the lone wolf manages to produce a child with a human, there is the slight possibility that the child will be what they call a hunter. A hunter has many of the strengths of a wolf. It's like having the soul of the wolf, but not the body. A hunter has strength, and speed, and instinct. But they aren't vulnerable to silver, and they don't have to follow the moon. Some hunters find, once they accept the beast inside, that they can change their hands into claws.
I stopped in the middle of the hall. And you think I'm a hunter?
You're not the first person to call me that.
I thought about Syl. He'd said I was a hunter, and it was who I was, not what I did.
Yes, I suspect many people have tracked you,
Dan replied.
My coup, as you call it, saved you, Kelsey. The former head of the council was a man named Louis Marini. 2 days before he was killed, he signed an order to have one Kelsey Atwood brought to France under council's supervision. You would have been kidnapped, brought to the council, and trained to do what you were born to do. You were 16, and something had triggered your power a few months before. The council watched you from the time you were born.
The night in the woods with my father had been the first time I'd felt the power. My fear and rage that night had been a catalyst. It had been a turning point.
And what was I born to do,
Your Highness?
The doors at the end of the hall opened, and Dev Quinn stood there impatiently. Daniel wouldn't be rushed. You were born to track and kill demons here on the Earth plane. It is what Marini would have trained you to do. It is what hunters have done for millennia.
The room got cold as I realized the impact to Gray and me. How was he going to take the news? Would he be angry? And there was still one last question I had. Are you trying to tell me my father is a lone wolf? My father hunted and killed wolves. He hated wolves.
All those things are true about John Atwood,
Daniel allowed.
But John Atwood was not your father, as I will prove when we go before the council and have your protection declared.
I stopped as he tried to lead me into the council chamber. I didn't want to go in there. If I went in that room, everything was going to change. My whole life was going to change. I want to call my fiancé. I'm getting married in 3 days. I want Gray here. The king's face hardened.
He's on his way. But I don't think you'll like the reunion. He has a lot to answer for. Now it's time to go. Don't worry. It will all work out, and you will be well taken care of. I promise you that.
He pulled me along, and I entered the chamber where my life would change forever. The council chamber was a large, intimidating room, dominated by a huge semicircle of dark wood that functioned as a desk. It's a little like a big old courtroom, and 5 judges sit above it all. There was a place in the middle that was empty, and plenty of seats in the back of the room. Nate, Jamie, and Liv were sitting in the gallery seats. Jamie was facing away from Nate, a sure sign he was pissed.
Zach sat next to the blonde wolf named Neil and his gun-happy goth boyfriend, who I still kind of wanted to injure heinously. Dev Quinn sat next to the beautiful redhead from the photo in his office. She winked at Daniel as we walked into the room, and then caught my eyes and smiled encouragingly. I really didn't care. I wanted Gray. No matter what the king said, I wanted Gray here.
Gentlemen, madam.
Daniel addressed the council.
This is Kelsey Atwood, for now. She's the woman in question. Kelsey, allow me to introduce the council. You know Marcus Vorenus, of course. He represents Vampire. To his left, His Royal Highness Declan Quinn, Prince of Fairy. Yes, it's his twin.
The man, who looked exactly like Dev Quinn, sighed.
Finally, Daniel, some interesting business. You're quite pretty. Whatever shall we do with you? You'll have to pardon him. He's an ass,
Daniel said, continuing the introductions.
John Mackenzie. He's the alpha for the North American pack.
Mackenzie was roughly 45, and his face was as hard and unforgiving as one would expect from a man who led that many werewolves. His hair was cut in a military style, and he had the bearing of a general.
Damn, Donovan. She's really his daughter. I can smell it from here. Wish the old guy was alive, because I'd love to see him try to handle this one. Chris Hancock. He's the leader of the Panthers and holds the shapeshifter seat,
Daniel said as he moved down the line.
Esme Reynolds represents the witches, and Sir Ronald James speaks for human interests.
Good evening, the older Brit said, with a nod of his head.
Now, the king began. Will Jamie Atwood please stand?
Jamie complied, standing readily, his green eyes confused and wary.
I want to know what's going on, Your Highness. If my sister killed a wolf, then she was defending herself.
Daniel nodded. He turned back to the council.
I move to declare the killing of Darren Castle to be righteous. Miss Atwood was defending herself. All in favor?
There were 5 ayes, and no nays. I was off the hook for the killing. It was quick, and I probably should have been relieved. My pardon was seemingly unimportant to the king. He had bigger fish to fry.
Excellent. Mr. Atwood, you are the oldest of your mother's 3 children? I am. Do you remember a trip your mother took roughly 2 months after giving birth to Nathan?
Jamie thought for a moment. He would have been 5 at the time.
We went to visit her cousin. My father was on an extended hunting trip, and Mom packed us up and headed west to see... I think her name was Gina. We stayed for 2 months, and then Dad showed up and we went home.
I didn't even know Mom had a cousin named Gina. Dad had never let us leave the state without him.
What city did Gina live in?
The king seemed to be enjoying his stint as prosecuting attorney. Or was he defending me? I couldn't tell.
Las Vegas,
Jamie replied. That seemed to mean something to a whole bunch of people in the crowd. There were gasps of surprise. And the woman I now knew was the queen had a sheen of unshed tears in her hazel eyes.
And Kelsey was born 8 months after you returned home.
Jamie's face fell as the implications hit him. Are you trying to say my mother had an affair, and Kelsey isn't my father's child? There is no doubt on that count, Daniel replied with a grin, as if he had knocked my entire childhood on its rear. Your sister donated blood at a blood drive 2 months ago. I took the blood and had a DNA test done.
I remembered that blood drive. It had been at Liv's school, and she'd been so insistent that I come. She'd promised me dinner if I went and helped out. At the time, I thought she'd wanted to spend time with me. But now I knew. She was under orders. Daniel looked at me with a smile, like what he was saying was a good thing.
Your father's name was Lee Owens. He was Zach's brother. Zach is your uncle.
Zach smiled at me, but I still didn't feel a thing. A numbness had settled over me. This Owens guy was a lone wolf?
Yes,
Dan replied. He seemed a little surprised I wasn't thrilled to discover some werewolf I'd never met had knocked up my mom.
I'm sorry to tell you, he died about 10 years ago.
Okay. What did they want from me? I felt vulnerable standing there in that big, intimidating room, with all these powerful people staring down at me. I didn't even have a freaking pair of shoes on. They obviously wanted me to react in a certain way, but I couldn't. I only wanted one thing. Can I go home? The vampire sighed. Things obviously weren't going according to plan.
Kelsey.
The door in the back flew open.
Kelsey,
Gray yelled, looking for me as he strode through into the room. His eyes widened as he took in the scene in front of him. I didn't hesitate. I left the king behind and ran, flinging myself into his arms. Big, muscled arms wrapped around me, and I tried to sink into his warmth. I want to go home, Gray, I said into his chest. There was nothing I wanted more.
I'll take you home.
He picked me up. For the first time all afternoon, I felt really safe. He glared at the assembly.
This woman belongs to me. You have no authority over her. Leave us alone.
He turned and started out, but the door was quickly closed, and 3 big dudes with large guns barred our way out.
I can't let you leave with her, Lieutenant,
Daniel said.
And you know it.
Gray's jaw firmed stubbornly as he turned to face the king.
You into kidnapping, Donovan? Are you going to keep her here against her will?
Quinn walked up and stood beside the king.
She'll stay here once she fully understands how important she is and what you've done to her.
Gray carefully put me down, but his arms stayed around me. He held me possessively and stared at the fairy.
I have done nothing but love her and get her to fall in love with me.
Quinn frowned.
Did you? Tell me something, Kelsey. Did he tell you the truth about himself?
Yes, he did. I didn't get why everyone was so against me being with Gray. He'd been upfront and honest about his parentage, and I'd accepted it. We were adults. It was our decision as far as I could see. I know he's half demon. I don't see where it's your business. It's between me and Gray. Stay out of it. He shook his head.
I can't do that, because I don't believe he's told you the whole truth. Has he told you that he's been feeding you fertility drugs?
Gray gasped behind me.
That's a lie. It's not a lie, Kelsey, Daniel said with sympathy. Dev caught it this afternoon. All he had to do was touch you to know someone had been playing with your fertility. It was faint the night you came into the club, but it's quite powerful today.
Quinn agreed. My hands tightened around Gray's arms. I wasn't about to believe it. I have that ring thing. I can't get pregnant. Dev shook his head at my naivete.
The drugs he's been using on you are far more powerful than anything a doctor can give you. That device is supposed to stop ovulation. But I promise you're ovulating right now.
He turned his attention to Gray.
What did your father promise you if you produced a child with a hunter? Was he willing to let you go in exchange for a powerful child? I didn't give her anything, Gray said. It would taste like peppermint, Dev pointed out.
I turned and looked at Gray. It was Syl.
Kelsey, I didn't tell him to do that,
he said, practically begging me to believe him. I took a deep breath and reached out for his hand. I wouldn't believe he would knowingly do that to me. He loved me. I knew he loved me. I know, baby. I turned back to Quinn. Am I pregnant?
No,
the fairy said.
But it wouldn't have taken him long. And you didn't answer my question. What did your father promise you for impregnating a hunter? Answer the question, Lieutenant. Don't bother lying. We know you met with your father.
Dan gestured for a man to come forward. It was the guy with the northeastern accent. He walked forward, several black and white photographs in his hand. When he held them up, I saw a picture of Gray in the t-shirt and sweats he'd worn the morning after we'd first made love. He'd gone jogging and stayed out for a long time. Now I could see, plainly, he'd met someone. The man in the picture with Gray was powerfully built and dressed fashionably in a pinstriped suit. There was a vague resemblance between the men. They had the same build, the same nose, and similar strong jawlines. There were several pictures, and Trent held them up for all to see. In one, the two men were arguing, but as the photos continued, Gray seemed to calm down and listen. In the last picture, Gray and his father were shaking hands.
What do you do, Trent? Follow me around?
Gray growled. Trent shrugged.
It's a hobby. Stop stalling and answer the question. What did he offer you? You should know that I have tapes of the conversation. I could let her hear the whole thing.
Why wouldn't I want to hear it? It was plain on Gray's face that he didn't want me to hear it. Panic threatened, and I could feel the beast. No, she's a wolf. I could feel her starting to twitch again. I turned to him and stared into those deep blue eyes. I loved those eyes. He closed them, like he couldn't bear to look at me anymore.
An extra 30 years.
Donovan whistled.
That's impressive. He must want that child very much. He thinks you're planning a war.
Gray replied, and I heard the pain in his voice.
He thinks she'll break off contact when the vampire-demon contracts expire. It's a good plan,
Quinn admitted.
He takes out a demon hunter and perhaps gets one of his own to train. Maybe he could even convince Kelsey to play for your side. She would be extremely effective at killing vampires. It's a good call. Tell me, what were you planning to do if she didn't get pregnant? I'm not on their side. I wouldn't fight beside my father. Never. As to the rest of it, I'm gonna find a way out,
Gray stated, with implacable will.
There is no way out,
Daniel argued. No way out of what? I practically screamed. I was sick of all these men standing around talking about me and my future like my opinions didn't matter. I was invisible to them, except as a pawn with which to hurt each other. I turned to Gray, because he was the only one who mattered. I put my hands on his waist, needing to touch him, to reassure myself that we were together. What are they talking about? What do you mean your father offered you 30 years? I don't understand any of this. His breath hitched. His hands framed my cheeks, and he stared for a long time, as though he was memorizing my face. When he spoke, his voice was like gravel.
I'm on a contract, Kelsey. I'm a legacy. My mother agreed to have me in exchange for money and power. Father chose her because she had certain psychic abilities he wanted bred into his son. I'm his second child. My half-brother is an empath, but he doesn't have prophecy powers.
What does it mean? I held on so tight. I didn't want a family history. I wanted him to tell me it was all a mistake, and we could leave and fly to Vegas and get married. If we'd done that in the first place, instead of trying to make his vision come true, we would be married and making love right now.
It means I was allowed 35 years on this plane before I had to go to the hell plane and reside with my father permanently.
My hands fell to my sides as my world crashed down around me. You're going to hell? Gray's hands grasped my shoulders, and he shook me lightly, but I could see out of the corner of my eye Nate, Jamie, and Zach on their feet.
I am not going to hell. I'm going to get out of it.
You were going to marry me? And leave me alone after 5 years? My heart hurt, and I couldn't look at him anymore. I hated the fact that everyone was watching us. We were entertaining them. The wolf inside me howled.
No. He wasn't going to do that,
Quinn said with growing certainty.
The marriage was his ace in the hole. If he couldn't get you pregnant before his contract was up, he lost his chance. But if he married you...
Donovan took up the train of thought.
Marriage is a contract. You vow to live with your husband. He was going to take you with him. Demon kind would honor the contract, and you would be forced to follow him.
Jamie cursed as he rushed Gray. His fist reared back. Gray did absolutely nothing to avoid the blow or defend himself. He took Jamie's punch full on and staggered back from the force.
How the hell could you do that to her? I love her, man,
Gray said, willing his friend to believe him.
I wouldn't take her with me. No! You'll get her pregnant to buy yourself some time, Nathan accused. Gray rubbed his jaw. I'm buying us time. I will find a way out, damn it. I will not let them take my wife or my child. I'm going to save us. He turned to me. Kelsey, he said desperately. I am begging you to believe me. I love you, Kelsey, man. I love you so much. We can make this work. I swear I'll get us out of this. Come with me. Trust me. I wanted to. I wanted to take his hand and slip it in mine and walk out. I came up with 100 ways I could make it work. I could not marry him and force him to use a condom. I could take my 5 years with him. At that moment, staring down the possibility of losing Gray, I thought maybe hell wouldn't be so bad. If we were together, maybe I could handle it. She isn't going anywhere with you. Nathan moved between us, as though he could stop the demon from taking me. If you think for one moment I'm letting you anywhere near my sister again, you're insane, Sloane. Jamie spat. I saw something die in Gray's eyes. Jamie was his friend, probably the one human he'd ever told his secret to. He was so alone. How would he live if I walked away? Back off, Jamie. He didn't want Syl around me. I was the one who let Syl in. Gray asked me to stay away from him. He didn't know anything about it. I was about to take his hand and tell everyone to fuck themselves when Dev Quinn opened his mouth again. Kelsey, the fertility drugs were magical, he said carefully. They would have the added effect of making you vulnerable to him. Did you fall in love quickly? It would be intense and unexpected. It would be out of character to feel so much, to trust so much in so quick a time. I stumbled back, the shock making me fall into Quinn. He tried to steady me, but I didn't want him touching me. Was my love for Gray all a trick of some drugs? It felt so real. It felt like the only real thing in the world. How could it be false? I overcorrected and was about to fall to my knees when Marcus caught me. He cursed up at Quinn, saying what I could only imagine was some truly filthy stuff in Italian. She has to know the truth, Marcus. Quinn defended himself. I stood quietly, numbly in Marcus's arms, letting him hold me up. The Queen was on her feet. You didn't have to do it in front of an audience, Devonshire. And you, Daniel. You should know better than this. Gray looked like someone had punched him in the gut. He stood silent for a moment, ignoring my brother's growls and the crowd looking on. He focused solely on me, and his eyes went red. His skin lost its color, and I wondered if he was going to lose control of his form. But he didn't. He seemed to shrink instead. Don't lie to me, Quinn, he said, in a voice that must have cost him so much. He was practically begging his worst enemy. Is it true? Her emotions were affected by the drugs Syl gave her. She said she loved me. Quinn had the grace to look sympathetic. I'm sorry, but that magic is powerful. It can act like a love spell. She would fall quickly. In bed, she would probably be very submissive. I believe it had the added punch of making both her and her lover adverse to using anything that would stop the intended effect.
Gray shook his head.
I had a box of condoms in the dresser. I never thought to use them. And she wouldn't have thought to ask you to,
Quinn explained.
If it's true you had nothing to do with giving her the drugs. But I'm sorry, Lieutenant. You were tricked too. Your father was determined to have that child.
Gray's eyes closed, and I could see what it was costing him to survive these moments. I wanted more than anything to walk to him and take him in my arms and tell him I loved him. Instead, I stood quietly, allowing Marcus to hold me, while the only man I'd ever loved turned and began to walk away. He was at the door when he stopped. He didn't turn around.
Vorenus.
Marcus didn't pretend to misunderstand.
I will take care of her. I promise.
Gray nodded and walked out. Marcus's arms tightened around me.
I cannot believe you have done this, Daniel. I could believe it of Devonshire, but I thought you would have more compassion than to do this to her. She's fragile, and you seek to break her. I didn't like it, Marcus, but it had to be done. I cannot allow her to fall into demonic hands.
Dan sighed and braced himself.
If you didn't like that, old friend, then I doubt you'll approve of my next move.
He turned to the council.
I move to declare Kelsey Owens a ward of the council. If you look in the packets Trent is passing out, you'll find a schedule of her training and all protocols concerning handling the hunter. When her training is finished, she will hold the office of sheriff.
What if I don't want to be sheriff? I asked, but no one cared. Marcus was livid. I could feel it. I could practically feel the emotion pouring off him.
Nay. My vote is nay. We are not the old council to come in and change a person's life on our whim, Daniel. How can you do this?
The king of all vampire crossed his arms and allowed everyone around to feel his will. Even I could feel it.
It must be done. She's a dangerous creature. She must be controlled. Or put down.
Danny. The queen breathed out his name, her eyes wide.
Master, she's my niece.
Zack put himself between me and the king. Daniel stared at Zack, his lips in a sympathetic frown.
She's also capable of enormous destruction. You haven't read the files I've read. Hunters, when left to their own devices, always kill. And she'll do it indiscriminately. If I let her go, she won't be able to stop herself. She is completely undisciplined. She nearly killed Dev just for touching her when she was in that state. Tell me, Kelsey, do you want to be responsible for killing someone, or perhaps many people, because you can't control your power?
No. You should put me down. There was a hollow place inside me. An emptiness I was fairly certain nothing could ever fill. Dan sighed. He walked up to me.
I am not going to kill you. I'm going to train you. I'll teach you to control the power inside you. You can use it for good, Kelsey. You can help people with it.
He was talking to the wrong girl. I really don't care. That wasn't the answer he was looking for. It seemed I was turning out to be a disappointment to the king. I didn't care about that either.
You will care. You're in shock. I'll give you time, but I want my vote.
He turned back to the council.
I move to recuse Marcus Vorenus from this vote. He's obviously emotionally involved with the female in question. As he holds the vampire seat, I invoke my right to vote in his place. Vampires vote aye.
And so did everyone else, with the exception of the witch. She voted nay, and Donovan didn't have any convenient way to dispose of her. It didn't matter. It was 1 versus 5, reaching the threshold in which, apparently, the council can claim someone's life.
Are you done with her, then?
Marcus asked, the rage in his voice barely in check.
May I take her back to the cell you intend to cage her in?
There was a lot of yelling and arguing going on. The chaos was all around me. But I focused on Donovan and the sound of Marcus's voice. From what I could tell, Marcus Vorenus might be the only person in the world who hadn't lied to me or used me to further himself in his agenda.
She can go. And rest,
Donovan said.
I'll make sure her new quarters are arranged for tomorrow.
There will still be bars on the door, I suspect,
Marcus replied. Donovan didn't move.
Yes, but it will be more comfortable. She can have guests. She can have family with her. Olivia has offered to stay with you for a few days while you settle in.
No, I said firmly, with the only real emotion I'd had in hours. No. I don't want to see her.
Kelsey, Donovan cajoled. She was worried about you. Don't blame her. Or Nate.
Fuck them, I growled. You can put me in a cage, Your Highness, but you can't make me forgive them.
Come, cara mia.
Marcus took my hand firmly in his.
I will stay with you. I won't leave you alone.
He began to lead me out. Donovan nodded, and the man named Trent stepped out. He was apparently my security. Well, everyone else's security from me. Marcus turned as we passed the Vampire King. His voice was low, but I heard him over the arguments going on around me.
And Daniel. Call her by her proper title. Call her your next apparatus. At least Louis was honest about what he was.
Donovan's blue eyes flared with what looked like shock, and then he registered only a dull kind of pain. He turned and walked back to Quinn, who put an arm around his partner's shoulder, seeming to comfort him. Liv and Nathan were hot on our heels. "Kelsey," Liv pleaded, trying to get me to turn around.
Do you wish to speak with them, Cara?
Marcus asked. I shook my head. In that moment, if I never spoke to them again, it would have been fine.
Go,
Marcus said firmly. Liv and Nate stopped. Their expressions went blank, and they both turned and walked out the door. I almost made it out of the council chamber. I almost made it into the hallway that led to my little cell, where I could lay down and try to shut out the world. I almost made it.
Joseph Castle burst through the doors, the same doors Gray had run through looking for me, the same ones he'd walked out of my life through.
"That bitch killed my son,"
he declared, his clawed finger pointing at me.
"She killed my son, and I will have my vengeance."
Chapter 16. Marcus paced back and forth. I watched him from the cot in my jail cell. His long, elegant hand stroked his chin while he contemplated the problem of me. "I'll be fine on my own if you want to go back." I almost hoped he didn't. I should want to be alone, but I found him comforting even when he was agitated. His handsome face turned toward me.
"They can handle Castle without me."
He laughed bitterly.
"Apparently, I am not needed at all, cara mia. If the king doesn't agree with my position, he'll simply have me recused and vote in my stead."
The vampire walked over and sank down beside me on the cot.
"I would rather stay with you. Kelsey, you have not cried. It's fine to do so. I won't think less of you."
I shook my head. "I don't need to. I'm fine." His fingers played soothingly with mine.
"You don't have to be strong."
"I'm not," I replied. "I just don't care." I didn't. Since that moment that Gray had walked out, I'd been blissfully numb. It hadn't hurt that Quinn had delivered a tea that he claimed would flush the drugs from my system. I didn't care about anything, and I found it freeing. I'd always known that it wouldn't work out. I'd always known I would be alone. It turned out my father, well, the dude who raised me, had been right. I was a freak, and a dangerous one at that. My friends and family thought I belonged in a prison under supervision. I'd realized something important, though. The king could put me in prison, but he couldn't force me to become the next apparatus. I would sit here, ignore anything he wanted me to do, and there wasn't anything the king could do about it.
"I don't believe you,"
Marcus said.
"You're in shock. When the time comes, you will cry, and I'll be there for you."
I doubted that. It seemed to me the king and Marcus had some serious issues. I doubted Donovan was going to allow Marcus to stay with me for any length of time. He would handpick the people to be around me, and I would ignore all of them. I would find it very amusing. The king would never know that the one person who might be able to convince me was the one person he would never allow around me. The door opened, and the king entered.
"We have a problem."
The king looked tired, like the stress of the day was taking its toll. I didn't feel at all sorry for him. The door opened again, and Zach strode through.
"This is not a problem, Master,"
Zach was saying.
"It sure as hell is,"
Donovan shot back.
"Castle is demanding full wolf rights."
For what? The question was merely curious. I didn't really care. I thought the council cleared me.
"They cleared you for the killing of Darren Castle. That's not what the Alpha is demanding rights over. It's the accusation. It's a completely archaic law. But my lawyers claim he can do it,"
Donovan explained. Marcus stood up.
"You cannot expect her to do that."
The king shook his head.
"We have no physical proof, Marcus. She's accused him. And I believe her. But I can't convict him without proof. I would let him go and keep an eye on him, but he is pushing me. He won't relinquish the right. He wants me to prepare the arena for tonight.
He wants vengeance,
Marcus declared. Of course he does. But he has the right to face his accuser according to all wolf laws. If I refuse, Castle will use it as a rallying cry to gather the wolves to his side. He turned to me. Kelsey, will you take back the accusation that Castle killed those girls? If you publicly rescind the accusation, he won't have grounds to demand a fight. He wants to get you into the arena where he'll fight you. He has the right to demand tooth and claw. You'll be forced to go in without any weapons.
I shrugged. He did it. I won't say otherwise. Zach kneeled down to get eye level with me. I took in his brown hair and eyes. I could see it, the resemblance between us. I wondered briefly what my bio dad looked like, and how he died.
Kelsey, please, Zach said. Castle is an alpha, a true alpha. He's got 150 pounds on you. Rescind the accusation, and I promise you, I'll make sure he sees justice. I'll do it quietly, but as painfully as you see fit. Zach, Dan warned. She's my niece.
Zach glanced back at his master.
She's the only blood I have left. Do you think I don't know that, Zach? Daniel said bitterly. Do you think this isn't costing me? I know everything I owe Lee Owens. Even as we speak, Dev is trying to calm Z down because she's so pissed off at us she's threatening to kick us out if anything happens to her. Damn it, my son is named for her father. Do you honestly believe I want to hurt her? Then allow me to take her place, Zach said.
No. He had a wife and a little girl. I remembered him talking about her. I supposed she was my cousin. If this guy was such a badass, I wasn't going to let someone with a kid take my place. I'll meet him.
No, you will not.
Marcus turned to the king.
Can you not see that she is devastated? She will use this as an excuse to commit suicide. She's at a delicate stage. I have more experience with hunters than you do. They're emotional creatures. You dealt her a blow today that she hasn't even processed yet. If you allow this to happen, you are killing her.
I have no choice, Donovan said with a sigh. If she won't publicly take back her accusation, I have no option but to allow the ritual. Kelsey, please, take back what you said. I'll put everyone I have on digging up evidence, and then we can go after Castle. I promise you, I will bring him to justice.
In this, the wolf inside me and I were of the same mind. There would be no retraction. I wasn't going to lie. No. He did it. If he wants to try to kill me, then good for him.
You're so stubborn,
Donovan cursed under his breath.
Do what you can to get her ready, Marcus. This takes place in 2 hours. Is there anything I can get you?
I thought about it. There was really only one thing I wanted. Bottle of tequila? Donovan rolled his eyes.
No. I won't send you in drunk.
Then you're worthless to me, Your Highness.
I sat back and closed my eyes. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me when it's time for my execution. Donovan cursed again, and I heard the door open.
Fix her, Marcus. Zach, I need you with me.
The bed dipped again as Marcus sat back down.
Kelsey, is there anything I can do to talk you out of this?
I didn't bother to open my eyes. Nope. I was ready for it to be over with. There wasn't much to look forward to anyway. I wouldn't see Gray again. Nathan and Liv had sold me out. The way I saw it, it didn't matter what Castle did to me. If Castle killed me, then I didn't have to rot in a cell, so it might be a win for my side either way.
I'm going to speak with the wolves. Perhaps I can talk some sense into Mackenzie. I will return. Please, reconsider.
The door hissed open, and all was blissfully silent once more. I shifted and let my head find the pillow. Sleep seemed like a really nice thing to do, but it wouldn't come. I lay there thinking of Gray. I'd been so happy with him. He'd made me feel like I had something to offer a man besides a quickie. Nothing ever felt so right as lying in his arms. It was really hard to believe that it was a lie. I went over every moment of our time together in my head as time passed. I remembered every touch, every glance, every time I made him crazy. Even though he'd lied to me, I wondered where he was. Was he as lost as I was? He wouldn't be waiting for me in the parking garage this time. Or at least I hoped not. I wasn't going to come out of this place, it seemed. I was going to die here. Would anyone tell him? Would he mourn for me? The door hissed open, and I sighed because I didn't want to listen to Marcus beg me again. I tried to pretend to sleep. "Lady?" A voice several octaves higher than Marcus's said. I opened my eyes, and Lee Quinn stood there, holding a key card and a bottle. Despite the seriousness of my situation, I had to smile. "You're a good little thief, aren't you?" He grinned. One of his teeth was missing. He was going to be a looker when he grew up. Now he was one sweet-looking boy. "That's what my granddad says." I sat up and studied the kid. I should call his dads. Neither one of them would want their baby boy in here with me. But I found myself curious. No grand desire to pummel the child rushed through my veins, so I thought we were safe. "Who'd you steal the card from?" He plopped down on the chair his dad had previously occupied. He was surprisingly self-possessed for a kid his age. "I swiped it off Trent. He can be easily distracted. I stole this from the bar down in Ether. I just grabbed it, though, so it's not tequila. Is Rum okay?" I laughed, the first amusement I'd found in anything all day. "What do you do? Eavesdrop?" He passed me the rum, which would work nicely. I held it in my lap as he replied. "I snuck into the security room. Almost every room in the building has cameras in it. Lots of people say Papa is paranoid, but I don't know what that means. It means he's careful. It has to be getting late. Shouldn't you be in bed? Tomorrow is a school day." Lee set his feet up on the coffee table and stretched his arms out behind his head. "Don't have to go. Got suspended."
He said it with no small amount of pride. His parents were going to have so much trouble with him. What on earth did an 8-year-old do to get suspended?
Punched a guy in the face, Lee admitted. He called Mia fat. It made her cry. Mia's my friend. I had to stand on a chair, though. He was a lot taller than me. I'm in 3rd grade. He's in 5th.
Oh, I liked Lee. Sounds like you had good cause. Did he punch you back?
No. I was faster than him, but not faster than Mrs. Nichols, he allowed. Actually, I am faster than Mrs. Nichols. She snuck up on me. Are you going to drink that? Papa always drinks when he gets really upset. He calls it Papa juice. But Mama drinks it too. I think it's one of those things adults say when they don't want you to do something because you're a kid.
I nodded. I think you're right. He got very serious.
I'm named after your dad. He died saving my mom and my papa.
No wonder he was practically a saint to these people. Lee is a nice name, I said, because I didn't know what else to say.
Are you gonna fight the Alpha?
Yes. He did something really bad, and I know about it. I could lie, and then I wouldn't have to fight, but he would get away with hurting some girls. Lee's little jaw firmed.
He killed them. He should pay for that. My dad thinks you shouldn't fight him, though. Mama's mad.
Sorry. I didn't much care about Quinn and Donovan, but I liked the kid. I didn't like causing him trouble. It was hard enough being 8.
I think she'll probably get over it.
I don't know about that, a voice said from the doorway. I looked up, and the Queen stood there. A harried-looking Trent started toward Lee, but the Queen put a hand out. Stop that. She's not going to hurt Lee. She gave me a wry smile. Are you? I think he's probably safe. He brought me liquor after all. I showed her my pilfered rum. The Queen held up her own bottle, and I noted it was a damn good tequila. He's not the only one. She walked into the room and affectionately ruffled her son's hair. Go to bed, little ruffian. You might have gotten suspended, but Papa found you a tutor. He'll be here at 7:30 in the morning. Lee sighed. I got the feeling he was used to being outmaneuvered by his mom. He stood up and walked to her. He threw his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly.
Night, Mama. I love you.
He turned back to me.
Bye, Kelsey. I hope the Alpha doesn't kill you.
The Queen watched her son walk out of the room. Trent, why don't you follow my baby boy and make sure he doesn't stop anywhere along the way? Trent eyed me like I would murder someone the minute he turned his back. The Queen arched a regal eyebrow, and Trent sighed and walked out the door. She turned back and took a look at the bottle in my hand. She shook her head. No, that won't do. Let's drink this. The Queen of all vampires sat down across from me and pulled the cork on the bottle of imported tequila. She didn't wait for me to tell her I didn't have any glasses, much less an actual kitchen in my crappy cell. She took an extremely long swig from the bottle and passed it to me.
She didn't look very queen-like in jeans and sneakers and a black sweater. It was similar to mine, and I figured out where I'd gotten the clothing from. She filled it out better than I did. Her auburn hair was pulled back in a ponytail. I took the bottle and matched her. "You're not what I expected."
"I rarely am," the Queen replied. "Let's talk, you and I. First off, I am so sorry my husbands are dipshits."
"I'm sorry, too," I replied,
unwillingly liking the woman. "Sometimes I think they make each other worse," she mused. "They have a mutual admiration society for each other's Machiavellian plots. They enjoy intrigue far too much. You should have been told what you are right off the bat. If I'd been doing it, I would have invited you to dinner, explained what you are, and offered you the training to control it."
"That probably would have worked better," I allowed.
"If the dinner was really good, that is."
She smiled. "Oh, it would have been good. I know the way to a wolf's heart."
"I'm not a wolf."
The denial was automatic. Even as I said the words, I knew I was lying to some extent. She took another swig. "Not fully, but I think you'll find you fit in well with the wolf society. Probably much more so than you ever could with humans. If you give it a chance, you might be able to find a home here."
"I don't need a home."
I felt surly. A couple of hours before, I'd been moving into my new home, the one the man I loved had bought for me. Now I had a fucking cell. "Spoken like a true loner," the Queen said. "Your father would have said the same thing."
"Don't call him that,"
I shot back. I was starting to get emotional again. Twitchy. It was the only way to describe it. I couldn't help but think about the dreams I'd had since childhood. They'd been just that. Dreams. I'd had no loving father. Apparently he'd been here, busy taking care of the Queen. He was some promiscuous asshole who knocked up my mom and went on his merry way. There are probably 10 more like me out there. The Queen's hazel eyes narrowed dangerously. "I'll ignore that, because I know what it feels like to be where you are. But understand, your father would have loved you. He would have done anything for you had he known you existed. If Lee Owens had lived and discovered who you were, he would have come for you, and nothing would have stopped him." I wanted to believe it. I wanted to believe someone wanted me. "How did he die?" The Queen sighed, and it seemed the memory hurt her on a fundamental level. But she talked about it anyway. "It was right before Daniel took over. We were betrayed by a demon. He gave up our location to the head of the council. Zach managed to get Daniel out of there. But Dev, Lee, and I were left behind. The vampires knew Lee would never allow them to take us, so they filled him so full of silver he couldn't move. He fought so hard. I begged him to take vampire blood and save himself. I begged him to run. But he wouldn't. He said he couldn't. Are you going to use this fight with Castle to kill yourself?" Sneaky Queen. I was still thinking about the man who fathered me as I answered the question. "No. But if it happens, it happens. I won't take back the accusation, Your Highness. I'm right, and he's wrong. If I die because of it, then I do." The Queen sat up and leaned forward, tears shining in her beautiful eyes. He would be proud of you. I really hope you don't die, Kelsey Owens. I would really like for you to get to know my son."
The door opened again, and I was glad to see Marcus walk in. The talk with the Queen made me anxious. It ran across my nerves, bringing up all sorts of feelings. I'd managed to shut out so much of what I was feeling, but she and that boy were bringing it all up again. I wouldn't have a son because Gray was gone. My mind raced. I didn't have a family anymore because they'd all lied to me, including my mother. Jamie hadn't lied, but I didn't feel like being fair at the moment. I didn't have friends because who would want to be friendly with some freak? I didn't fit anywhere. I wasn't a wolf, and I wasn't human. My eyes started to well with tears, and my hands started to shake. Marcus cursed impatiently and crossed to me. His hand slid beneath my hair and rubbed the back of my neck gently. It was like someone had turned down the volume. I sighed and leaned against his hand.
"I do not leave her alone for more than half an hour, and one of you is in here again, riling her up,"
Marcus said, looking at the Queen. She frowned.
"I wasn't trying to hurt her. I just wanted to meet her. She's Lee's daughter." I was curious.
"Don't you think your family has done enough to her for one day?"
"Marcus, you have to know I had nothing to do with this," the Queen protested. "This is one of those things Danny and Dev don't bother to tell me about. If I'd known, I would have stopped it. I understand she has to be trained, but it could have been handled differently." She stood up and paced as she thought. "I certainly would have brought her in before she got involved with that demon. That's what makes me crazy. Daniel knew, but he let it go on. She should have been brought in the minute he got that DNA test back."
"I believe he would tell you he wasn't sure she was a hunter," Marcus explained. "She could be Lee's daughter and still have merely been human. According to Daniel, she's shown nothing of a hunter's skills in the past few years."
"What's different?" Without really thinking about it, I leaned toward the vampire.
"I believe this case you have worked on pushed you over the edge. It triggered the instinct to burst forth. Meeting Lieutenant Sloan was also an emotional experience. The two combined have forced the beast into the open. Have you ever felt it before?"
I told him about the night with my father. I didn't candy coat it the way I had with Gray. I told him about running afterward and how I survived the cold. He took it all in with an academic nod.
"The killing of the wolves would have been a trigger," Marcus explained. "I'm surprised you managed to contain yourself then. It could have been much worse, Kelsey. You could have stood your ground and tried to kill any wolf who entered your territory."
"Yes, my territory. That's why I attacked Quinn. He came into my territory. I hadn't liked it." Marcus brought my hand into his lap and rubbed it gently.
"I can teach you to control that beast. I can train you to integrate the wolf into your personality. She's a part of you that you can learn to tap into and use for protection. Right now, the wolf is close to the surface because you're emotional. We need to keep you calm until I've taught you to control your instincts."
"You've trained a hunter before?" the Queen asked,
Her eyes were on the place where Marcus held my hand. He'd taken one of my hands in both of his and was rubbing long strokes up and down my arm. It was a little like petting, and I knew I should stop him, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It felt too good. Marcus nodded.
I have, Your Highness. The Council trained hunters long before I walked the night, and always it is an academic who handles the hunter in the beginning. Hunters and academics have a long history of partnership.
Because of the persuasion powers of the academic? The Queen continued her questions.
This, and the fact that academics are able to bond to females in ways the other classes cannot.
Marcus's fingers almost absent-mindedly tangled in mine.
Though we sleep, we do not go into a fugue state the way other vampires do. If a hunter needs her mentor during the day, only an academic can be there for her. But it goes far beyond that. I can go into her dreams, as you very well know. I can sense her emotional state. If we got close, I would be able to taste the food on her tongue, to sense when she is in trouble. An academic can have a very intimate relationship with a female. It helps the hunter to bond with her trainer. It helps her trust him and allow her to form other relationships later on. Without training, Kelsey would more than likely be alone the rest of her life. She would push people away and never truly understand why.
By close, I suppose you mean sleeping with her, the Queen deduced, with a wry smile. His hand squeezed mine while he spoke to the Queen.
It's where the relationship usually goes. It's difficult to stay apart when properly training a hunter. You have to know her inside and out. Unless the female is simply ugly on the inside, you discover her true beauty. A certain affection will always spring from that.
He looked down at me.
I would never force you into anything, cara mia. I doubt I will be allowed to train you. Please remember, whoever the king chooses must respect your wishes concerning your own body. You do not have to share yourself with anyone.
He's talking about Henri, the Queen offered. Marcus huffed and cursed under his breath.
You must talk sense into him, Zoe. Henri has never trained a hunter before. You should allow Hugo Wells to try. Hugo is older than Henri, and he's unmarried. For the first 3 months, she should not be allowed out of his sight, and that includes during sleep. She needs to remain in the room with him.
I doubt Kim is going to like that. Zoe's eyes widened. I thought she wouldn't like that much. I pulled my hand out of Marcus's. I better get used to trying to calm myself down. I wasn't letting some other vampire do that to me. Marcus was different. I'd felt a connection to him even before we'd met. But I wouldn't let some vampire I'd never seen before touch me and keep me like a pet he was trying to train.
Cara,
Marcus began. No, I said, moving away from him, turning to the Queen. Tell your husband he can go to hell. I won't be treated like a dog. He can't order someone to adopt and housebreak me. I'll stay in this fucking cell. Or he can put me down humanely. But I won't go with that Henri person.
You'll go with who I tell you to go with.
Donovan opened the door with a wicked frown on his face. A shorter man in a suit came in behind the king. He stared at me, wariness on his attractive face.
I'm doing this for your own good, Kelsey. Don't you interfere, Z. If I allow her to walk into that arena and she gets killed, you'll never forgive me. Henri, persuade her to walk into the council chamber and take back her accusation.
The blonde guy named Henri narrowed his eyes as he concentrated his will my direction. A rush of power sizzled across my skin as he attempted to get me to do his will. He was strong, much stronger than Michael had been. He was stronger in this way than the king, but he wasn't anything close to Marcus. The impulse was right there. My legs wanted to move. I wanted to rise and do exactly what that voice ordered me to do. I would walk into the chamber and tell them I made the whole thing up. My feet hit the ground, and I saw the king relax. He thought it was going to be all right. That was what really did it. I pushed through because I didn't intend to give the king what he wanted. That slight smile gave me the strength I needed. I shoved back at the magic invading my limbs. I pictured that wall in my head and slammed it shut with everything I had.
Hell!
Henri staggered back. He put his hand to his forehead as I climbed back on my bed. Just to piss the king off, I slipped my hand back into Marcus's.
She shoved you out?
The king asked, frustration evident in his voice.
Yes. That was very unpleasant,
Henri complained.
I've never had that happen before. I would like to avoid it in the future.
She's extraordinarily strong,
Marcus said, and I heard the satisfaction in his voice.
Don't feel bad, Henri. She almost managed to shove me out the first time I tried. With training, she will be able to.
Fine,
the king said, gritting his teeth. His Texas drawl got worse when he was angry.
Marcus, if you get her to take back the accusation, I'll let you train her.
And she would never trust me again,
the Italian replied, letting his arm wind around my shoulders.
I won't bend her to my will. I will, however, give her something to think about. You're good at evoking rites tonight, Your Highness. Perhaps I should invoke one of my own. I am the oldest vampire walking the earth plane. You have placed her under the protection of the council. I invoke my right to be Kelsey's patron.
The queen's jaw dropped. Marcus, no. The king let his head drop back, and a groan came out of his mouth before he looked back at us.
This fucking night is never going to end. Hell, if you think it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. I'm out of options. You're betting a lot on her, Marcus.
I pulled away from the vampire, who it seemed claimed some right over me. What does he mean? Marcus flashed a secret little smile. He reached out and gently touched my cheek.
He means I do not wish to live in a world that would grind you into dust, cara mia.
He's your patron, Kelsey. The queen's perfect pale skin seemed whiter than before.
If you're killed, The Alpha will demand Marcus's head, and Daniel will be forced to give it to him. My fate is tied to yours, Marcus put succinctly. Motherfucker. I was going to have to kill another damn wolf. Chapter 17. Take it back, I growled, standing on my toes to try to look the vampire straight in the eyes. No. Marcus smiled infuriatingly. He was enjoying this. I tried to remember that the first time I'd seen him, I felt his terrible sorrow. Now there seemed nothing but amusement and a willingness to see what would happen next. I don't want you to be my patron, I swore. I don't want you to die in the arena. I am not taking it back, Marcus. That decision had been made in Helen Taylor's backyard when she'd asked me for justice. I'd promised. I had nothing left but my word. He lifted a shoulder, elegantly showing me his lack of concern. Then you will fight. But you will fight for my life, as well as yours. The door opened, and we stopped the argument we'd been having for the last 15 minutes. Once I'd started yelling at Marcus, the king and queen had taken it as their cue to leave. Now the king was at the door again. It's time, he said grimly. I stared up into Marcus's beautiful, serene face. He didn't look like a man terrified of dying. He seemed like he would accept anything fate offered him. He'd tied himself to me in a fundamental way, and I knew I couldn't let him down. Maybe I'll decide 2,000 years is plenty of time to live, I warned him, though I knew I was only talking tough. Not quite 2,000, he corrected with that mysterious smile. He held out his hand for me. I wanted to reject it. I wanted to tell him to fuck himself. But I wanted his warmth even more than that. I'd listened to everything he said about trainers and hunters, and while the idea of having Marcus be my personal Caesar Milan rankled, I also found it tempting. What if I could feel love without the presence of a love spell? What I'd had with Gray had been the best feeling of my life. It had been like seeing the sun after a lifetime of rain. I still felt it. I didn't know how long the spell would last, but I didn't want it to go away. Even if the pain was heartbreaking, it was better than the dull fog my life had been before it. The arena is covered in sand, Donovan explained, as he walked us toward the elevator. It's best you go barefoot, if you aren't used to fighting in it. Is Castle used to fighting in it? I asked. Donovan's blue eyes were hooded with concern. Or maybe plain irritation. I couldn't tell. Things hadn't gone according to plan, and I had the feeling not many things had the nerve to go against Daniel Donovan's plans. No. The arena is where we train new vampires. Castle wanted the fight to take place in the wolf compound in Denton. But technically, you belong to Vampire according to ancient laws concerning hunters. Lone wolves aren't popular in the wolf world. It was easy for previous councils to claim ownership of them. I have the right to determine where you will fight, since he chose the weapons. Shouldn't I have been the one to choose where to fight? I asked curiously. Or Marcus? He is my patron. And I am your king, Donovan stated firmly. I snorted. I really had to stop that. It was neither feminine nor pleasant, and yet Marcus always smiled when I did it. Donovan wasn't as amused.
We got into the elevator, and Marcus's hand played with mine.
And where would you choose, cara mia?
Starbucks? I could use a frappuccino. My stomach was grumbling. I really should have taken Donovan up on his offer to get me something. And one of those little cookies. Maybe a bunch of those little cookies. Marcus chuckled.
I promise to feed you properly after you have defeated the Alpha. And, I suspect, the 2 betas.
He slid a glance to the king.
Am I wrong, Your Highness?
The king shook his head as the elevator plunged downward.
No. By accusing the Alpha, she accuses the Pack. Yes, he is insisting she fight him and his 2 betas. I didn't want to scare her.
No, because I hadn't been scared at all. And I don't get any weapons?
I managed to negotiate with Mackenzie on that point,
the king said.
You'll be allowed to use Sestai.
I had no idea what that was. Yay me!
It's a glove used by gladiators in Roman times,
the king explained, as the doors opened, and I was assaulted by the sound of people chanting. We got off the elevator, and we seemed to be backstage, so to speak. Above me, the ceiling seemed to rumble and shake with sound. The arena seating was over my head, and from the sounds of it, the place was packed.
Kelsey?
Zach Owens held a large box in his hands. His face was tight as he walked over to us.
It seems like every wolf in North Texas made it. I found what you needed in the armory. I got the smallest pair we had, and we'll still have to tape them on.
He stared down at me, and I wondered what he saw. I was a 5'6", 120-pound female in clothes that didn't quite fit, and no shoes. I was sure I came off as pretty pathetic. Zach turned to the king.
Damn it, Master. Let me take her and run. She'll get torn apart out there. It's her choice, Zach, the king said.
Yes, now it is her choice,
Marcus interjected with a bitter flare. He eyed the king.
You have given her no say in anything that is to happen to her up until this point. But it is her choice to fight the Alpha. Perhaps you and Devonshire will get everything you desire, Your Highness. You will have quelled the Wolf Rebellion by allowing such a valuable asset to honor their traditions, and if she dies, you can get rid of me as well. Your precious family will be safe from me once I am gone.
The king shoved his hand through his short, dark blonde hair.
Damn it! I am so sick of being in the middle of this. I have no problem with you, Marcus. I have no problem with any of it. You think I don't remember what I felt like the first time I met Z? I was 8 years old, and I knew I was going to spend the rest of my life with her. I don't begrudge anyone that, but I can't get Dev to understand. I don't want you dead, Marcus. You've been my friend, my freaking father half the time. I can't stand having you look at me the way you have the last 2 years. But what do you want me to do? He's my partner.
I took a step back, not quite understanding the conversation, but feeling so wretchedly jealous of the queen I could hardly stand it. She had 3 men fighting over her, it seemed. I only wanted one, but even he had been an illusion.
I apologize, Daniel,
Marcus said solemnly.
I don't agree with you on the way you have handled Kelsey. I also do not wish to put you in a bad position. I withdraw from the council. Henri can take my place until another election can be held."
"Marcus,"
Donovan said, practically pleading.
"It's for the best. I will return to Venice,"
Marcus explained, as my heart fell.
"I have been gone far too long. If it helps, I have no intention of acting on any impulses I might have. Your family is safe."
He was leaving, and I would be alone here. He'd promised to take care of me, but I'd learned that people only kept their word when it was convenient for them. No man except my brothers had ever offered to do so much as open the door for me. Except Gray.
Evan might have something to say about that one day.
The king stared at Marcus, as though he could will the older vampire into doing his bidding. He finally shook his head.
"This isn't over. I'm not going to let it be. Tomorrow we're going to sit down and talk this out. I have to go make sure everything's ready."
As the king walked away, I sat back on a bench, and my uncle opened the box he was holding. Lying in the box was what looked like twin gloves with silver blades embedded on the back. The blades were long and wickedly curved. "Cestus," Zach told me, as he held them out for me. "Claws," I thought dully, as Zach started to pull them on me. They fit over my hands and up my forearms. He was right. They were too big. Marcus sat down beside me.
"You are all right."
I sucked it up. I hadn't cried about Gray. I sure as hell wouldn't cry over him. I promised myself I would learn. I wouldn't let another one in. "I'm fine." He sighed, and his eyes had darkened, his mouth curving down.
"I'm sorry, cara mia. You don't understand the situation. It's best for everyone if I remove myself."
"It's not best for her,"
Zach said under his breath, as he wrapped tape around the cestus to keep it on my hand.
"The king will never allow me to train her,"
Marcus argued. "Hey, no big deal." I concentrated on the feel of the leather on my hand, as Zach went to work on my other hand. "I don't intend to let anyone train me. I intend to sit on my ass in a cell until the king either kills me or lets me go. You aren't going to change that. I don't buy the crap you're selling, Vorenus. I never did."
"I do not want to leave you,"
the vampire insisted. And I got the feeling he saw right through my defensive posturing. Zach finished taping my left hand, and I stood up, ignoring the vampire. The light from the arena glowed in front of me. I would go out there alone. A picture of Gray crossed my mind, and I felt tears gathering. He would never have allowed it. I wondered what he would do if he knew. Would he rush in to save me, or let it happen because he didn't want me anymore? I would have given anything in that moment to feel his arms around me one more time.
"No one fights for you, do they?"
Marcus stayed close to me as I walked to the edge of the large entrance. Even from where I stood, just outside the light, I could see them. Some I recognized from various places, like Liv's school, or the clubs I'd been to the last few nights. Some were total strangers, but they had one thing in common. They'd all come to watch me die. All in all, it wasn't how I'd thought my day would end. I can fight for myself. The beast inside was starting to twitch again. She was starting to call me a whiny fucking pansy who deserved everything she got if I walked out there all pathetic and ready to die. The beast inside me isn't polite. She's kind of a bitch, but she did have a point. Was I really going to give them what they wanted? Was I going to give them my life? Was losing Gray so overwhelming that my poor little heart couldn't take it?
Let's make a deal, you and I. If you leave, I'll take you with me,
Marcus promised.
We will go to Venice, and there is nothing the king can do about it. You'll like Venice. I will teach you. Anything else that happens between us is up to you.
I don't need your pity, Vorenus. The floor was cold under my feet. I wondered if the sand would be warmer. Marcus put his hands on my shoulders and spun me around. His face was savage as he looked down on me.
I have no pity for you. I have affection. I have desire. I have gratitude, because you're the first thing that has made me feel alive in years. I'm not offering to take you with me because I feel sorry for you. I am begging you to come with me, because I'll feel the loss if you do not. Please, cara mia, have mercy on a man. Come to Venice, and allow me to soothe you. Come to Venice, and allow me to teach you. Come to Venice, and give me the chance to seduce you.
I nodded, because there wasn't a place in my life anymore for turning down a good offer. I hugged the vampire, his touch immediately flooding my senses with his will. He wanted me to live. He wanted me to come to Venice with him. He wanted me. I wasn't sure how I felt about the last part, but I liked the rest of it, and I trusted him. He would never force me into anything. I could go with him, and he would wait until I decided what I wanted. The thought of being far away from everything seemed like heaven. In Venice, I could find out who I really was. There would be no king, no castle, no Nate or Liv to deal with. There would be me and my teacher.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. The beast inside liked that idea very much. She longed to be close to Marcus. And all we had to do was kill 3 creatures who outweighed us by 100 pounds of muscle apiece and had years more experience killing than we did. Yeah, she liked that idea too. I never said she was smart.
I'm supposed to take her to her room when it's done,
Zach said to Marcus. He stared out at the arena too. He handed Marcus a keycard.
If Trent takes her instead, here's the key. Get her, and take her out the back. I'll have a car waiting to drive you to wherever you want to go. I'd advise hiding out for a day or two, and then heading to Houston. You can catch a flight to Europe from there. Daniel might look for you, but if I promise you'll come back after the initial 3 months, I think I can eventually convince him to let you go. He feels bad enough already.
Zachary, you have never betrayed your master,
Marcus said,
with sympathy in his eyes. Zach's head shook, a firm negative.
Nor am I betraying him now. She'll come back. I know she will.
I wasn't so sure about that, but before I could answer, I was pulled abruptly from Marcus and whirled around to face my brother. Zach shook his head Jamie's way, surprise plain on his face.
How did you make it back here? We have a ton of security.
I have my talents too, Jamie growled at the wolf.
I'm taking my sister and getting her the fuck out of here, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I dug my heels in. Not only was I fairly certain Jamie was overestimating whatever talents he thought he had, there were several reasons me leaving was a bad idea. I can't go. Jamie's fingers threaded through mine.
You sure as hell can. I'm sorry Nate sold you out like that. I don't know why he did it, but it's obvious he cares more about his friends than his family. He can go to hell. We don't have to talk to him again.
I pulled away from him. Jamie, stop it. If I let you take me, they'll come after you, too. I really am what they say I am. If I don't get this under control, I could seriously hurt someone. If I make it through...
If?
Jamie practically yelled. When? I corrected myself. The beast wasn't the only one who didn't appreciate my pessimism. When I make it through this thing, I'm going to get help, and I'll get this under control. Marcus is going to teach me, and then I'll come back, and we'll sort it out, Jamie. I would have a lot to deal with if I lived. I could cut Liv out of my life, even though it would hurt. But how did I deal with Nathan and my mom? Marcus moved between my brother and me. He was taking control. Once he'd made the decision to take responsibility for me, everything changed. There would be no more asking permission of anyone. Marcus was in charge.
Mr. Atwood, your sister has to fight. There's no way around it. If she runs with you, the king will hunt you down, and so will the wolves. Daniel has to, because of the danger she poses. You're getting her emotional when she needs to stay calm. You will leave my student alone, or I will dismiss you myself.
Jamie looked ready to explode. I intervened, firmly grasping Marcus's arm to let Jamie know I wasn't being forced. Jamie, I need him. He's the only one who can help me. Please. I'll be back in 3 months. And I'll be better.
I don't understand any of this.
Jamie stared at me, and I could tell he was completely lost. I wasn't the only one who had the world ripped out from under me. Zach put a comforting hand on Jamie's shoulder.
I'll explain everything to you. You might not remember it, but we've met before. We played together a couple of times when my brother and your mom met. Let me walk you through this. I know it's hard for you to believe, but I will do just about anything for her.
I do remember, Jamie admitted. He closed his eyes for a moment and came to a decision.
Where can I sit? If she's going to do this, then I can force myself to watch.
I hugged my brother tightly, making sure I didn't poke anyone with the pointy end of my weird gloves. Thank you. I needed something from him. I needed it more than anything. Promise me something, Jamie?
Anything.
Don't hate him. Don't leave him alone. He knew who I was talking about, and his face hardened.
You can't ask me that. He lied to us.
Did he? Gray had been all I could think about for hours, and I'd come to some conclusions. He's been your friend for years. He's been loyal to you. He didn't feed me those drugs. He didn't tell us about the contract, but I don't know. I can believe that he would think he could get out of it. It's how he works. He gathers everything he needs around him, and then he works the problem. I was something he needed. Hell, I don't know that I wouldn't have made the same deal in his position. 30 years is a lot of time to work things out.
He was willing to get you pregnant to save himself.
He wouldn't look at it that way. He was willing to get me pregnant because that's often what married people do. He wanted a family. If it bought him a little time, he was already planning it anyway. We can't judge him. We don't know what it's like to walk in his shoes. I know I can't be with him, but Jamie, I can't walk in there knowing he's going to be all alone. He needs someone. Yell at him. Beat the shit out of him. I don't care. Don't leave him alone. I couldn't handle it if something happened to him.
I'll try, Kels. But only for you.
He turned to Marcus, giving him a forbidding look.
You better be everything they advertised, or I'll be hunting a couple of vampires.
Zach led Jamie off, and it was just me and Marcus. He gazed down at me, his eyes deepening to a fascinating obsidian. They were so dark. I could lose myself in those eyes. His hands found mine, drawing them up to his chest.
Keep your hands on my body. We need connection. Listen to me. Let everything else fall away. There's only you and me in the whole world.
I breathed and felt his chest rise. His heartbeat and mine found his rhythm. Slow and steady as the sun. I let everything slip from me, but the feel and smell of him, the sight and sound of him.
I want you to accept the beast that lives inside you. Clear your mind of everything, except the coming fight.
His hands moved up to cup my face, but mine stayed where he'd lain them.
Relax, Garamia. Let me in. I will be with you the whole time. You will not be alone for an instant.
Magic, soft and warm, was inside my head before I had a chance to defend against it. I wouldn't have. Marcus's magic was too seductive to throw a wall up against. He spoke to me with his eyes. I have no idea how long we stood there with him whispering in my head, making a place for himself deep within my brain. But a bond formed in those moments, and I knew Marcus had become important to me. Necessary. He was a source of strength to tap into, a place to calm myself. I merely had to hold the thread that bound us together, and he would be there.
Is she ready?
The king's voice interrupted us. Marcus leaned over, and his lips brushed my forehead.
She is.
Then take your place, Marcus, the king said. I'll walk her out.
I will be in the stands, cara mia," Marcus promised. "You'll be able to see me, and I will join you immediately after you defeat Castle. When you are out there, relax. Let me and your wolf take control. We won't steer you wrong."
Even through the calm, I began to panic, because it was all getting too real. The crowd was chanting, eager to get this started. The gloves on my hands felt wrong. "But I don't even know how to use these things. I've never fought like this."
"But I have," Marcus replied calmly. "Who do you think those belong to? I fought many times using them. At one time, they were so familiar to me, I felt naked without them."
You were a gladiator?
Donovan asked, his eyes lifting in surprise.
"I wasn't always an academic,"
Marcus said with a small smile.
"In life, I was a warrior. Well, I was a criminal because of my religion. I became a gladiator because I had no choice. I was much like you, Kelsey. And like you, I was terrified the first time I was tossed into the ring. But I won. As you will. I will tell you everything, Kelsey. All my stories, if you allow me to help you."
Your Highness.
The big wolf Mackenzie strode up to us.
We have to begin. Castle is accusing her of running. My people are getting riled.
Marcus gave me one final look and walked out to the stands. Mackenzie followed him, and the king's hand was on my back, nudging me forward.
Kelsey, I know you won't believe me, but I'm sorry it's come to this.
The king was saying.
I never meant for this to happen to you. I only meant to find you and train you.
I doubted that. No matter how well-meaning he was always a king, and that meant he would always have an agenda. I simply nodded, because I knew railing at him would do nothing but bring shame on Marcus. Somehow in those moments, I'd truly become his student, and he my mentor. There was a pact between us, and I meant to honor it, even though I wanted to tell Donovan to stuff it. We marched to the end of the walkway, where the concrete met sand. The crowd saw me and began to howl. I could see 3 men pacing at the other end of the arena. I noticed all 3 men were naked, ready to change. Castle's head came up when he scented me. The king stared at the wolf with distaste.
Kelsey, when you kill the alpha, take his heart. Carve it out if you have to. It's tradition. If they force us to follow their rituals, they can handle it when we cut out their hearts.
The king leapt up gracefully, holding on to the railing and pulling himself into the stands. I glanced behind my back and saw him taking his place on a raised throne. The queen sat to one side and Quinn on the other. The dark-haired fairy leaned over to talk to the king, the duo always whispering, always plotting, as though they were 2 halves of a whole. Jamie sat with Zach, both paler than normal. I took it all in. Some voice inside telling me to look so I didn't get distracted later. The arena was smaller than I'd imagined, roughly half the length of a football field, The sides of the arena were made from wood, and there were various things sticking out. They looked like something you would find in a dungeon. I supposed the vampires used them for training purposes. There were wooden spikes in 2 places at the front and back of the arena, and on the sides there were places with hooks and long, probably silver chains attached to them. There were perhaps 200 people crowding the stands, most of them werewolves, but I recognized others. Nathan stood beside Liv, their bodies pressed to the railing. Liv had been crying, her face puffy, but she wasn't hiding it, and she hadn't cared to reapply her makeup. Scott had managed to skip his Hooters night. He sat back, watching with hooded eyes. He'd probably be happy to see me lose. The rest of the people were sitting, except 2. I glanced into the stands, and Helen Taylor calmly stood up, holding hands with her remaining child. After the briefest of moments, the party around her stood, and I knew I was looking at the deer herd. They stood and stared down at me, calmly requesting I finish the job I'd been hired to do.
Yes, gotta.
Marcus's voice said in my head.
You're their only chance at justice. If you die, no one will care about them. They're prey animals, with no one to defend them. You are their champion.
I realized, as I turned to face the man who had killed Joanne Taylor, because she'd had the audacity to stand up to him. He'd killed women to further his plot against the king. They'd been pawns to be used and discarded as he saw fit. He didn't care that they'd had dreams and plans. A righteous anger began to burn through me, and I felt that beast rise. I didn't fight her this time. I melded with her, letting her rage mate with mine until we were one. My need for justice meshed neatly with her thirst for revenge. I heard the king speaking, explaining the argument between us. Mackenzie was there as well. This was a fight between Vampire and the Pax, he stated. And when the fight was over, the side that lost would accept the outcome. The beast inside me wanted to argue with that statement. This had nothing to do with Vampire. This was an internal quarrel. The beast inside me was a wolf, and she craved acknowledgement. She would howl and fight and kill until those bastards acknowledged her dominance. The wolf understood only strength, and I had that in spades. The king asked the wolves if they were ready. Castle howled, the sound filling the arena with the promise of his will. My wolf responded with a surge of adrenaline. Inside me, she paced and twitched. But I stood my ground, my feet sinking into the warmth of the sand. Mackenzie asked if Vampire was ready, and I did as the voice in my head urged. Marcus calmly explained what was expected of me. I was a gladiator, thrown to the wolves as Marcus had been thrown to the lions. I saw it in my head, the image as clear as day. My connection with Marcus was so much stronger when I opened my mind to him that I could read his thoughts as easily as he read mine. He was thinking about his introduction to the arena. He'd been thrown to the lions, but the predator inside him had risen that day, and the lions hadn't had a chance.
The wolves have no chance either.
Marcus chuckled in my head.
You are more wolf than any of them have met. cara mia. Prove it to them.
I held the cestus over my head, as Marcus had when he'd fought as a full-fledged gladiator. It was the sign of a professional, cool, and prepared. It made Castle stop his preening for a moment. He sneered at me across the sand that separated us, and all was silent for a moment. The king gave the order, and chaos broke loose. The crowd screamed as the 3 wolves changed forms. The 2 betas knelt in the sand, their limbs flowing around them, changing shape in easy movements. They were just the preview, though. Castle didn't need to kneel and think about his form. He began to run toward me. He started on 2 feet, running with powerful strides toward his prey. His change was so quick, so effortless, that one moment he was a man, and the next he leapt through the air, a powerful pitch-black wolf, coming for me. I stood my ground, waiting for the right moment. He came toward me, snarling through the air, my neck in his sights.
Wait,
the patient voice said in my head.
Wait,
it said, even as I could feel the heat from his body and see the spit in his mouth as he opened his powerful jaw.
Move.
I leapt into action, rolling under the wolf and kicking up at the same time. The motion sent the big wolf scrambling as he hit the sharp wooden stake, and it impaled him through the shoulder. I glanced up and knew it wouldn't take Castle long to get himself off that stake. He'd heal fast. I needed to move quickly if I wanted to gain the advantage. It would be easier to fight Castle if I took out the betas first. I wanted to be able to focus all of my attention on Castle. While Castle writhed on the pike, the betas began to circle me. I had rolled to the center of the arena, and the smaller wolves began to work in tandem. Smaller, I thought, didn't mean small. They were simply smaller than the enormous wolf Castle had become. They snarled and growled around me, enjoying the play. They twitched their tails and snapped their sharp teeth toward me. I tried to keep them both in my sights, but it was impossible. They surrounded me, and Castle was almost off the spike. I was running out of time.
Shh,
the voice said. Marcus's voice was starting to mingle with my own inner voice.
Calm yourself. You have them right where you want them. Stop trying to follow them with your eyes, and open your other senses.
Breathing deeply, I let the instincts flow across me. I let the wolf inside me take over completely. She was triumphant as she took hold of our body. I felt her will, her joy in this fight. I tracked the wolf in front of me with my eyes, but I knew where the other one was too. I sensed him behind me, and I felt the moment he decided to attack. Time seemed to slow as I moved into place. He leapt toward me, and I turned at the last second, powering up to catch him in the gut. I felt the claws on my cestus sink into the soft underbelly of the wolf, and I drove forward like I was pulling a lever. That lever opened the wolf's belly, and I felt the blood gush as I rolled away, yanking my hand out of the eviscerated abdomen. The beta hit the ground with a thud, and I knew he was dead before the sand had settled around him. The claws on the cesti were pure silver. It was why Zack had handled them with the greatest care. The silver would burn the flesh. It would damage the wolf's flesh so terribly that it died before the wolf's natural healing powers could kick in. He could eventually heal a cut to his arm, but I sank those claws deep into his belly. I had cut through flesh and into his organs. He hadn't stood a chance. The silver on my hands was coated in blood, and I was perfectly satisfied with the metallic smell floating on the air. I felt Marcus's approval from across the arena. The vampire's dark eyes never left me, while the rest of the crowd sat on the edge of their seats or screamed their preference. Marcus was still. All of his energy, his will, poured into me. 1 down, 2 to go. The crowd seemed to finally understand this wouldn't be an easy kill for the Alpha. I wouldn't go easy. Hell, I thought, looking at Castle as he managed to pull himself off the spike. I wasn't going down at all. He was going down. The second beta howled his displeasure at his friend's death. He lost his discipline and came after me with no thought but to get his jaw wrapped around my neck. Castle barked, and I knew instinctively he was trying to order the beta to stop. He needed a moment to heal the wound in his shoulder. He wanted to face me 2 to 1. But the beta was so far gone in his rage that he didn't listen. He pounced, his weight shoving me down into the sand. His claws sank into my shoulders. The pain was blistering. "Forget it," the voice said. The pain didn't matter. I could deal with it later. The pain receded, and I used my legs to roll the wolf off and over me. My feet sank in the sand as I ran for the other side of the arena. The wolf nipped at my heels. I sped up, knowing exactly what I wanted to do. I reached the side of the arena where silver chains hung. The wolf was too close. I turned, and he was coming at me. I reared my fist back and hit him straight in his snout. He whimpered as he went down. His big body hit the sand. When I looked at the other side of the arena, Castle was changing. He took human form again. It would help him heal quicker. "I'm going to kill you, bitch!" Castle screamed across the arena. I picked up the chain in my free hand. "That's what your son said." I couldn't help it. I really can be a bitch. Castle's scream might have curled a lesser woman's toes, but I had other things to do. His wound was healing before my eyes, and that beta was already getting up. I hefted the heavy rope and slung it at the downed beta before he could rise. The chain was thick and heavy, but I lifted it easily. I caught him across the legs. The flesh immediately started to smoke, and the wolf howled. He tried to move, but the chain weighed a ton, and the silver sapped his strength. The crowd roared as Castle changed again. Magic filled the air, and I knew I had very little time before he reached me. I didn't need much. I shoved my bladed hand across the wolf's throat and punched into it. I dragged it through his flesh with strength and will. The cestus on my hand didn't bother me anymore. I'd worn it many times before. In my mind, I thought about all the battles I'd fought and won, the cestus cutting through my opponent's flesh. My memories were meshing with Marcus's, but it gave me confidence I wouldn't have had. It filled me with experience. I pulled my hand out of the beta's throat, but Castle was already on me. The force of Castle's big body shoved me against the arena wall, and my head slammed against the big silver hook. I saw stars for a minute, and went on my knees. My peripheral vision started to get hazy.
Kelsey! I heard my brother yelling. Nathan was throwing one leg over the railing, and I was glad to see Scott stopped him. He couldn't do anything. Get up! Marcus barked the order in my head, and my legs didn't dare refuse. Turn! I spun around as Castle bore down on me. Despite the throbbing pain in my head, my right arm came up instinctively to block his gnashing teeth. The blades on the cestus cut into Castle's jaw, and he jumped back. It gave me enough time to shake the cobwebs out. Castle's next attack went straight for my thigh. I jumped, but he managed to catch my left side and sink his powerful jaws into the meat of my leg right above my knee. The teeth burned as he sank them in, and I knew if I didn't throw him off, he could break my femur, and then I would go down. I didn't heal the way he did. If I couldn't run, I couldn't fight. I went for the softest part of him I could reach. I shoved a blade into his eye. He immediately let go, and before I could blink, he'd changed forms. His left eye was a bloody, mangled mess. He stared at the blood pouring onto his hands. Then with a growl, he reared back and punched me straight in the face. I hit the side of the arena again, this time the back of my head smacking into the wood. Castle pressed his advantage. He used his powerful fists in a way he hadn't been able to use his claws. He punched me in the face, the stomach, the chest. I felt like a body bag. I might have fallen over, but Castle kept me upright with the force of his blows. Pain, as I'd never imagined, ripped through my body. As I absorbed the agony from one blow, another landed. It seemed to never end. The crowd was chanting, screaming something, but it was a distant thing. Marcus was trying to tell me something, but even his voice was far away. I felt his panic. There wasn't a lot I could do about it. Castle finally decided to let me hit the ground. I tumbled to my knees, and I realized my right eye must be swollen because I couldn't see out of it anymore. My left shoulder screamed and was kind of stuck at a weird angle. It must have separated at some point. My whole body was on fire. The pain was so bad, I started to hope Castle got this thing done soon. I pitched forward and felt the sand against my swollen face. Marcus was pleading with me, and the wolf inside was howling for me to get my ass up. But I thought about Gray. He was going to be sad when he found out. I wondered if he would blame himself. I wished I'd never gone after those class roles. If I'd done what Gray had asked, I would be planning the menu for our reception. I would be arguing with Gray over fish or chicken, and when we got sick of fighting, he would take me to bed. If I'd chosen him over my stubborn instincts, I wouldn't be dying in this terrible place. Castle was enjoying his fans. He kicked me a couple of times, but I hurt too much to even grunt. I've heard that when pain gets to be too much, the body shuts down, and a blissful numbness takes over. I didn't get that. I got misery that seemed to never end. Finally, he kneeled down and lifted my head up by the hair. From my angle, I could make out the Queen weeping openly and pleading with her husband. Donovan looked like a man who wished he'd never put a freaking crown on. Zach and Jamie were moving toward the front of the crowd. Castle leaned down.
I think I'm going to like killing you most of all, little girl. Do you know what I'm going to do when you're dead? I'll give it a month or so. But I'll kill every single bitch who works in those clubs. And I'll pin it on a vamp. I'll have my war. You understand? You changed nothing.
He dropped my head and reared back to change. He would kill me in his wolf form. It was traditional. He took his wolf form and howled before he pounced, his teeth going for my throat. I used every bit of energy I had left to flip my body over, ball my good hand into a fist, and shove my right hand up. I saw the look on Castle's face when he realized what was going to happen. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't change course, and his own heavy weight helped me. My claws sunk deeply into his chest. I fought to shove them in further, even as his big body fell onto me, forcing my arm to go into an odd angle. He landed on top of me, and he snarled as my claw found his heart. Even as the light went out in his face, he growled at me. The arena hushed. Our final moments had been a close battle. I wondered if anyone really knew what had happened. The wolf lay on top of me, his snout in my neck, my hand in his chest. The crowd seemed to be waiting to see who got up.
Very good, cara mia,
Marcus whispered in my brain. He knew what had happened. He would have felt me die.
You've done well, but you must finish. Listen carefully. I want you to.
He gave me the words to use. I had to follow both wolf and vampire traditions. Marcus talked me through everything. He let me know he would be with me after I finished. But I had to get through this part by myself. I rolled the wolf off of me, shoving his body to the sand with as much strength as I could muster. There were shocked cries as the alpha of the Dallas pack slumped over in the sand, and I struggled to get to my knees. I didn't feel that overwhelming urge to continue my kill the way I had before. Marcus gave me the strength to force my wolf to calm down. She gave me the strength to stay on my feet and do what I needed to do. But I was in control. Some of the wolves began crying, but I saw many seemed relieved. I leaned exhausted over the carcass to fulfill the last of my duties. Donovan was on his feet, looking down on me with satisfied relief and something like respect. He nodded as I reared my good hand back and punched through Joseph Castle's chest. I had to work at it, and it wasn't pretty. But I claimed the heart and managed to get to my feet. My left hand dangled. I couldn't see out of one eye. I saw the horror in Liv's eyes as I walked past her on my way to the king. I knew I must be really fucked up to get that look. Donovan walked down the steps to the edge of the railing. He stared across the arena to where Mackenzie sat.
The battle is done. I declare the killing of these wolves to be righteous. I need to know this is done, John.
Mackenzie's low voice carried across the arena.
The packs are satisfied that justice has been done. I will select another alpha after I speak to the pack. I'll choose carefully, Your Highness. And I will trust your judgment,
Donovan promised, and then turned his attention back to me. I held the heart out to him, and he took it with no hesitation. Daniel Donovan wasn't afraid of a little blood. I braced myself, because it wasn't easy to stay upright. I gave him the ancient words between a king and his death machine. Your Highness is satisfied with his next apparatus. Donovan's face fell, and then hardened. His words ground out of his mouth.
I am. You're dismissed.
Suddenly, the Queen was by his side, and Quinn was close behind her. Their faces registered shock. Daniel, the Queen said, putting a perfectly manicured hand on his arm. You have to heal her. Quinn shook his head.
She won't let him.
He was a good judge of character. I wasn't letting that vampire anywhere near me. I began to turn to leave the arena when a small face caught my eye. He was trying to hide behind a pillar at the top of the arena, but when he saw me looking, he stepped out. Lee Donovan Quinn had avoided his bed again. He was dressed in pajama pants and a t-shirt. He looked down on me and smiled, holding his small hand up in greeting. I tried to smile back, but before I could, he was gone again. The kid was fast. Marcus's hand was on my elbow.
Brace yourself, Kelsey.
He held me tightly and shoved my shoulder back into place. I screamed as the pain threatened to take me under again. I could move my left arm, but I didn't particularly want to. Every muscle in my body ached. But I was going to walk out of that arena. Marcus seemed to sense it and took a step back.
Marcus!
Donovan shouted as I started to stagger out.
I'll send a doctor to her room.
He'd probably send Sharp. It would be just like that bastard to send Jack the fucking Ripper in to examine me. I held up my good hand as I walked out of the arena and managed to give the king my happy middle finger. Chapter 18. Marcus held his hand out, and I let him lead me onto the water taxi. It was private, of course. Marcus liked to have the best. I was rapidly learning that Marcus Vorenus was a legend in Venice. The minute we'd stepped off the plane, he'd been inundated with admirers who were thrilled the vampire had come home. They knew what he was. Venice is a tolerant city. I'd been promised many new experiences as he taught me about my power. I breathed in the air from the Adriatic Sea as the boat took off. We had no luggage with us. We were fugitives. I was wearing clothes Marcus had bought in New Orleans, where we'd hidden for 2 days before taking the plane across the Atlantic. Marcus had spoken to Zach several times and had been assured that while the king was furious with us, he was calming down as Zach and the Queen worked on him. They talked him out of hunting us down and dragging me back. I went to stand with Marcus, who was gazing at the ocean over the cabin of the water taxi. He looked and felt so peaceful. I let my hands go around his waist. I was getting used to my desire to be physically connected to the vampire. It was an impulse between a hunter and her trainer. Marcus didn't mind, and it made me feel better, though not as good as his blood had made me feel. We'd fled in the car Zach had left for us and driven immediately to a hotel in Fort Worth, where Marcus convinced me to take his blood. I'd been hesitant when he cut a place in his chest and urged my mouth to it. But once I tasted it, I'd been ravenous. The blood was better than any drug I'd ever encountered. It healed me and made me feel warm and safe. It connected me to Marcus, who in the course of a measly few days had become everything to me. He was my teacher, my protector, my only friend in the world. He was not my lover, but that was my choice. For now. I wasn't sure how long I'd hold out, because I slept beside him at night. I started out on the edge of the bed, but before too long, I'd rolled and tossed until I curled against him. He would chuckle and put his arms around me, pulling me close. He'd held me that first long night after the arena, when I'd finally given in and cried. The experience had been purgative and healing, and not possible without him. The boat slid across the water, and Marcus's dark eyes lit up as Venice rose like a jewel on the ocean. My eyes opened wide to take it all in. I'd never been out of the U.S. before. Hell, besides Arkansas and Louisiana, I'd never been out of Texas before. Venice was a stunning sight, a beautiful, alien world, and Marcus seemed extremely satisfied to be home. He pulled my hand to his lips and kissed it firmly before holding it to his heart. This was our home. For now. I studied the man beside me and wondered what would happen between us. I wanted to open myself to him, but I hesitated, and I knew why. The drugs were out of my system. I was no longer under the influence of any spell. I still loved Grayson Sloane. It wasn't like before. My love for him was a wary thing. If I met Gray at this point, I would push him away. I would never let him in. I would find a way to sabotage any relationship we could have. I had to heal myself before I could consider even talking to Gray. I needed to discover who I could be. I wanted to be the woman Marcus was sure I could become.
That is it,
Marcus said, a wealth of satisfaction in his voice. He pointed to an elegant townhouse with a pier for his private boat. There was a line of servants waiting to greet us.
Welcome home, cara mia.
I smiled up at him, genuinely happy to be alone with him. I would take this time to explore, to learn, to grow, because I needed to become all I could. I had a new mission. I might not be able to be with Gray, but he was my client, even though he didn't know it. I would save Grayson Sloane if it was the last thing I did. The boat pulled up to the pier, and Marcus hopped out. He placed his hands around my waist and lifted me lightly onto the landing. He leaned over and kissed my forehead affectionately. The sun was going down. I slid my hand into his and walked into the night. This has been Ripper. Hunter, a Thieves Series Book 1. Written by Lexi Blake. Narrated by Kitty Bang at Brickshop Audio, Inc.
Copyright 2015 by DLZ Entertainment, LLC. Production copyright by DLZ Entertainment, LLC.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.